it was literally a biplane, and it looks just like a Toth drawing because it's like getting light out. It's basically silhouette,
Right.
and it's a distinct shape. It was amazing, but it was I was very surprised. I don't know the last time I saw one.
Are those like that could have just taken off in like a field nearby, right?
Yeah, I couldn't figure out
Like
where the
football,
airport
like a
would be.
football field would do the trick.
Yeah, it wouldn't take much.
Out in California, like people have that shit on their farms and crop dust and
Yeah.
just do their thing.
And they have to fly low, like no cabins or anything. So
Right.
it was cool to see.
That kid who crashed a plane on purpose, his plane, it was a biplane.
Really?
I think so. It had but it had an interior cabin thing, but it had the two sets of wings. I'm quite sure. It was like, it wasn't the Red Baron. It was, more modern. All right, I'm about to post this live to the Kings. They should be getting to it.
Wow, I found a page
There's your pink.
with no pink.
Sounds extra foul when you say it, Jimmy.
Yeah, it is. Oh, fuck. Lost it.
It's like when you say, like when you gotta pee, when you say you gotta take a squirt, it just sounds extra foul coming out of your mouth for some reason.
I don't know what to say about that.
Do you say that to like, does that make your wife nuts when you say you gotta take a squirt?
I don't really announce it, I don't think.
Huh? No? You're the only person I've
just
heard
do it.
say it in a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember saying it. It's
Yeah.
not a common thing for me. I don't know.
And then every time you said it in front of me. Because you said it at least 5 times. I remember thinking,
Wow.
like, I bet Natalie hates that.
I feel like I usually say I got to hit the head.
Because it almost makes me cringe, actually. And I'm Eddie P, man. I'm the Red Room dude. Alright, the Kings are showing up. Oh, yeah, let me email the link.
Yeah, I got to get my setup going.
Jimmy's censoring his canon book for future episode.
Oh, you make me sound bad. I'm like the enemy of Frank Miller here, putting my post-it notes over everybody.
Shit, man. YouTube is an unforgiving mistress.
They're
these
tough.
days.
They're tough on us. I'm so sad at my binding on this book's just falling apart. That's such a bummer.
That's a good format, man.
It's a great format.
Because, like, my issues, you open it and then you tilt it.
The book that Fana published, like the newest version, it's horizontal. They must cut them in half.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's 4 tiers, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow, this page is awesome.
Yeah, it's a bad motherfucker, man.
Yeah, it feels like this is something Wally Wood was into.
The original Prestige format was the comic strip. And, he got to do a comic strip. I have the volume 17, I think it is, of Prince Valiant that has the tryout dudes. And so, like, the Wally Wood strip is in there, and it's so distinctly wood, you could tell by the double lighting and stuff. Fucking gorgeous. There's a couple Gray Morrow strips where, like, the figure drawing is so elegant. In the
I
way
like
that
Gray
he does.
Morrow better than most people.
Boring. He's an excellent drawer, but it's just boring.
There are a lot of boring artists I like.
In terms of dynamics, like he's boring in the way that like Alex Raymond is boring. Like it still is cool to look at, kinda. There are these. Whenever the X-Men cartoon came out, there were picture books that you could buy, like little children's books that you could buy at like Hill's department store of adaptations of the cartoons. Maurice Severin drew a couple, and Gray Morrow drew the others. And it's the most, like, it really is, like, it flies in the face of superhero costumes and shit, because it's Gray Morrow drawn, like, exact perfect humans, like a Cyclops, but it has the visor, and it just looks like any cosplayer that you see at the Heroes Con or something like that, man. It looked
Yeah, I
very
could see that.
unheroic.
Right. Yeah, I can't remember how I ended up with this book, but I just remember reading it.
That's a good one.
Like legit reading it for fun.
You know what's funny is I think I do know how you got it. I think it was at Caliban Books across the street from
Okay.
Phantom
Well, I bought
because
stuff there. It's
because
possible.
because we were in there, and I saw that up there, and you scooped it up. And if you wouldn't have bought it, I would have bought it.
You guys watching from home? Are you Canon fans? Have you read Canon? I'll be looking at this one later in a powerhouse of military army comic videos. It's fun going back through these. Does anybody have the Canon latest Fantagraphics edition, and is it super awesome? Because my binding is failing on mine, and I don't even know if it's still in print, that new Canon. But if it is, I may have to invest in one.
My treadmill comes Saturday, dude. It's gonna be a good addition.
Think you can draw and walk?
No. Like I'll just write. I'll write. I'll fucking read Kayfabe homework. I'll everything but ink and pencil. I bet I could lay out stuff and walk.
It's probably a learnable skill too. Yeah, maybe
I'll
not.
tell you.
Maybe not inking, but
No.
doing a lot of stuff.
No. Talking about that like learnable skill shit, dude. Like, there's a lot to my approach with the daily strip that is becoming more seamless and faster.
Andrew Carver. I hope you bought a double stack of sticky notes if you're covering up the naughty bits in Canon. Yeah, it's
They just
very,
saw
very
off
true.
camera.
Very true.
If they just saw off camera, like we actually do. Look at this. Look at these sticky notes.
It does bum me out that we got to worry about that.
It's a consideration at this point, but like, you know, there's several ways to look at it, man. Because like certainly one way is we got a video that almost has 1 million that skated underneath it for years, and whenever that kind of thing happened, you know, like it would drive so much traffic and so many new subscribers and stuff. So we got away with a crime for a while, but so we're gonna be looking at Sandland. Akira Toriyama got a new print that just came out, which is fantastic. It's been out of print for a little while. I think it's the 4th printing, and it was reasonably expensive beforehand, but now it's $10. You know, it's back to regular. And you know what? Like Amazon knew it. Like it fucking suggested it to me, and I'm like, hold up, why is it only $10? Because I think it was $60 for it on the aftermarket. So it's back in print. Gave it a reread. Oh, you know what? I should grab one. I did a piece of fan art before I did turn pro. I should show that off. Did this in about 2000. I'm gonna hit that with some notes because I can't. Too scared to show it all off. So I'll just show off cool drawings.
There's a lot of Jamie Hewlett in this.
Absolutely.
That back cover looks like it could have been drawn by Jamie Hewlett.
Yeah, it's so funny because Mossy said the same shit.
Yeah, it's neat. I'll never complain about that. You know, there's just places I want to go in terms of comics. Like Keith, one of King Kayfabers, said he went to Capital City Comics in Madison last week. Keith, what does that mean? Is that like a warehouse? Does he have a space? And talk to Bruce, who I guess ran Capital City. But like, what remains of Capital City at this point?
Yeah. Is it a store?
That's what I'm asking, because I mean that was the distributor. Like they were, when I see references to like numbers and things, it's often Capital City, like in all that 80s stuff. They must have been the top distributor at that time, like as Diamond was coming up.
Yeah, it's a real fascinating story, and I think there might be a
They
book
did
or two
Advance
out
Comics?
exactly where Phil Suling is the first guy, and then there's the famous story where Mile High Comics Chuck Rosansky like flies to Marvel, flies to New York, and is like, you can't just let this guy be the only one, because there was a lot of shenanigans. Like Suling,
I want to visit Rosansky's gigantic warehouse in Denver too.
Yeah, like Suling was air freighting some stuff to stores that he liked, and ground shipping to others, and some of those stores might be in the same town. So like the guy who's getting the fucking air flight stuff has books to sell before anybody else. There were issues, and Chuck Rosansky famously, from his words and Jim Shooter's words, is he had like a 12-point plan of like what the direct market should look like, and Marvel instituted like 11 of the points. And I don't think they ever talk about what the other one was, but I bet it was in Rosansky's favor. And they were just like, well, we can't do that or something. I have no idea. But
yeah, I'd be curious to check those out.
Yeah, I don't think it's for public distribution. It was just, his pitch to them.
Even if it's not for public distribution, I'm sure a lot of it's come out over the years.
Right, yeah. yeah, in those shooter interviews and stuff, they talk about it here and there. Did this in about 2000.
Was that for a Kubert thing or just for fun?
No, I was working at the call center. It was right before I started working on those like little comics that I sent to Harf. Because this was serialized in Shonen Jump.
I guess we'll ask you about it on camera. I have I think it's going to be the centerfold in that zine, is Image 1986. All those dudes, every single one I found stuff on.
That's good.
And, some of it's through Megaton.
Yeah.
I mean, Dragon shows up. Youngblood shows up.
So when I was talking on the weekly about the Moneyball, comics greatest talent scout, this is the Megaton archive that Image recently put out. And just look at the names at the bottom there: Eric Larson, Rob Liefeld, Butch Geis, Angel Medita, Mike Gustovich, S. Clark Hawmaker, Frank Fosco. I don't know.
Frank Fosco, I think he did the Turtles whenever Image got the Turtles book. I think Frank Fosco was there. Can't remember if he's a penciler or inker.
Dig it.
Yeah, it's remarkable what that guy brushes up against. And Keith said that is a comic store.
Sure.
That Bruce runs.
Yeah, they were all stores. Like when you meet entrepreneurial people, like it is in their bones. Like so. Like they'll have the store, they'll run distro. I bet you if Todd was just like a little bit more like worldly, because he was a kid in '86, and it was remarkable just to have stores, right? Like to be like a high schooler with a store. But I bet you if he was 20, I bet you he would have been a distributor.
That's real possible. I would go like the Michigan State comic book collection. I'd like to see that. Because some of those big, like, old stores, they're practically museums.
Yeah. That's what our houses are turning into, Jimmy.
Yeah. There are two guys, Alfred and Keith, are they're going back and forth between the Mile High warehouse and the Capital City, Bruce's store in Madison. And it sounds like both of them are just stocked with this stuff.
Yeah. So guys, we're going to be shooting this episode in a second. And while we're doing that, show of hands, who's going to stick around through the Dan Clowes Monica conversation? And should we put the little spoiler thing up? Like how do you guys prefer that to work? What I'm thinking is like put like a little paper, just fold it, put spoiler real big in like Sharpie, and then you could just check back to put the audio down or something, check back, and as long as that spoiler's up, that means we're still talking Monica, and then we could just take it away. Or if it doesn't matter, then we don't even have to bother.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin that book for anyone, because I do think it is a, I don't want to imply that some twist happens at the end, because that's not the case.
No.
But the whole book is sort of this like weird anti-spoiler build. So I do want to warn people on that. And
it's just like, it's a much anticipated kind of comic. Oh, the other thing we're going to look at is got that Michael Golden Artist Edition. Came in, of course, like as Jimmy leaves yesterday, the Michael Golden Artist Edition shows up. And is pretty fucking sexy.
It kind of bums me out that it's just Marvel.
Sure.
Because he's done so much work all over the place, and like I think of those Batman covers as being some of the greatest Batman art.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That cover where he's like diving down through the stairwell, one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
So hard to draw.
Also, he's so good with color.
Yeah, I would have liked some more nom pages. Looks good on the cam. Good to go, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite comic book channel on YouTube, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to be looking at Akira Toriyama's Sandland today, but first, got to let you guys know that we are a daily YouTube channel as of this recording, and we have more than 1,000 videos that are out there live right now. So hit the little magnifying glass on the main page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, give it a search, see if we talked about your favorite comics, and if we haven't, then by all means put something in the comments and let us know what you suggest we cover on future episodes. We have a Patreon where the King of Kayfabers on the Patreon are hanging out with us in an exclusive chat room right now to completely mitigate the kayfabe effect, which is when we show off a comic. Very often it disappears off the aftermarkets. King Kayfabers getting the cheapest copies. And we are going to be at Baltimore Comic Con in, what are the dates again, Jimmy?
September 8, 9, and 10.
Without further ado, there is a new printing of Sandland, the Tankobon by Akira Toriyama out there, published by Viz right now. It's in its 4th printing, and worth showing off now because it was out of print for quite some time and was going for about $60-$70 on the aftermarket, but showed up on the Amazon suggestion list back to $10. Went to the comic shops. The comic shops didn't have it. We could order it. And I said, well, I could order it myself, man. It showed up the very next day. This is the story that was serialized in the U.S. version of Shonen Jump in the first dozen or so issues, 11 or 12 issues, which was amazing because when that magazine started to serialize, It came out on a monthly basis, was the phone book size. Still not quite as thick as a single issue of Shonen Jump, but it was stacked with heavy hitters, man. It was late period Dragon Ball, so it would probably be like Dragon Ball Z, so a couple chapters of that. Sandland was the new piece that I don't think was translated into English up to that point. It was my first glimpse of Naruto, which became a fucking phenomenon. It was the first glimpse of One Piece in English, which became a freaking phenomenon and is still going strong to this day. I think there's going to be a Netflix show, live action or something, pretty soon. Yu Yu Hakusho showed up in those pages, and Yu-Gi-Oh! So it was pretty well stacked.
How did it get on your radar?
I got Raijin Comics to begin, and that was the weekly manga that was flipped and everything, so you read it in traditional order. And Viz was not going to rest on its laurels. Viz is like, we are the manga publisher. I'm not quite sure, but it came onto my radar really rapidly that they were going to put out like a Shonen Jump. And with Raijin out weekly, I had the subscription, paid $200 for the thing because it's just so expensive to make books here in the States. But I was on it from issue 1, but I do not have those issues any longer, dude. Just through several moves through my 20s. That stuff came out when I was 20, 21.
Yeah, we
moved 5-6 times then.
Weeklies and phone books pile up.
Absolutely. Like I had 2 bookshelves then, dude, and it took a whole tier of a bookshelf.
The reason I ask is, like I'm reading comics at that point, and I don't remember
we were kicking
them being on my radar exactly. And I wasn't that interested in manga at that time. The stuff that would cross my path, I might look at something if it was recommended or whatever. But there wasn't a lot I was picking up in terms of manga. And I just wonder, even as a question for our audience, I'm curious, like, who was there when that stuff first kind of like... Because to me, those magazines, that's a big thing. But I also think it's something outside of the direct market in a lot of ways. And
it may have been. I remember it came in a poly bag, and it would have extra goodies, kind of like how Wizard would. Cards and stuff, because like Yu-Gi-Oh cards were that game was being played plenty, and the cartoon was on TV and all that stuff, man. But to me, the standout was Sandland, to the point where I'm still working at the call center then, and like I drew here. Let's play with the levels here real quick so that it shows up. I'm not accustomed to drawing fan art, but I was at the call center. Literally, I would print these up. These were made by the RA at the Kubert School. Sean Clarity designed these things to do like very detailed roughs, small. So,
I wondered what that was.
Yeah, so that you can do perspectives without needing to tape yardsticks together and things, and then you blow it up 167% as per his lettering right here. So I would print up a bunch of these. I made a template off a copy off of him up there and just made endless copies for myself. So at work, I would bring these and just draw stuff, and then on the way home, go to Kinko's, blow it up as needed, and then light box.
I'm such a fan of seeing template stuff. Like if you look here, you've got your half rolled, your 3 rows, very common. You can make your 9-panel grids, your 6-panel grids very quickly with this.
Yeah, totally. And I ran out of these, so I made a modified one that I use to this very day. You see it on all my stuff, and it's totally based off of Sean's template.
And by the way, we have some of that stuff available for free on our Patreon.
We do.
For people watching that are makers.
So here's my little drawing of Beelzebub. And I was making zines, so like then you have to reduce it down to that half size of a piece of 8.5 by 11, so that
it looks good.
That's what it would look like in print.
Ways. Man, those inks are crisp. You inking that with a pen nib, you think?
Yeah, because
you could
feel it. Yeah. I was fucking with brush, but I think I really got stoked on the nib at that point. 6 minutes into the vid, Jimmy. Should we crack open Sandland a little bit?
Not yet, no. We should flip it over and show that back cover, because we were talking off screen about how much it resembles Jamie Hewlett. I think in color, in cartooning. And again, anytime I say that, it's not to suggest somebody's copying somebody.
No, sure.
More of just like, there's a certain sensibility that I think works for figure art, cartoons, things of this nature, and that just speaks to me. I really like how that looks.
There's a coolness and attitude, like Jamie Hewlett has Fireball, the racing comic where he's doing his version of like Wacky Racers, and has all kinds of cool car designs. Toriyama is a master of designing vehicles and characters and stuff, and there's a there's an exceptional tank that you will be seeing in the pages of Sandland.
By the way, on page 1 of this, or even a preface, I don't even know what that is. The very first page of this book, he talks about how hard it was to draw that tank.
Yeah, dude. Totally. So the story is not too far from like Mad Max Fury Road in a lot of ways. You know, they live in the Sandland. There is a king who has the monopoly on the water supply and gouges the people of you know, the Sandland. And these are the people, or demons, should I say, who are going to democratize that water supply. When I got back from Japan, we did last time we did we unpacked in a Katsuhiro Otomo interview from the Art of Wall exhibit, the Akira joint, and Otomo was talking about how like the weekly manga, it's not even a story; it's just a formula, and Akira Toriyama is steeped in that formula. You know, he did Dr. Slump first, which about 18 volumes, I believe. He did Dragon Ball, which is something like 40 something volumes. You know, here in the States, we carve it up. It's like 18 volumes Dragon Ball, and then what, 30, 40 books for Dragon Ball Z whenever Goku grows up. So he's steeped in the formula, but this is a one and done. This is a story with a beginning, middle, and end, and I dare say this is the masterpiece of Akira Toriyama's, man. It's very clear when you have a post-apocalyptic narrative. It's not hard to figure out what the stakes are. And the great Aaron Sorkin in his masterclass would talk about, like, before I even get started writing something, I need an intention and I need an obstacle. And once I have those things, then I could hang baubles all over it. That's exactly what this is, man. We know what the stakes are. We know what is needed. And then through the next, 200 pages, you get the baubles that are added to create complication en route to their goal. But the drawing is sublime. When it comes to manga, we're always a little nervous about showing too much off, just because copyright laws are a little different in Japan than they are here in the States, and Akira Toriyama does not need our help to sell any books. So we're just going to show off some of the more bombastic big imagery. We have little Beelzebub here, who's a demon that's about 2,500 years old. And he and his homeboy, they're getting by just fine, robbing and pillaging people of their water and food supplies. But it's when this old human comes along who kind of evangelizes them on an unlimited water supply that's available, that kind of piques their interest. And they go on that quest through the Fury Road, basically, to find this water supply. With that main kind of crux in mind, you start to develop the character of the old guy. You find out that he was a general of the previous army that kind of created the Sandland, just following orders. The banality of evil type shit. He was following orders, dropped a big bomb on this little community under the guise of them creating a future kind of atomic bomb, H-bomb kind of thing, when in truth, these demons were there. They sort of saw all, they knew all. That little community was actually creating a system of water creation out of like almost thin air. They were able to just create water, but what would have happened was that would have diminished the value of the water that the king controlled. So he had the army drop a bomb on this community to shore up his investments and stuff. So he's a Ronin, he's a rogue soldier that's trying to make good on. He killed a lot of people. In the concussion of that bomb, I think his wife died in that even. So there was a lot of casualties during that mission, and he is on a quest to kind of democratize that stuff and kind of overthrow the king.
It's so funny to think of this stuff as fantasy cartoony stuff, except that it's built on concepts like water shortages,
right? That
are extremely relevant. You know what I mean? Like
Absolutely.
At the furthest from fantasy.
A couple glimpses of the cool vehicles, right?
Amazing.
There was some fear that this is a big giant bomb that was going to be dropped on the guys, but it's actually, and you could see it, it's it's their kind of they drop this into the water supply. Like this is full of water, and up here is actually the vehicle.
That's neat.
So we'll see how that plays out if you check out the pages. The little Beelzebub absorbs the power of the night whenever there's like a big mission to go on.
That's a fun concept.
Yeah. So
The anti-Superman.
Yeah, he has to go sort of meditate and absorb the power of the night so that he can be effective. And when you see the action sequences with these characters, the storytelling is fucking magnificent. It's cinematic in its visuals and Toriyama's choices of camera angles and stuff. It reads so beautifully. I think there is a cartoon that is maybe an OVA that is coming out, or might already just be out. I saw it's like got a lot of CGI built into it. The inking is exquisite, with the bold lines on the characters, and you could imagine when you have a vast sandland with plateaus and mountaintops, there's a lot of landscape, and they always make sure, I say they because I'm sure Bird Studio has a hand in this, to kind of thin out the background lines, but it all feels good in total. Very often the backgrounds are very divorced from the character drawings. The thing about Toriyama's work, it's all a solid whole.
I always think that you should be able to tell day from night
at
a glance. Like you shouldn't need any real indicators or captions. And I feel like based on the last page to this page, pretty clear. Like I'm picturing this sun-baked, dried out landscape where it's just white.
Yeah, you see no blacks in the background. That helps it out. Another sort of noteworthy thing when it comes to Toriyama is that there is Zipatone usage, which is not typically in the Dragon Ball comics. When he's putting them shits out at 17 pages a week, he's bare bonesing it as much as possible and not really using zips that much. But I imagine that he put some apprentices to work to throw some zips down on this story. Speaking more to your Hewlett stuff, right? It's about the weight. It's about the attitude,
Posture
for sure. This will be like one of the sort of generals that was in the army at a lower level whenever our main guy was heading up that mission to blow up that small community. So he may or may not be swayed by the demons.
Are you hesitant when you make comics to do panels like this? Where it's just your character, a really simple composition.
Right.
I think they read so well. Like manga takes great advantage of this, but I can remember doing panels without backgrounds.
Right.
And it took me like years before I could do a panel without a background and not feel guilty or
Sure.
like this is a shortcut. And in a way, those panels have that same effect.
Yeah.
But really useful as reading.
Absolutely, man. He creates that little pause, and usually when you have that, you have something bombastic about to happen afterward. When you're doing something that's weekly or on a very tight schedule, that becomes a tool in your arsenal.
Yes, I understand that part, but I also think it's a tool in pacing. Like
Yeah.
there's a bunch of functional pieces of that too.
You don't need that stuff. Like you set up your establishing shot, something like this, and then you don't need to have anything behind it.
It's a cool creature design.
Yeah. I mean, as you could tell, we're getting to the end of the story, so you have to pull out your big baddie.
Looks good.
This is your big baddie for the whole story.
You can picture filling that in black. The classic character design thing is like, does it work in silhouette? And that's a good looking silhouette.
Toriyama, he designed a lot of the characters for the Dragon Warrior games. Just has such a knack. He's that kind of cartoonist that we all share a bunch of common traits, but then if you are exceptional at like a couple other things, you become like one of those unicorn creators. He's absolutely up there. For my taste, Toriyama is up there with Mobius and Otomo, and any of those other kind of legendary unicorn creators.
That's a fabulous spread.
This will be the title page for... Actually, I don't think that's quite the last chapter. But you could see, man, our boy is without his cape, without his goggles. Like he's been run through the ringer a little bit. Let me show you the main bad guy. Look at that fella. And he would have been a general who was around, kind of giving the orders way back in the day whenever the big cataclysm occurred. So he's really the main bad dude.
Are the parallels to Fury Road too great to ignore?
Every time I was reading this, man, I was like...
I mean, even this guy's a bad guy feels like, what's his name, Joe?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just don't have a bunch of pregnant ladies getting milked.
That's the original part of Fury Road.
Yeah. But this video is more or less an announcement to let you guys all know that Sandland is finally back in print if you didn't get it in its original American iteration in Shonen Jump, or if you didn't get one of the first 3 printings. They were very expensive because supply and demand is key. You know, people wanted this book and it was not available. But as of April, I guess, as of the indicia here, it's back in print. It excited me to see that it was available because it's been a long, long time since I read it. You know, I divested myself of those Shonen Jumps, and I never grabbed the trade paperback. So I jumped at the chance to get my hands on it, and I implore everybody else to check this comic out, give it a shot, buy it if you think it looks good. If you're curious to read it, maybe it's at your library, but definitely worth your time.
Yeah, this is one I will buy the next time I see it.
Good to go, Jimmy?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily YouTube channel, and we may have already covered some of your favorite comics. So hit the little magnifying glass on the Cartoonist Kayfabe page. Pop in your favorite comics into the search field. See if we talked about your faves, man. And if we didn't, please put something in the comments so that we know so that we can bump up your choices higher. Nah, let me figure out how this is. Put something in the comments to let us know what comics you're digging, and that could rise to the top of our reading list.
I do make a list of those things. Like
Totally.
I have my list of potential pools, so whenever I see those comments, I do add books to the list.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon for the King Kayfabers to mitigate the Kayfabe effect. 3 different levels of support there, and ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, can you please let the people know what you got?
Yes, absolutely. Plain Jane's first young adult graphic novel. These are books that are in print that you guys can pick up now as you're watching the videos. Street Angel, Deadly Squirrel Alive from Image. This was out of print for a while. It's back now. 8 complete stories and available wherever books are bought and sold. Hulk Grand Design, one of the most audacious things I've ever made. I believe this is out of print or damn near out of print. So pick this one up sooner rather than later because no guarantee that it'll ever even be reprinted, let alone when that might happen. True Crime Funnies. This is a self-published comic. It'll be out at Baltimore and available on my website shortly thereafter. You can buy the PDF now on my website or join me on patreon.com/JimRugg where you can download and read it for free. And Street Angel Princess of Poverty will be out later this year from Image Comics. And combined with Deadly Squirrel Alive, this will collect all of the Street Angel comics that aren't in Deadly Squirrel Alive. So together they are a set that completes the Street Angel comics so far, anyway.
The time has come. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is getting closer and closer to comic shops. This is collecting all 4 volumes of the Hip Hop Family Tree series. To date, it collects 140 pages of additional material that was not published in those first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. Coming out in October, this is going to be a heck of a Christmas item this holiday season, but it's not going to be the only Christmas item that I have available in stores soon. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is going to be coming out in November, collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design work, which is semi out of print at this point. So it'll be a way to get your hands on all of it in one clip. Red Room is my current comics project. There are 2 trade paperbacks out right now, Red Room Antisocial Network and Red Room Trigger Warnings. The latest Red Room series is called Crypto Killers, and issue 3 of Crypto Killers has a backup feature showing off my daily comic strip characters in their kind of prototypical form. My strip is called Switchblade Shorties, and I'm serializing it now exclusively on my own Patreon. but I'm going to be putting it out on to the wider world probably January 1st of 2024. So keep an eye out. If you want to read it ahead of time, hit up my Patreon. Jimmy, what else do we have going on?
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Given those marching orders, we'll be on our way.
Read more manga.
Gotta hold it. Boom. Let me get some sips right quick. So you notice anything in the chat about like how they hit the spoiler stuff? Like, did they mention anything?
I dig the spoiler solution from Klaus. Some people said they'll turn the volume down.
Yeah.
I think that's the best thing to do. I figure we'll shoot a couple more videos, and then maybe we'll shoot our shorts, and then I'll do the Klaus video as my last video.
Okay.
That way, at least everybody can get most of this before they have to decide if they want to tune out or whatever. And there'll be some talk in the beginning of that video.
We'll say the word spoiler when we start to get into it.
Because I want to talk about the book and sort of around the book, too, before we dig into it.
Actually, I'll do this Megaton right now. There will be a bit of a game to play when we do that Clouds book also, man.
I haven't been so excited for a book in a long time. It's one of those that my favorite stuff is often the stuff that I want to read criticism of it.
Right.
You know? And that's going to be one that I think is going to have some fun conversation around it.
Got to see what Ken Pereal has to say.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get another Terry Gross Klaus. But I will be curious, like where he goes and talks. Like we may have to try to get him on here to focus on it and talk about it.
I almost said her name when we interviewed him. Like there's that part where I was like, man, when you're on there with civilians,
graphic picto illustrated fiction. That was the most awkward moment in an interview because it was her first question.
Yeah,
he's like, it's kind of a joke,
right? Just totally dismissing her, and like that's that perfect thing. Like you see these prank shows and stuff where like they'll lease a space in a airport and get like Walmart shoes and shit like that, and put like $500-$600 price tags on these shoes and have some like beautifully graphically designed like new brand kind of thing, and you have these like rich people like buying this shit and just like, oh yeah, you just can't get this quality anywhere. It's like that Terry Gross fell victim.
Yeah,
to a rib.
I used to listen to her all the time, like maybe early podcast, pre-podcast days. Just listen to NPR feeds and stuff, so I had something to hear. So I listened to a lot of Terry Gross, and that's a tough job because she'd be talking to like Jay-Z one episode, right, and then like some judge, and it was such a broad, like culturally and historically, like what she needed to kind of have some knowledge on,
right?
Yeah, and you're bound to trip up several times whenever you're jumping around that much.
Yeah, and the thing is, we only notice like the pretentious ass Pringles can mustache motherfucker has no idea that it's corny what she just asked. It's like when we were on the news, like on that thing when that lady was like, okay, so you do comics, but what do you think of graphic novels? Right. Like, I had people in Japan clowning that shit. When I was in Japan, they were like, she doesn't know anything. Like, it was so funny, man. All right, dude, let's do it, man. You just tap. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're a daily YouTube channel. We talk a lot about comics. There are more than 1,000 videos up there right now, and we may have talked about your favorite comics. So hit the little magnifying glass on the Cartoonist Kayfabe front page, search for your favorite comics, and take a look. We might have chatted up your favorite comics, but if we didn't, make sure you put something in the comments ASAP so that we can add to our reading list or move stuff to the top of our reading list. We have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon, 3 different levels of support there. If you're at the top level, King Kayfaber, you have access to the live stream recording session when we're recording our week's worth of videos. You get all the videos before anybody else. That mitigates the kayfabe effect, which is what happens when we put a video out to Gen Pop. The comics that we talk about often go out of print very, very quickly, or they disappear on the aftermarket. Jimmy and I are going to be at Baltimore Comic Con this year. We look forward to seeing you there. without further ado, Jimmy, Moneyball, comics' greatest talent scout is Gary S. Carlson in the pages of Megaton, and Image recently put out this collection of Megaton archives that is a collection that I've been wanting since I was a little kid, buying Wizard magazine or the Overstreet like encyclopedia book that showed the bibliographies of my favorite creators, and seeing that Eric Larson, Rob Liefeld started out in the pages of Megaton. Already by that point, the comics were prohibitively expensive, and there was no way I was ever going to spend that kind of money to see the first appearance of the Dragon, or to see the early ads for Youngblood. No way, up to this point on the channel, I think we've read 3 issues. We've done 3 videos of 3 different issues of Megaton, but finally the day has come. Image Comics has put out a suitable trade paperback of a bunch of issues of Megaton.
What took so long? It feels like this could have been published at any point from like 1992 on. Any point past Image's creation, this could have been published and been relevant.
Totally.
Better late than never, I suppose.
So when you talk about the Talent Scout stuff, we know Eric Larson, we know Rob Liefeld, but check this out, man. Super early works from Butch Geis, Angel Medina. He'll take over Spawn at a certain point. Mike Gustovich, who was ubiquitous in the 80s scene, took over Star Slayer after Mike Grell, I remember. I don't know Frank Fosco.
I believe he was the guy that was drawing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that Image published in black and white. I think that is one of his credits. It's definitely a name that I come across.
And S. Clark Hawmaker, who goes on to be a Continuity Studios guy.
Did Nomad, the ongoing series, issue like 1.5? Like, I don't know if that dude couldn't handle deadlines or what, but I loved him. I was a mark for like the 1.5 issues I got out of him. Very much in that continuity style. And I think it's Hawbaker.
Right.
That may be one of us is wrong here. Me or the cover of this.
Right. It felt wrong saying it that way, to be honest. And it's stacked. Check this out, man. There's Ken Landgraf does the Berserker story.
Ken Landgraf, as a Berserker artist, is a match made in heaven.
Totally.
Berserker was such a cool character and had his own book too, and I picked those up, over the years in dollar bins. But man, Landgraf is the perfect artist for Berserker.
I would get some of these. Like, I got this Megaton at a flea market, but getting these things just for these ads, like this would be the first appearance. We talked to Rob, and he actually got Todd Klein to do that logo for him in 1986.
Yeah, amazing.
This might have been one of the issues that we looked at also with the early Rob Liefeld. And what was cool was we interviewed Rob, and he mentioned that on Gary Carlson's site, like, he still had copies of this for cover price. We did the interview, and before we put the interview live, I ordered a couple copies. That's how I was able to get it, because these are comics that are ramped up in price on the aftermarket. But just like everybody, right? Like, we all have inventory of our own stuff. Gary Carlson has some inventory, a couple boxes of his stuff left.
And his stuff is very much, it's superhero comics.
Right.
Like, I would compare it to something like an Americomics.
Sure.
One of these companies that starts publishing in the early 80s, and a lot of this talent crossed over in both. Larson worked for both of these companies, but it was kind of legit the way you would work up, through those indies to get to the Marvel DCs.
Gene Day is in here.
Amazing.
1983 is when we begin, and it looks great to start. It looks good.
Yeah, a lot of these guys would go on to figure out where their styles fit into the house styles of Marvel and DC. So when you look at this stuff, the fundamentals are there.
Here's your Gene Day pages, and it just looks freaking exquisite.
Unbelievable. Just absolutely unbelievable.
Carlson got the eye, like, he got some good people. I wonder, he must have paid.
I assume he did, yeah. And he must have treated everybody okay. Because, here he is working with Larson for decades after early publication.
Yeah, one of those great things, man, of kind of paying it forward.
Here's your Landgraf art.
Unmistakable Landgraf, huh, Jimmy?
100%. 100%. Always loved the Berserker logo. Like, that's a font now.
But there's always something about Landgraf, man. And this motherfucker can't draw within, like, the proper dimensions and shit. You know what I mean? Like, he's the only one with a margin. But this does look like magazine.
I was going to say, definitely magazine
So
size.
maybe it was first heading for that.
I think he draws fast, too, so no time for those little details. Right?
So much black on the page with him.
Yeah, he feels like he came out of that Neil Adams school of like whatever the art is, or Wally Wood too. I'll give you the Ken Landgraf effect, and it's that ink everywhere.
Here's that Eric Larson Juvenalia.
Yeah, and Larson does a fair amount of work
in every issue, pretty much. Here's your Frank Fosco. Looks like standard fanzine stuff. Definitely the lightest weight dude of them all.
You see a transition, like when we start covering the Comics Journal in the 70s, the fanzines are sort of working their way out.
Right.
But it was a place where like that next tier of artists would come up. And then once the direct market shows up in the late 70s, early 80s, now you have the publishers that are able to do it. And they take over a lot of that fanzine heavy lifting, in terms of where these young artists might be published.
Excellent back matter to kind of explain the genesis of these characters and stuff.
This says story and art by Gary Carlson, so you're getting to see his hand there.
Yeah.
And it feels like that 80s self-published kind of style.
Yeah, he could have
power comic.
He could have gotten a lot of work with Chris Silver. But that's probably it, man. Probably a smart decision is kind of like lean on the writing.
The graphics are pretty strong. Like when you see these covers, I think that's a striking cover.
Yeah, like look at that, man. That looks complicated to reproduce.
Yeah. Yeah, you wonder how that's even generated.
Don Simpson, Dandy Don showing up in the pages. Dude, in one issue, Eric Larson got such a better hand at inking.
Yeah, it does not take him long to start to see Eric Larsonisms show up in the work.
Yeah, shit, right there. Those big hands, Kirby style.
And is that Mighty Man making an appearance there?
Looks like it, huh? Yep. Vanguard, you see a bunch of these characters. And of course, like come issue 3, there it is, dude.
Huge.
First appearance.
Massive. And this is your S. Clark Hawbaker. And it was a B in the credits on this issue.
Yeah.
And you can see it's a heavily photo reference style, which spoke to me in about, 13, 14, however old I was when Nomad's coming out.
Sure. I think we got our cover image. I know, it's just a version.
Yeah, it must be him on the cover, though.
Yeah, there's the S.
Big old S. Yeah, that's strong stuff. Like, I still look at this and enjoy it.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Superhero imagery. Really great use of the black and whites, too. We looked at early Mike Deodato Jr., and he had some of that quality of just a good grasp of how to do black and white art.
Totally, man. And I mean, this is a high contrast photo. But then he's doing that stuff that Neil Adams did with Mike Hinge in the pages of Heavy Metal, like this kind of style, this psychedelia.
Mm-hmm. Strong stuff, again, for an 80s black and white comic.
Very possible that this could have been portfolio pieces that he showed Neil Adams. Look at that, dude. That's a striking piece of graphic design.
Almost manga-esque in the reference to that gun.
It does look like it gets away from him a little bit there. There's something happening there that I just don't know. A little unreadable.
I'm a Mark II for having mechanical lettering put in.
Yeah,
especially at that time when that's probably like Letraset rub-on letters.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's playing with some materials.
And with page layout. This is still coming out of that time period whenever the grid was the enemy.
Totally. And it gets away from this dude a lot in terms of the storytelling. Like he needs a Neil Adams to kind of set him down and be like, listen, kid, I could do that stuff with the panels. And even Neil Adams can't if you look at some of those X-Men pages. But a lot of floating heads. Very designy. The guy's fucking around, he's adventurous as a creator.
Who do we have here? Story and art. Ken Meyer Jr. I feel like he made a pass through the Marvel DC. Like maybe a Marvel fanfare.
It doesn't quite ring a bell.
Maybe a Marvel Comics Presents.
Sure.
I love that they include stuff like the letters columns and things too. That's always a nice thing. And people that are packaging this stuff take note. Like all that ephemera has value.
Absolutely. I still want a collection of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles editorials.
Oh my.
That's a classic one. This thing gets reprinted so much. I think there was a Berserker comic collection, like a collection, but it was just like an issue length in like the 90s. It has this, it has some of the Rob drawings and stuff.
Did I say Angel Medina, I think, also did a little bit of the Berserker art?
Right.
It's like a 6-issue series, and it's hard to pass it up for $1 when you see it and it looks like this. It's just so... It seems like it should be the perfect over-the-top 80s kind of thing.
Shouts to David Browers, man, who sent us a copy of Megaton 3, which we did a video on. First big appearance of Dragon.
Oh, that's neat. They have a color insert.
Maybe it's the back cover.
There's your wizard redo edition. I think we
Right.
got one of those too floated through.
Yeah, man. So you could check out the video where we did this episode of Vanguard versus the Dragon.
These kind of portfolios were such a big thing in the early 80s, early direct market.
Totally.
And I look at most of them now and it's just, I think like, who's buying that?
Yeah.
And it might be just because product has so filled the shelves at this point that there's no room for this. But maybe back then there was very little coming out and somebody was scooping it up or else they wouldn't have kept doing it.
Totally. And I think it was just a great moneymaker for the cartoonist, you know, to have like a $10 thing that's like 5 drawings rather than a page of comics.
Yeah, or a good moneymaker for the publisher. I feel like Tim Vigil told us stories about Chris Silver's portfolio sells.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the color inserts are a nice choice. Surprised they could do that and keep the prices where it is.
Like I said, I think these are just the back covers of those issues.
But it's nice they reprint them in color.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course, yeah. You know how it goes these days. Here's your distributors at the time: Heroes World. You'll see names you recognize: Bud Plant, Capital City, Diamond.
Man, I want interviews like of everybody. Like tell us how this business went. What the territories were, right? Because that was the thing. Like a lot of the distributors were regional, almost like you'd think wrestling or something, because they would get like the drop shipment would come to them, and then it was like your stock in the West Coast, or
Right.
Wherever you were located at. I don't think I realized how much Dragon was in this.
Yeah, once he's introduced,
issues worth.
he's in there, man.
And Duoshade, it looks like on Dragon.
For sure, dude. Do you think that this is like when Turtles comes out?
This is, I mean, there are panels like that in Savage Dragon 1.
Unmistakable. You know, he gets more confident with the inks and stuff, and maybe this is maybe even somebody else inking, but those eyes are Larson eyes.
Mm-hmm. I feel like they were trying some stuff that maybe wasn't camera ready.
Right. Such a great collection. Once again, man, this is a collection that I was chomping at the bit for 20 years, and I'm just so thankful that this thing exists.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this stuff. Whenever this is like your 80s version, the 90s, of course, the Big Bang stuff, it went through Caliber and Image. A lot of the same characters, the Megatons, and a lot of these characters that Gary Carlson owns would continue on into that universe. Even had crossovers with 1963.
Right.
Which is really interesting because I think of like all the superhero universes that come out, and especially in the early 90s, everybody tried them. And Dark Horse and Malibu and all this stuff, they lasted for a season or something.
Right.
And like this has gone through several publishers, still being reprinted today, and it's kind of like the little engine that could.
This is fun because this has that like American manga type artwork. Oh, Gary Thomas Washington. I have comics that, man, it might have been called Americomics, but it wasn't It wasn't AC Comics. I forget that logo.
This stuff's neat because you see the little bits of not just manga, but also like Art Adams, like in forearm shapes and maybe a couple of the dashed lines and things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that art looks so familiar to me. I bet I've seen something with some of this art.
You definitely have. Yeah, I have some comics. I always like this dude's comics.
It's so funny to see these ads because like I've been going through a lot of 80s material and a lot of these ads are in that stuff.
Right.
That Wild Man, flip back one. This Wild Man is another place where I believe there's some Youngblood, like an ad or something in this first issue of Wild Man. And I always loved that cover. I think it might be grass green on that cover, but yeah, this is the issue we looked at.
Man, that's ambitious. Angel Medina showing off right there. 3-point perspective, crowds of people. He's good. I think he did one of the like Infinity stories in the 90s that Jim Starlin wrote.
That would make sense. He did a little bit of Hulk. He was on Hulk for in the 90s for, I don't know, a small run. You get the white Zipatone.
Love it.
It is fun too seeing like what people do to get the most out of black and white.
For sure. And you had a lot at your disposal that you could fool around with to try to make that stuff happen.
So much of that skill is not one that is seen much now. There you go. How about that?
Yeah, dude. Can you name some names, Jimmy?
Are we naming characters? Sentinel, right? Sci-Fire?
Photon.
Riptide?
Yes, sir. B.
Brahma?
Yes, sir.
Cougar? Sci-Fire?
Sure.
We'll keep trying this. I do not remember her.
Well, she becomes part of the MLF in Marvel, and she's called Tempo
Interesting.
in like the new Mutants comics. Cover, so it's inked by Ordway.
That's interesting too, because like, how old is Ordway? I always think of him as this older dude, but if they're coming up together, he's probably within 5 years of Liefeld's age, I'd imagine.
Right. And this is the Rob Liefeld section, man, lettered by Grass Green, who is ubiquitous on the black and white ground level comics scene.
Like I say, I think he might have drawn that cover of Wildman.
Yeah, that might even be just his character. And here's the Rob stuff. We did a video on this.
And you can definitely see a lot of Rob in these pages too. I always like that whenever somebody is very stylized, has that style going from the get-go.
When you see pages like this, printed like this, like you realize the importance of spotting blacks and how necessary that was, because this is kind of just so gray.
It is. It also makes me think of the computer color that Image kind of pioneers. You can see how this art would benefit from that.
Rorschach would not like this panel right there. Mm-hmm. That would set him off.
Man, this is kind of nice. I like that extra material.
Really good back matter to describe where everybody comes from. We're getting deep.
Wow. That's awesome.
I actually have this issue.
Yeah.
Super early Dan Reed. Character designs. Great package. Fantastic comic. And if you are of the Wizard generation and you lusted after, all those very expensive Megaton comics that you could never get your hands on, well, you could get them all now in this Megaton Archives Volume 1 collection. I wonder what the heck will be in Volume 2.
Got to get into the Big Bang stuff, I would guess, because I think this collects all the Megaton issues.
Right.
So that would be, I think, the next evolution of what Carlson's doing, like Night Watchmen,
right.
Like some of those characters would spin off and stuff, and really feel like they grow out of the 1963 Image idea, because there's a lot of Silver Age reference in those comics. So interesting guy in terms of like doing fan superheroes,
right,
at a time whenever almost nobody did superheroes, and for longer than a year or two, it seemed like was about as long as you could string out a superhero publisher.
Right. And
Gary Carlson figures out how to do it over decades.
Great book, highly recommended. You saw it for yourself, man. So scoop it up if you're interested. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, so give the front page a search and see if we talked about your favorite comics. We've got more than 1,000 videos live as we speak, and we might have talked about your favorites. If not, put something in the comments. The Patreon is there for the King Kayfabers to mitigate that kayfabe effect. So if you support the channel at that level, you'll be able to get all the videos before anybody else. You'll have access to the you'll have access to the live stream recording session where we're putting all these videos together. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, can you let the people know what you got?
My next release will be out in November. It's Street Angel Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. This will collect all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive is back in print. It was unavailable for a while, but now you can get it wherever books and comics are sold from Image Comics. Plain Jane's, the first young adult graphic novel. Hulk Grand Design, one of the wildest books I've ever worked on. You can kind of see it there as the Treasury with fluorescent green on the cover. Marvel really produced this as well as I could have hoped. So one of my favorite design objects, and I believe it's out of print. So if you guys haven't picked it up yet, scoop up those copies while they still remain, because no guarantees it'll be back in print anytime soon. And my latest comic, True Crime Funny, self-published 3 nonfiction stories. You can get the PDF on my website or on patreon.com/JimRugg, and reprints are on the way for anybody that missed out on that first printing. I expect to have new ones by Baltimore.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you in October. 500 plus pages of content. As you can see, giant spine. collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there today. It's the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, so we had to do this up in hardcore fashion. 140 pages of additionals that were not in those first 4 volumes. Coming out in October, plenty of time to get a copy for the hip hop lover in your life for the holidays. Another holiday selection that will be coming out in November is the X-Men Grand Design trade paperback, collecting all 3 volumes of my X-Men Grand Design comics inside of one handy dandy trade paperback edition. Get that for Christmas for the X-Men lover in your life. And Red Room is my latest comics projects. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there today, but we're serializing the 3rd round of Red Room comics. It's called Crypto Killers, and in this 3rd issue, if you go to the handy dandy centerfold, you'll see the strip called Latchkey Kids, which is a proto version of the daily strip that I'm working on called Switchblade Shorties that I'm serializing exclusively on my Patreon right now, but I'm going to put that out to the wider world probably starting January 1st of 2024. Jimmy, let the people know a couple other ways they can support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel.
They can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also buy Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Hold it. Boom. Good. Got the issue of Ronin?
Yep. The that Megaton collection makes me think, what other collections can we get?
Right.
From because think of the obscurity of that.
All that Aircell shit.
Oh yeah, Aircell. Like I say, Americomics, I feel like they sit on a library of stuff that if it were easily available, I would certainly dip into it.
Yeah.
Man, there's got to be a bunch though. Any of those companies that went out of business, like Kamiko probably has some stuff, although those rights are just ruined.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder too, what kind of contracts, if any, were associated with Megaton that you can reprint that, because that's often the sticky stuff.
Right.
But there's a bunch of that stuff that I want. Like Blackthorn published a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe not that I want, but there's probably some stuff there that I want.
Roach Mill.
Roach Mill, definitely. That was
a Roach Mill trade paperback.
I think they might have done a collection like a Kickstarter kind of thing not too long
cool.
ago. I think I might be wrong on that, but yeah, there's a bunch of those series that you would think would be out and about. Is there a good Tick collection? Is there a good Flaming Carrot collections? There's so much of that stuff that the time is now. Make this stuff easily available for us.
I wonder if they still keep the Tick in print through New England.
Yeah, I don't know, but it certainly, man, that was a big comic for me when I started finding those.
I never
just loved them.
I never saw them in the wild.
I always thought as big as the superhero movies are, there's somebody's going to make the comedy superhero movie that's built because Tick, Flaming Carrot, there's a bunch of these comics that were legit funny, superhero, and I don't think anybody's done it on the big screen. And they're all good. When you first find the Tick, it's the greatest comic you'll ever read.
Right.
And I think you could capture that flavor. Somebody could. The first person in line can.
Right.
I'm surprised that hasn't been done yet.
Because you never saw Blank Man.
Ooh. Alfred Comics says there is a great Tick trade paperback of all Edlin's work.
Yeah, it's good.
And it's still available. Less than $40 on Amazon.
Yeah, I got the 2 trades and 2 issues for 11 and 12.
Yeah, I think I have just the issues for that whole series, but there's a lot of that stuff out there that seems like it takes the superhero genre and, makes fun of it, really. And why not? It's pretty... Any good genre is rich for that. If you've got well-defined tropes,
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. You just turn them on their heads.
I've never seen Blank Man. Is it pretty good? Legit good?
I love it, but see, I'm a big In Living Color dude,
Sure.
So I love Damon Wayans and David Alan Grier and stuff. And the other one that
I
rocks,
bet that movie is a wild one to watch now.
Dude, if you watch In Living Color, not one skit
Right.
can be there's the one that had if you remember, it was 2 years in a row. It was Washington Redskins versus Buffalo Bills, and they would do every channel had their own halftime shows, and the Fox halftime show was in living color, and it would so you switch to that channel and stuff, and then it has the clock to tell you when to go back to the other shit. And
Boy, that clock should have been total kayfabe.
right. yeah, the slower. Maybe it was. So like it only aired once because it was live, and it was men on football, like with their little hats and shit. And David Wayne says, "Garcon, water boy," and then the guy's like squirting the water all over his face, and he's just like trying to catch it with his tongue out, like, and it's all squirting all over his face. Unbelievable. Also, more often, like in that first season, where they were pretending to be the hey man, the Jamaican family that has a million jobs, and they're talking like Jamaican. He'd be like, "Oh, you lazy blood clot," and like that's literally pussy, period pussy, blood clot. I mean, that's what the blood clot is. And just like, you just know it's like stodgy white dudes at like, what is it? Something in practices. What do they call that? Like the,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Something
regulation, something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That they were like, oh, blood clot. Yeah. Like a scab. That show's incredible, man.
Standards and practices.
Standards and practices. There you go.
Thanks, Alfred.
That's cool. Is it okay to do this, Jimmy?
Yeah. Yeah, you can flatten it out. Get it good.
Well, we'll do that when we bring it in. Ready to go.
Did you lock it?
Do it again, just because now I'm paranoid.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We put out daily videos of comic book content, and we have more than 1,000 videos live on the channel right now. Chances are we might have talked about your favorite comics. So if you hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, search for your favorite comics, you can maybe find a video of us talking about that comic. If you don't, though, please put something in the comments. We will bump the best comics up on our reading list for future episodes of Cartoonist Kayfabe. We have a Patreon where the biggest supporters of the Patreon have access to an exclusive live stream recording session whenever we get together, produce our week's worth of videos. They get all the videos before anybody else. That mitigates the kayfabe effect, which happens when we talk about a comic. It often sells out online and in comic shops after we cover it. So you get first dibs on the things that we talk about. And Jimmy and I are going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con this year. We hope to see you there and wear your Cartoonist Kayfabe shirts. Without further ado, Jimmy, let's continue our coverage of Frank Miller's Ronin. We are on Chapter 3, and look at this exquisite cover by Frank Miller and Lynn Varley. It doesn't look far different than some of those Elektra Assassin covers or that Elektra Saga covers, the reprints of the Frank Miller Daredevils that came out around this time.
That was one of my early Miller. Like, I probably had Elektra Saga before I had the Daredevil issues.
Yeah, it was the cheapest way to get your hands on that stuff.
And they were awesome.
Yeah.
They did look super cool, too. And that was what would speak to me in the early days, because I didn't know anything. It was just like, what looks good? Those covers look sharp, just like this. And it makes you think. Those things capitalizing on Ronin's
1,000%. It's the same format in terms of page count and stuff, because, it would collect 2-3 issues and kind of be sturdy and thick. And I think swear to God, it was formatted really closely.
I think it was. I think maybe even that square, like almost the design even being the same is wild to think about.
Let's jump right into things. And one of the things that was noteworthy with this issue compared to the previous is that Miller's attention to the line is different. It used to be, in the first 2 issues, it was like when we're in the gritty urban landscape, we're going Goseki Kojima, Lone Wolf and Cub type line work. And when we're inside the, what do they call that thing? The
Aquarius?
Yeah, when we're inside Aquarius, we're going full Mobius energy. Or more accurately, probably heavy metal energy. And that kind of goes away this issue. And Frank Miller's getting more and more experimental with the drawings.
As evidence right here, where we are seeing basically duo shade, I think pretty much shot. Because you get a little bit of the browns from the paper, and that's what you're seeing is like this video footage of what happened with the Ronin and whenever the first security team was trying to pick him up. it's implied in the previous issue, and here we're getting more of like what actually went wrong there. Pretty neat to see this though, and it feels like a bold idea on the part of Miller or Varley or both or DC or somebody that was like, hey, let's try this because it's pretty neat. Miller did a lot of duo shade, and we see it in the Frank Miller Artist Edition. It's weird the way it would kind of brown and color and look, and I think that he was just like, yeah, let's put it on the page. I love that idea.
Yeah, totally. Definitely very aware of his spreads. So he's building this comic by the spreads, the left hand and right hand pages facing one another. I guess we still got a little bit of glimpse of the Kojima kind of line work here.
You do. The very first page, it wasn't as apparent, and it felt like almost we're blending things together.
And it's going to go away completely, this issue. In fact, one of the things that was very, very interesting to me going through this issue, Jimmy, is that now when you're putting your work together and you're inking, I don't know about you, but I don't think in terms of line as much as like what it is I'm drawing. I am drawing a wooden fence, so I need these lines to communicate wood. I am drawing hair, so I need these lines to communicate hair. I think Frank Miller is completely conscious of line the entire time, which is a completely different thought process than I or many cartoonists have.
I would bet that's true. I think he was working with Dick Giordano, who, a classic, one of the all-time great inkers. And we did an interview with Miller as he's working on Ronin, and he's talking about learning to ink. So, I think that was something he was very conscious of, and you see it throughout here. And, look at the lines on some of the duo shade pages, these, like, video monitors. Again, it's a different line than what you're seeing in, like, the present.
Totally.
It's funny to think of how much experimentation is going into his biggest project of his career up to this point. Like, let's try this. Let's experiment with line. Let's experiment with duo shade, color.
It's totally what this is. It's a chaotic work, and I think it's a necessary work for Frank Miller to have played around with this kind of stuff, because you do see wood shedding occurring that shows up in Sin City in this very issue even.
Yeah, it's disappointing in a way that this is not a direction that Marvel and DC go, of like fostering creative experimentation.
Right. This made me want to bust out the artist edition again, because this looks to me, you see the big dots and stuff.
Yes.
That he did this piece small and it got blown up for the spread, because those are very thick lines.
I would be curious even to just pull out all of these 2-page spreads next to each other and see, like, is he duplicating some of them?
Yeah.
Because it's such a repeated image, and I don't know, we talked about it in the previous videos, I don't know what information we're gleaning from this, and it's a lot of real estate, man.
Like,
there's probably a single issue's worth of comics of these 2-page spreads throughout the series.
It really looks like Aquarius is becoming just like a cancer.
I wonder if that's what you're supposed to take, and if you looked at all the spreads, if that's what you're seeing, is it like spreads into streets and is almost swallowing up buildings? Which would make sense, because one of the interesting concepts so far in this reread to me is that this computer's alive. It's biotech, and it is growing. It repairs itself. There's a sequence in here, it might be coming up soon, where they talk about it is like putting roots into the ground to pull literal minerals out of the earth in order to facilitate its rebirth.
Yeah,
rebuild.
Said it before and we'll say it again, but this is a bleeding edge comic, so it's got to create the rules. And when we came into comics, there was already a kind of a language established, and you certainly see it in places like Watchmen, right? Where Doc Manhattan has his own captions and Rorschach has his own captions. So the bubbles that don't have tails is the computer talking to Casey in this case. But we could have done well to have just even, 25% cyan on those bubbles to kind of separate the two. It would add some visual variety, and it would be 100% abundantly clear that it's the computer talking.
I would have liked balloon shape, attention to balloon shape. You mentioned it in the past video of like maybe they're rectangles for the computer.
Yeah.
I could even see different shapes between the Ronin and like the humans here. There's a lot of things that could have been done there. But you know what? You talked about the ink line being different. There is a super fine line that he's employing in this issue that I don't remember. At least it wasn't used as much in the first 2 issues.
Yeah, no.
And I love it. I'll point it out whenever I see it where I'm really excited by it. But it does feel like, again, a guy who's learning to ink in his own words. And maybe responding to certain parts of it, maybe even the sensual part of it, because that fine line is a feeling, you know,
Right.
like you're putting very little pressure on the paper, and it comes across. It feels like a different drawing style almost.
And this is where I divorce myself from saying that it's his Mobius style, because you see this kind of style in heavy metal, and it'll be guys like Kaza and some other Europeans of that fashion. So this is heavy metal style.
Reading wise, the parts that I don't like about this issue, because I'm kind of still iffy. I'm not sure how on board I am with all this. There's a lot of racism, and I get it. There are like the races are who run neighborhoods in New York, so
Right.
it makes sense that you would have racism between these groups.
It's over
but
the
it's
top.
very, very ugly.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a very dark world, and it comes across, you know, clearly. Like in this case, we have a black man and a white man tied to this post in a hole. We're going to see more of that hole as this story unfolds, but there's some kind of underground creatures, you know, chuds, right? Cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers coming up and feeding on people, and the above ground people that are sacrificing them kind of acknowledge, like, if we just keep feeding them, they don't totally come up above ground. I don't remember that subplot from previous readings, so I'm curious to see like how this unfolds, and it's going to accelerate by the end of this issue. But another one of those like wild ideas.
What's funny is that's in Daredevil also. Whenever
You know how there are documentaries on the subterranean dwellings of people in Vegas and New York
absolutely,
City and stuff like that.
See the documentary Dark Days. Yeah, it's gorgeous, but it's very heavy metal, right? Like that thin line, the pastel colors.
That's another one. You know, man, I saw so many comments about try to get Lynn Varley for an interview. I would love to talk to Lynn Varley about this stuff, because she does. You compare this color and then Dark Knight color. She was bringing so much to the table with color, and I wonder how much of it was directed by Frank Miller.
Yeah.
How much of it was her contribution, what she's thinking with this. But color is becoming bigger and bigger in this book to me.
This is still written in Jim Shooter style, so you have it, at least up to these 3 issues. Every chapter has an explanation of what a Ronin is. It's Frank still has that stink of every issue somebody's first issue, and it's written that way, in that serialized way. Also, this is an example of a comic that is very much plot driven. So we're not really building the deepest characters, or so I think that one of the things that people kind of push back on, or they just don't get as invested, is that the Ronin is, we're standoffish to the Ronin. You know, he's almost like a phantom of this comic in a way, and we're not getting deep with these other characters either. We're kind of watching a lot of stuff happen, but there's no real investment as a reader in any of these characters. Do you agree with that?
I do agree. And earlier you mentioned something, not this video, but previous conversations, about, as a writer, intention and obstacles.
Yeah.
And I wonder what the intention of any of these characters are, like, up to this point. And I get it, as the story's unfolding, we're seeing some intention, self-preservation, maybe on the part of a Ronin who's been transported through time. But it isn't necessarily clear that was something Miller starts with in this. And I think that illustrates some of the characterization, because action and what your goals are, what you want, that helps define a character, and we don't really have that spelled out in a way that, like, that was priority 1 or 2.
Yeah, like if we have 3 main characters here, we have the Elon Musk of the company,
and it's worth noting in this issue he was possessed by the demon in the last issue, so we don't see the demon in the demonic form, but we do see it in the form of this Elon Musk leader character, who up to this point Aquarius was supposed to be no military, no weapon. He suddenly changed face now that it's the demon possessing him. You can guess that he's in favor of, let's weaponize this thing and go global.
Yeah, and it's all about monetization. It's like, we're not going to invest in weapons unless that would take quite a bit of money to overcome these feelings. So it's largesse, you know, like, give me some money, we'll go into that. So that's his trajectory, is he's getting deeper with weaponizing this Aquarius project, and it's with foreign governments and things too, man. So he's supplying the world. That Casey chick is just kind of getting deeper into the conspiracy a little bit, and the Ronin tames a horse. So like that's That's what happens this issue, I think.
Yeah, it's a strange issue.
Because so little happens in so many pages.
A lot of setup, and I get the impression like this book's kind of running on almost out of Frank Miller's control. Like I don't know if this was tightly plotted from issue 1 to 6.
Right.
So at this point we're kind of in the forest looking for paths and
it's
finding our way as we go.
And it's that thing, you know, like when I made the X-Men deal, it was for a certain amount of pages. All right, dude, here's the deal. You know, you get 250 pages, 260 pages, whatever it was. Have at it. So Frank got his page count ahead of time. You know, this is not the way a book should be built. And why would Frank, who might have 50 pages of story in total, why would he not kind of milk it? And, well, if you got 300 pages for me, I'm going to use those 300 pages. But that is what it reads like.
Yeah, there he goes to a black bar and starts a fight with that group. Basically, he's going to be working for both of these warring groups.
Yeah, and this is his effort to endear himself to the Nazis.
Yes.
So he's going into the black bar, calling out racist stuff. Ends up getting into a scuffle, and it was all done by design so that like the neo-Nazis see him. What do we say, Jimmy? What is one of the tenets of the cartoonist kayfabe rules of superhero cartooning?
Don't show crying. Never quite works as intended, right?
Look at these lines, dude.
But, you know, like him crying is the characterization because Ronan barely speaks.
Yeah.
You know, says almost nothing, maybe 2-3 words. And then you see him crying, and I think that's an attempt at something that doesn't quite land.
No.
Like, if that's what you're building this character off of, we've got a pretty flat character. Like, I don't give a shit about this character.
Right.
I don't care if he lives or dies. I don't care if he goes bad. Like, whatever. I'm just not invested in him.
Yeah.
Give me a reason to cheer for him. I don't even know what he's doing.
Right. Dude, how about this line work? Far different from everything else we've seen on, to date in this comic. I think this might be where Rob Liefeld gets those Venetian blind eyes that he had during his New Mutant days.
Looks like it.
Carlos Esquerza comes to mind with these kind of square kind of hatches that are like these like, they're not even straight hatches. They're kind of like hair follicle type moves.
I kind of love this. You know, like the experimental part of the artwork for me is the big standout of this book.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's fun to turn a page and see something that looks like this.
And it's also very thin lines that like makes me also want to bust out that artist edition again, because I feel like the fidelity is probably much stronger because you could see the break from the print job here a lot. You know, like you're getting more information in those originals than what saw print.
It would be a good comparison on a page like this. Even just from the instructive part of what were they capable of printing and reproducing back then, because this is cutting edge production.
Right.
Lynn Varley, I feel like, is coming into her own as this series progresses, which is pretty exciting to see again on the visual side.
Yeah. Yeah, we started really starting to show up in issue 2. And I think the print job for that in the issue was pretty bad. Which got corrected in the trade paperbacks. But here are your chuds coming up, man. About to eat their sacrifices.
Man, I forgot about that Daredevil stuff. And there's almost like this is so reminiscent of a panel with Kingpin's wife.
Yeah,
that's that subplot.
This is really cool, man. Using those hatch lines for speed. This could be some of that manga stuff creeping in, but very specifically, Miller is not a weeb, like he's not digging into all kinds of manga. It's very specifically the Lone Wolf and Cub stuff.
Yeah, it's probably a lot of what was available in the early 80s.
Yeah, sure, but like the places where you would get that stuff, there was more available because he was getting it in Japanese. Like he didn't have it in English. Like in that Rogue that Ronin interview thing that we unpacked. He said that he loved the clarity of the storytelling because you couldn't read the words.
I think where he was getting it, and I can't cite this source off the top of my head, but it was like Continuity Studios had a stack of them that he walked out with, kind
Yeah.
of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So he may have been limited in what he could get his hand, what he got his hands on.
Right, but this would be the same time when Scott McCloud was going to the Kinokuniya bookstore in
He needed to follow
Manhattan.
Scott McCloud around.
And
He could have
it
showed
was
him
there.
some stuff.
It was there, man. It was there, and it was Larry Hama that brought those things to the studio. He name checks the bookstore.
I was looking at these marks too, and this would be another one. Go back to the artist edition because like he's just trying stuff. Like there's this fine line, and then these really heavy marks. And I was looking at that and going, is that a pen nib that he's pushing to almost the breaking point to get those thick dashes?
Totally.
I don't know.
And he'll do this stuff too. Like, where's that fuck scene, man? Where like he has his screen door texture, and then he like lightens it up and darkens it, and just puts the hatches closer. But check this one out. He's just doing like close together lines and then tapering them off, kind of like underground comics, like a Victor Moscoso or somebody. And every page, he's doing a little something different.
Yeah, I'd be curious how the editor's responding to this stuff coming in, because it's got to be make you nervous when every page has some pretty experimental visuals from the previous pages.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt that it was a disappointment. You know, like you commission this guy and you know him from a certain thing. I could see them feeling scammed, to be honest, man.
It depends, I think, on the expectations.
Right.
You know, if they were looking for something new, he's certainly delivering that.
Almost like Dune or something. Back in Mobius mode to a certain extent. But then you have these lines, which is the interlace from the screen.
This is a great sequence story-wise, because this is the inventor, right? This is the guy that came up with this software living computer stuff, biocircuitry. And now that it's going to be weaponized, he's not into this. And it's like, what's the contract say? And the contract pretty much says you can't do shit. And he acknowledges that and says, I could quit. That's about it. Man, it feels like you're talking about an industry that does not value talent in the Marvel DC world at this time.
I think it's an autobio piece.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man.
And if it isn't, it could be, because it still applies. Like, I don't know how much you've gotten into stuff, but just even in house repair stuff, like you get to a point sometimes when things aren't going right, and it's like, look at the contract, I think I'm right, but do you want to go to court over it?
Right.
Like who wins that? Yeah,
totally, man. And it could be as simple as like some stuff that he dealt with like the electric character. It could be stuff with you're deep enough in Ronin that that you're never, it's the same deal that Alan Moore got. You're never getting that copyright back.
Dude, it could be whenever you're picking up those Lone Wolf and Cubs at Continuity Studios, and Neil Adams is just telling you stories about artist rights and things. It can't be a secret, like he's working in studios with other cartoonists. Like this had to be a topic of conversation amongst the upper echelon and amongst the people that were looking forward to like, what can this industry and this medium be?
Right.
There was legal stuff that had to be sorted out if you were ever going to be able to make comics the way people were doing, the stories people were telling in other art forms. There had to be some legal evolution in comics to really allow that.
It's really fascinating, and this is Lynn Varley coming into her own.
Yes,
because like she's doing everything she can to give like a clear wash, which is like hard to do, but then you don't have to do that, and she never will do that in her future works. There'll always be some noise, some stuff happening, but like even that horse, it's a little uneven and stuff.
I wonder when she gets issue 1 back,
yeah,
and that she can start to apply lessons of seeing this stuff in print and what works and doesn't, because at some point it's got to come up. Like I'm guessing around this issue,
right? She see results.
Yeah, maybe issue 4, something like that. She's got to have issue 1 back, or at least have seen proofs for issue 1. And I'm just very curious. Like, it feels to me like she's evolved a lot from issue 1 to this point.
Yeah, definitely playing with more adventurous colors, but still keeping that wash. Man, it looks like marker. Some of it doesn't.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I wonder about all that. What kind of media she's using? These parts that would have been flat color maybe in other circumstances. You're starting to see less attention to like trying to make that flat. Like it's fine if there's some variation there. That'll print okay. It's funny to see the horse and think about Dark Knight Returns.
Totally. There's a Frank Miller group on Facebook. I just joined it, and some guy got hold of a 1972 fanzine that Frank Miller published with like another dude or two, and he's drawing comics with horses in them that early, which to me is like extremely freaking ambitious.
I wonder if that goes back to when westerns were huge, because westerns as a genre go up until what, mid 70s, certainly early 70s are probably still, you know, if you're coming up in the 60s, you're seeing western as a legit thing.
Yeah, but it is like this is like the what who was it, man? I think Gil Kane making fun of guys like Frazetta and stuff for drawing carousel horses.
I feel like just run the poll through this one. And now we have our security team is what we're fighting between the horses and the security guys. I love some of these visuals, you know, like look at this as a spread. It's awesome looking. Not the most exciting story, but awesome looking for just like comics that don't look like any other comics. And especially at that time, this would have been like a different art form if you pulled this off the rack on New Comic Book Day.
Yeah, it almost looks like CF, Power Masters Comics or something. Introducing even newer lines than we've seen. You know, we're at page 40 of this issue, and we're getting different marks than we've seen previously.
Do you think those are intentional in that he is being shocked, right? These are all tasers that are hitting him.
Right.
So do you think that's an intention of like, how do we show like electricity, like he's being shocked?
Yeah, maybe. I think that some of it carries on, but we'll take a look. And it looks like it might be that damn those lettering nibs. You know, it's got that blunt edge, and then you just kind of, if you go to the edge, because it's blunt but it's flat here, so like you go to the blunt part and then bring it up to the flat.
Whenever I was asking about like these marks, it crossed my mind that he was doing like a lettering nib with those, because they're these heavy almost dashes on some of them, and the other ones look like your Hunt 102 or even possibly a Tech pen. Yeah, I don't think any tool is off limit. If he's thinking of it or has access to it, I feel like we're going to see the mark on one of these pages.
We're in Sin City.
Yeah.
We're there, dude.
100%.
He made it.
It's even black and white.
Exactly.
Like even then Varley backs off and is like, all right, take a look at what you want to do in the early 90s here.
Like, look at that, dude. That's a Sin City drawing.
It is 100%.
In 1983.
Yep.
What's our indicia say, man? November 1983. He made it.
Now the tears are starting to be blood tears.
He's got the mask, dude. And then we go to Clearline as he kind of slowly comes to, and the haze of Lynn Varley's color like really helps sell that also with those brushed out edges.
And here's our Nazi and our African American have found a common enemy.
Yes.
So now these two gangs are disposing of our Ronin as well as the Aquarius security team.
Yep.
And what do you do with that? We'll throw her down in that pit.
Right.
Is the first order of business, and that leaves our Ronin to like clean up the mess a little bit, and then is attached to Casey, which probably goes back to Ronin being Billy, who was originally in Aquarius and apparently had a crush on Casey.
Right.
It's almost starting to overcome the Ronin influence.
Look at the interesting texture in that first panel by whatever color media Lynn Varley is employing there. It's almost like that page is drawn on different textured paper because it doesn't carry over.
Yeah, it's strange, although you see some of it like in the backgrounds here, so it could be, again, just something she's experimenting with. Maybe seeing a little bit of those results from issue 1 and saying, like, I think this will work.
But it's just the lines of the paper. It's a different... Very curious. Anyhow, is this our guys jumping down the hole?
Yeah, very cool image. One that I remember seeing in some promo stuff. Possibly even... No, I was thinking it might have been a cover image or something, like a back cover image, but not on this edition of the trade.
There it is, man. Chapter 3 of Ronin. And I think we identified some things that as a reading experience doesn't land so much, man. The intensely plot-driven aspect of it, I think, is a barrier to most people, because it's good to have a character to kind of lean on when you're going through a narrative. It's more fun to draw plot-driven shit because it's a lot of fights and you're introducing a lot of cool stuff.
Miller is doing so much in this attempting so much in this series, and both writing and art, right? Like he's essentially doing a graphic novel here, which is not the standard Marvel DC stuff. It's not what he did in Daredevil.
Yeah.
So that's new. It's all original characters, so that's new. As ambitious as the artwork is, I think the writing is also that ambitious. You can see the artwork, like that's exciting. With the writing, I feel like there's a lot that he's learning on this that may not be paying off in Ronin, at least not so far. And that's harder to kind of like gauge.
Yeah.
The artwork, if you changed out the English language, if you just erased the word balloons, I'd still be excited by looking at this art.
Yeah.
But story-wise, I think it's like a guy really swinging for the fences. And we know he's going to be hitting home runs for the next decade. But I think he's learning a lot probably in this.
Well said, man. Good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily YouTube channel. And this is the third chapter in Ronin. We have 2 other Ronin videos out there. Just take a look at the Frank Miller playlist that we have. But also, there's a search feature on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Search for your favorite comics. We might have done an episode on one. And if we didn't, then put something in the comments. Let us know what comics we should be covering in the future. There's a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon and the King Kayfabers on our Patreon. They get access to all the videos before anybody else. This comes in handy when we talk about something that you want to get and you want the cheapest copies. The King Kayfabers get first dibs on it all. We're going to be at the Baltimore Comic Con in mid-September, 8th, 9th, 10th. Is that the dates,
Yes.
Jimmy? I'll figure it out at some point. Look forward to seeing you guys there. But ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, let the people know what you have.
Coming out this November will be Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, from Image Comics. You can start to pre-order that one now, and that collects all of the comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, also from Image Comics. Put the 2 together, you'll have a complete set of all of the Street Angel comics that I've made up to this point. I self-published True Crime Funnies, featuring 3 nonfiction stories, including 2 wrestling yarns. That is available as a PDF on my website or on patreon.com/JimRugg, and I am reprinting that now. So if you missed out on the print edition, it will be out again soon, hopefully in time for Baltimore. Plain Jane's the first young adult graphic novel, and Hulk Grand Design, which I'm showing books that are available right now. As far as I know, Hulk Grand Design is out of print or unavailable at the distributor level. I still see them in comic shops. I think they're still available on Amazon. If you haven't bought Hulk Grand Design yet, what I'm telling you is pick it up sooner rather than later, because if it is out of print, no guarantee it'll even be reprinted, let alone when that might happen. So pick that one up. It's a book I'm very proud of. You can see it in the picture, that fluorescent green. It's a pretty unique book on your shelf. So grab that if you haven't already, and help out your local comic shop if they have one sitting on their shelf. Take that home with you.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in time for the holidays. It's scheduled to come out mid-October. It collects the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there in the wild today, but there's 140 pages of additionals that we're putting in here because it is the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. It's the 50th anniversary of hip hop culture, so we had to do something special where this comic is concerned. Not the only holiday comic coming out this year. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is going to be coming to you in stores in November. It's collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works, and there is a volume or 2 of that completely out of print as we speak. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings, and right now we're putting out the last season of Red Room Comics, Crypto Killers. It's going to be a 4-issue series in total. There are these stories are all completely self-contained, but this 3rd issue has a prototypical version of my daily strip that I'm going to be putting out in 2024. I call it Switchblade Shorties, but at the time I made this comic, I called it Latchkey Kids, and it's going to be a hot key when the time comes and I start to put out my daily comic strip, man. So make sure you get issue 3 of Crypto Killers at the very least. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have going on.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Bada bing. What happened?
I just have lots of comics. I'm trying to think of how this is going to proceed. I'm going to bring a whole box over there.
I'm gonna make a fresh tea real quick, Jimmy.
Yep. So the plan, guys, I'm going to shoot a couple of videos here before we do Monica. That way, if anybody wants to completely avoid any spoilers, you'll get the bulk of today's session before we get to Monica. So I think we're going to look at, next up is probably going to be top 5 Aliens artists. I don't know how much you guys were into Aliens, the Dark Horse series, but they were some of my early independent comics, and man, I think that Dark Horse just nailed it with the artists that they picked for those books. And I have a bunch of those, and I figured it would be fun to check those out and celebrate some of those great artists that drew the first round of Aliens before it went back to Marvel. So give us a minute here to switch up. Also, rattle off some of your favorite Alien artists if you're so inclined. I bet you we're covering most of them.
I hope you didn't cheap out and not have your Dennis Bouvet guy show up.
Dude, I love him.
Yeah, well,
He's in my top 5.
Well, I was just saying, I can't wait to hear you say his name, basically.
Oh, that is the reason that I would skip out on it. Aliens are one of those series that I always end up finding in dollar bins and things, and often am shocked by the artists who have drawn Aliens over the years. And hopefully we'll surprise you guys with a couple of artists that maybe you don't remember or didn't know actually did some Aliens. Also, I think that I missed an issue that I meant to pull. Oh well. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then you can switch over the iPads.
The last video that we're going to put together is the Michael Golden Artist Edition.
Oh shit. West Coast Day Vengers, I asked them about their good Alien artist. Mentioned the Walt Simon Alien movie adaptation. I didn't even think of that whenever I was putting this together, because that is a really good.
Yeah.
Have we done a video on that?
Not really. I think we showed something off in as like movie adaptations in total.
I think they did an artist edition of that too. Maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have the artist edition.
But it's it might not be IDW. It might be like one of those like
Yeah,
Titan books or something.
Come on, Rob. You know what? To be fair, I am going to preface this as a Dark Horse Aliens.
Yeah.
Maybe I won't do that. I don't know, but I could do that to help out on the Simonson oversight. Oh, it's not Legacy anymore.
Yeah, it's done. You could just delete that shit. I'm glad we solved that problem with the remote.
Yeah, we would have been in trouble otherwise. What if you hand me that coffee cup? I'll throw it away. And I think this is your water.
I just grabbed this one brand new.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, I guess this one's mine then.
Yeah. Yeah, because I drank all mine. This is Bernie Merlot or somebody? Oh, that's Doug Monk. I've never seen these. Man, this is beautiful. We got that the new Den Corbin book. That'll be an episode for next week. Printed beautifully. But it's funny because the cover, it's Den jumping up on this like reptile creature, and there's a big titty lady in the back, and they made sure to. Did you notice that they made sure to print the Den cover a little dark so that the titty lady, like, you don't see her naked so easy.
I didn't examine it that closely.
It's because it's a famous image, you know, and it's very light, but like they definitely fussed with it a little bit to just because it's America and not France. This is beautiful, man. I never seen that before.
Yeah,
he goes real European.
There are probably a couple of good artists that I just don't have represented here. You know, I don't have a comprehensive collection of this stuff, but I like Doug Monk. This one, I don't know whether to show any of this off or not.
Is that Kelly Jones?
It's it's kind of like an all-star cast where they're doing like a page each.
Yeah, no, that's great.
And I remember wanting this real bad, and I finally got one, and I was kind of disappointed in it.
Mm. Yeah, because
it's
the color
thing where everybody does like one.
Right, and the color just makes it all the same. It doesn't look special at all.
It sounds like it should be the greatest thing ever. Like I said, I would see like who drew it, the list, and I'd be like, oh, I gotta get that, I gotta find that. And when I finally found it, I was kind of like, meh.
Yeah, pretty whack.
You know, like, what if this is your page?
Right. You should still show it off, I think. And when you make the thumbnails, I think you have the number in the thumbnails, top 5, whatever. Even if we look at 10 things or 5 things or whatever,
yeah.
7 things. Sergio
doing, and he gets to draw the xenomorphs. I just couldn't do a project like this and not get to do the xenomorphs.
Right.
Like, that'd be awful. And I can't figure out, I think this is Mobius, but I was pretty underwhelmed by that too. It was like, you know, you buy this for Mobius, but there's almost no Mobius in it.
Yeah, pretty late period for him.
Yeah. And they also don't label, like,
the page.
Right. Like, I'm not sure who's stupid. What. So that makes it a little bit hard, too.
Yeah, bad editing.
So this one's a tough one to talk about. There's Bissett doing stuff.
Yeah, that's hard as fuck.
I may gloss over this one. Wow.
10 DPI.
I don't know what I'm looking at there. Just low res, right?
Extremely low res. It looks like a fucking print on demand artist alley comic.
Yeah, that one's strange. We'll see. I want to start off with a banger, so we might do,
that's a comic that probably got built in a week.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I picked up them Stokies, man.
Those are a fun one if you find them.
I got them as they came out.
Oh,
I
yeah.
had them on my pull list.
He's got a lot of work out there. Like if you start digging around, it's kind of surprising what all he's done. He's done some Batman stuff, like annuals where he does the whole issue.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think he's done at least 2 of these big Batman stories that are contained in an issue or 2, and have like he's doing color and everything.
Yeah,
you know, like it's stoked.
He's a cartoonist, man.
All right.
You ever see that? There was that Godzilla stuff that he did.
Yeah, that stuff's sharp. I guess I'll mostly do these in order.
He's the guy that made me feel more comfortable about using fine liners, because I think he's just a micron dude.
Yeah.
But Jeff Darrow's a micron dude.
Yeah, that ought to make you feel fine.
I didn't know that though, because he's able to taper that. You know, he's got like some wrist action to give you a little needle tip at the end of each of the lines. I was talking to him yesterday, man, and sent him the strip that I finished yesterday, and he's like, God damn you, man, I couldn't even finish. Like, I barely got this like street corner drawn, and I'm like, a fucking Jeff Darrow street corner takes a village, man. Like, you're just rubbing it in.
Yeah, that guy doesn't need to explain anything.
I'm not 100%. Why don't you just put one there? I always forget if I did or didn't. I'm sure it looks good.
Yeah, it looks sharp.
Ready when you are, Jimmy. Good?
Yep. Hello and welcome to your favorite daily comics YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And this is a daily video series where we look at comics history, our favorite artist, and lots of other topics related to comics. So if you're new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, welcome. And we encourage you, if you're looking for your favorite comic book or creator, check out our archives by going through the search engine on YouTube. Look up your favorite book. And if we have not done a video on it yet of our over 1,000 video archive, let us know in the comments below. We'll add it to our list for consideration, and hopefully you'll see your favorite video soon. Today we are looking at Dark Horse Comics Aliens series and the best artists that have drawn the Xenomorph over the years. Should be a fun video to dive into.
You know something real quick? We're good now, but like when you say search, like you should be very specific, because on the front page of the YouTube, there's a search up here that's YouTube as a whole, and then there's the magnifying glass for the channel. So like if they search for the top, like they're not getting our shit, they're getting everything. So just to keep in mind for the future.
All right, everybody, before we dive into this Aliens video, I want to remind you that you can see us at Baltimore Comic Con, September 8th, 9th, and 10th. I also want to let everybody know that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon, where we show our videos to our patrons ahead of time, which will allow you to get ahead of the Kayfabe effect, which means if you see a book on our channel that you want to add to your collection, they tend to disappear quickly or go up in price. So if you're a Patreon, you get first dibs at those books. You also, at the King Kayfaber level, get to sit in on our recording sessions, which has become a lot of fun. And one of my favorite parts of Cartoonist Kayfabe is the back and forth as we record these videos. So check out our Patreon, see what level works for you. And now, Ed, let us begin. Dark Horse gets the license for Aliens, and their very first out-of-the-gate book is by Mark Nelson. We have a video that looks at this series in depth, so I won't spend too much time on it, but I do want to show it off to anybody that's unfamiliar with this series. One of the greatest duo shade examples in history of comics, as far as I'm concerned, and kind of bucks the trend of licensed books. I feel like up to this point, licensed books had kind of a reputation of not being great comics.
Right.
What would happen is you'd get the license and say, we're selling this book based on aliens. And I'm sure that's true. But Dark Horse went a little bit further and got a bunch of really good artists and writers and creators to do these alien stories over the years. And right out of the gates, the very first offering, a fantastic looking book.
Yeah, this has a dear place in my heart because it might be one of the first trade paperbacks of comics I ever seen. It was at the Barnes and Noble, so it had regular bookstore distribution, and to see that duotone art, it totally baffled me. I do remember that the trade paperback was pretty expensive, which is why I never picked it up at that level. But I went to the Walden Books and looked at it all the time.
Yeah, it's a fantastic offering, and it's, I think, maybe their only black and white aliens comic. So a little bit different from most of the books that we're going to be showing today, but definitely a standout in my opinion, and one of those early indie books that like showed you didn't have to be a guy breaking into comics to work on the indies, but you could be a very accomplished illustrator doing indie comics work, which was exciting for me as I started to get away from Marvel and DC. Very much a gateway drug into some of the indie stuff. So their follow-up, they go and they hire the artist from Warlock 5, who I absolutely adore his art, Dennis Beauvais, and I think that's a French name, and I am butchering it, and I do apologize, Dennis, for that. But he was doing like airbrush painted work in Warlock 5, but it was black and white.
Right.
Whenever he gets this Alien series, he continues to do that painted style, but now he gets full color and really kind of gets to go to the next level. Love his art. Didn't do a lot of comics. I think he went into the film direction, but this is a chance to kind of see him shine, and again, gets to play with all the crayons in the coloring box, and it kind of shows. And I think this is another great idea early on in Dark Horse's, transition into a bigger company, finding these top-notch guys to make their aliens books look good. So if you're interested in aliens and you pick this up, I think you're probably happy with what you found.
Absolutely, and they became kind of like legendary comics. Alien, Predator, Terminator,
Yes.
like kids freaking love them, man. Like I had a lot of friends who would have like a run of Predator and nothing else.
Yeah, it was very easy to pick those books up if you wanted something else, and they kind of delivered a bit more. You don't see any comics code stamp on this cover. You could get these books that were probably not a hard R book, but definitely a harder edge than what you were getting with your typical issue of a Spider-Man or Batman comic at this time, because these are early 90s.
We were into that shit, showing incinerations and stuff that. Like we'd be like super on that stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Very inventive. And again, if you go from the two first Alien series, the black and white duo shade, to a painted book, they don't even look like Marvel and DC comics at that time.
Setting a high bar for sure.
They also had a really good eye of finding these young creators, right? So this is some of Sam Keith's first work that I ever saw, was Alien Earth Wars. This is John Bolton doing the painted covers, by the way, not Sam Keith. But whenever you get inside here, this is 1990. So I'm not sure when he shows up in Marvel Comics Presents, which is the first, or Hulk fill-in issue, the first Sam Keith that I saw. But this would have been right around that time, if not a little bit earlier. And it's full Sam Keith.
Yeah. Yeah, he would have done Sandman before this. I think that's 89, but he's clearly more mature right here. And probably just trying to figure out, how he wants to set up his career.
And he probably has the chance to do some comics here that, again, don't look like Marvel and DC. I remember seeing the first Sam Keith on that Hulk book and thinking, this doesn't look like a Marvel artist. Yeah. This looks like something different. He gets to go do Aliens and gets to lean into that something different. You see a lot of influences in Sam Keith that are outside of the house styles of Marvel and DC, but on a book like Aliens, man, you can put all of that to use. The horror influence in his work fits perfectly with this, and I think he shines on this comic.
In this one,
pointillism. Yeah,
he uses this one Clint Eastwood image that I've seen maybe 6 other dudes use. I see Mark Texiera use it. I think Derek Robertson. One? No, it's not. Okay. I would like to find it if.
Yeah, I'll flip through this because I do think this is top notch Sam Keith. And what these guys have to do is nail the xenomorph.
Right.
And you see it again and again, and it really just drives home how great that original design was. But not an easy one to draw. Like, I bet you if you got tasked with doing an Aliens book, first you say yes, and then you spend some time trying to figure out how do you actually do that alien design. And I would love this. Like, this was one of my favorite character designs in here. Just all of the rendering, super muscular dude with the giant gun, but also the bald. It's Hulk Hogan.
Right.
Like 100% that's a Hulk Hogan.
You know what's fucked up? You just got 3 issues?
I do, yeah.
Okay, it's in the 4th issue.
It can go no other way. I didn't realize this was that early, though, 1990. And, man, those bulletin covers. Really classic stuff.
Absolutely, man. I mean, he's pulling directly from Giger.
Yes.
But able to bring like the Boltonisms to it, because you never see Giger like do humanoids or anything.
How exciting is this too if you're kind of into comics but really into sci-fi and horror, and you walk into the comic book store and this is what you see? Like, a smart move on Dark Horse's part, because they're delivering what you're promising on this cover, but again, it doesn't look like anything else. And if you're a new company, I know there's a lot of wrestling talk where it's like you can be less than WWF, you can be more than, or you can be different than. And different than is the thing to do, because you're not going to beat them at their game.
Right.
And I feel like these Aliens and what they did with the license for Aliens really was an attempt to be different than the Marvel DC kind of machine. Which, again, it's what you should do. All the people that decide they're going to do their superhero universes, how are you going to beat this company that's got 30, 40, 50 years of that under their belt?
Totally.
All right, so here we go. Alien Hives, 1992, and art by Kelly Jones coming on board. Once again, man, maybe found the perfect guy for this. I love it. I just love this.
It starts to become more identifiable what you need in an artist, and you need an artist who is not afraid to use black. It's very important.
Yeah, we've looked at some Kelly Jones stuff in videos in the past, an artist edition where it really shows off his ability to spot blacks and play with shadows. But man, you're seeing it here.
You know what's funny is you could look at it, you could tell that the unfortunate thing with a lot of these comics, kind of like some of their downfalls, is that they take the exact stuff from the movie and they jiggle it just a little bit. They change one piece, so you get a lot of like playing the hits, but like with one little difference here or there. So it's like, I just saw that Ripley looking chick. I just saw that we're on like a space mechanic kind of thing. All that same stuff. It's like, is there no bigger universe? But obviously, that would require you to invent stuff for them that you don't get to own.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know that it's too... If you're trying to sell this to people, and maybe people that aren't your typical comics readers, you probably don't want to stray too far either.
Yeah. Like personally, it got real boring, because I got like the first 3. Like I do have Hives, but I never read it. But you identify these things when you read enough of it. It's just like, geez, okay, so this is the Danny Glover in this Predator comic.
Yeah, they're certainly, these early ventures are not going too far outside of that universe that the movies had established. And was it just 2 Alien movies are all that are out up to this point?
Oh, geez, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just Alien and Aliens.
The Winona Ryder gimmick.
Yeah, I'm not sure when that comes out. Mid-90s, maybe. But boy, I think Kelly Jones is a fit for this.
Absolutely. And there may have been toys. I know that like in the 70s, that alien figure, like all my bros who are like 10 years older than me coveted their like Evel Knievel figure and like the Xenomorph.
Yeah, it always surprised me whenever I would hear of the alien toys. Because it's like...
Is that before your time?
I never had any. I mean, I didn't even get into Alien until, like probably after Aliens had come out. So... No alien toys for me back in the day. But I don't even know how you could have an alien toy. Like, it just seems like, what part of this is a kid-friendly, the toy collector market makes sense. But, man, these things would have been just bizarre. Almost looks like the Sam Keith is.
Yeah, for sure, man. Ridley Scott just recently revealed, there was a teaser trailer for the first Alien. And
great covers by Kelly Jones on these.
The camera comes down, and you see the ovum of an alien on this terrestrial surface. It's literally a chicken egg sitting on top of a brownie, and it's just lit in an interesting way as the camera pans down. But like the terrestrial is a chocolate brownie, and it's really bizarre. It's a chicken egg.
How inventive are people whenever they're working with those kinds of materials?
Yeah,
like in the pre-CG days, like coming up with that kind of stuff, really.
Is this John Byrne?
This is John Byrne. This is 1992, at least the cover art, probably 1993 release.
Are you sure it's not 1963 with this Marlon Brando character in the back there?
You know what's funny is this looks like it breaks away, at least the cover, and feels like a 1950s horror movie, as opposed to like we're on the alien ship and stuck in outer space.
Yeah, the aliens are clearly on Earth, man.
This is interesting to me. This is one that I found much, much later. It's 1994 is the date. I didn't remember John Byrne doing an alien story. So this is one of those, as you dig around and start to find some of these back issues, there are so many of the alien comics, and for the most part, they're at a high level. So you find something like this that's a surprise and kind of makes sense, but also doesn't at all. Like an alternative world where John Byrne's doing alien comics. The funny part is this almost looks like something now that you could imagine Marvel doing, with like a Marvel artist now that they have their license. And I realize Marvel comics look different now than they did then, but it's still like John Byrne is such a guy I associate as like that Marvel type artist.
Yeah, it's that period too where he's doing his own lettering with his kind of Walt Kelly style, the paste up computer stuff.
And was doing a lot. This is probably nearing the end of his Dark Horse time. I'm trying to think of when he goes back to like Wonder Woman at DC. Maybe 95, 96, something like that. Yeah. 97 even.
He definitely has that same style where he's using, Sharpie brushes.
But he was doing
thick ass.
Like all Dark Horse work, there for a couple of years.
Man, it's such ugly textures, man.
This looks like white on top of stuff.
Yeah.
Putting white on that. Putting white on a lot of this looks like white media.
He's fast, man.
He is fast.
And sometimes that's not a virtue, really.
Right. But it does get you off the spaceship, so a little bit of a different chance here. But also early computer coloring applied to him, and strange in some of these textures, like how much value range you're getting on like a jacket, like a leather jacket that's going all the way from white to black.
Or that kind of stuff. I know that Dark Horse had their own color department, but the color is not too different than what those Wonder Womans would be. I actually had a subscription to that. Like all my issues of Wonder Woman have the crease down the middle, getting stuffed in my mailbox.
So there you go. To give you context, is where he's at in John Byrne's Next Men.
That's pretty much towards the end, huh?
It's getting there. I saw him in 95 at Mid-Ohio Con. 94 maybe. You know what? This is just about the end, because I think I was talking to him about the last issue, I think was delayed, and he's like, I turned it in on time. Don't blame me for it being late. But it would have been near the end of that Next Men run. So also probably near the end of the John Byrne Dark Horse run. But kind of an interesting artifact. I wonder if that came out of like Dark Horse Presents possibly, and that might be a collection of like a Dark Horse Presents story, because they would do a lot of alien stories in Dark Horse Presents.
Yeah, it's true. And they also had another comic that we always forget about, just called Dark Horse Comics.
Yes.
And Dark Horse Comics was like all licensed stuff.
And it was color. It was the color anthology for them.
Yeah, it would be like a 10-page Predator, a 10-page Terminator.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it came out of one of those, because there's a one-shot. It's almost a way to take 2 bites of the apple.
And I don't think Dark Horse Comics lasted very long.
No, it comes up. It's a speculator, when the bubble's big, and then it kind of goes away whenever it bursts within a couple years. So Alien Salvation, written by Dave Gibbons, penciled Mike Mignola, inked Kevin Nolan, an all-star team, and we do have an in-depth video on this one. But I mean, you can see from the cover, amazing stuff here.
Great comic. The first time I read it was for this channel, and I was so happy. Clem Robbins on lettering and Matt Hollingsworth. That's the cleanup hitters on Preacher.
Yeah. Like I say, we have an in-depth video on this. I think it's a really fantastic standalone story and a bunch of all-stars working on it. So check out that video to see maybe an Aliens by Mike Mignola that hopefully a few of you at home, that's a new book for you, something to look forward to next time you head to the comic shop.
It was a new book for me and a revelation.
Whoops. All right. Here we go. Richard Corbin.
A new revelation. I don't know this comic.
Oh, awesome. Can you think of much of a better fit than Richard Corbin taking his turn at Aliens?
Oh man, we're gonna have to do a bigger video on this, and I'm actually not gonna look too much because I want to do a deeper dive on this one.
Well, go ahead. I'll do a quick flip through. This is 1997, and John Pound is doing colors, and this is kind of like when Richard Corbin is really coming around and does some Dark Horse stuff, does some DC stuff, ends up at Marvel. So this is when he's kind of like making his rounds there for about 10 years or so, doing a bunch of work for hire, and like I say, to me, a really good fit. Look at that mauled up face reflected in the blood pool on the ground.
Yeah, he's very inventive with that kind of thing.
And one of the things that you get with a lot of these Dark Horse comics is you don't always see much of the alien to start off with, and why not? Like it's Richard Corbin and it's Alien, so you know you're going to sell the first issue, and now you want more of these aliens. They're so shiny.
And yeah, like look what he does, dude. He puts a reflection in there, and all the Alien comics we saw, like there was never any of that. He's so inventive that way, you know. Like that's one of the things I appreciate about him the most.
It's a great concept because it makes it almost metallic.
Yeah.
Like as if the alien is not horrific enough.
It's very wet.
Yes. Yeah. Shiny. Just gross. And the painted covers are really a nice piece
because that is all Corbin, you know.
Exactly.
It's not John Pound.
And this guy, man, almost the most compromised position you could imagine being in. Just terrible looking. So kind of a cool one. And this is one that I found much later after the fact. Wasn't aware that this was published at the time, but then started to find it later on. I think I might have found one in a discount bin.
Right.
And then it's like, for Corbin Aliens, I tracked down those other issues as soon as I could. And you're starting to see more of the xenomorph as the series goes on. But a pretty good fit, I think, between artist and subject matter.
Yeah, really nice.
Here's one, Doug Monk, who did a lot of stuff at Dark Horse, such as Mask is probably the big thing that he's known for. I always liked his work.
Yeah, super strong.
And I thought, like, what a great version of Alien right from the get-go. An alien queen, kind of restrained, hopefully restrained, but that's your opening setup with him. And I don't know whether the Alien books, how they sold, if this was a reward, you know, for a loyal artist, that you get to do an Alien book and get whatever comes your way in terms of royalties. One of the things that I have heard from some of the Alien creators from the Dark Horse era is that once Fox was acquired by Disney, I guess, and Marvel gets that license, that the royalties go away.
They do, yeah, with every licensed thing, man. Like, I was going to work something out with IDW once, and they were like, dude, we could hook you up here, but if it goes away, if it goes to some other publisher, like, we can't do any of that. Like, we can't build anything else into that. This Doug Monk work looks a little different than what I'm used to, and it feels very Darrow-ish, except when we get to these pages with the blacks and stuff. But when you're inside that ship, it's a very clear line. You see some Monk marks and things, but I'm feeling Darrow influence on this.
Yeah, I could
with these
see
kinds
that.
of things. Now he is a noodler, no doubt.
Yeah, I like his work, and at some point we're probably going to have to look at some of the Mask stuff, because I think some of that's... I have quite a bit. It's spotty what I have, you know, issue here, issue there, but I have enough of them that we could look at a pretty big sample, and I have the Lobo Mask crossover, which, you know, pretty important to me, and that's Doug Monk. I would definitely look at those. I think they're really fun comics and showcase his artwork really well. So here's another one I just recently picked up. This is Alien Survival, 1998, and our artist, Guy Davis, which again seems like a very, very good fit. You can imagine he was doing, I don't know when he starts BPRD, but I feel like you see him do some creatures in BPRD, and you go, yeah, come on over, man. When you got a break in the schedule, we got an Alien script with your name on it, because his style just fits this kind of stuff. You know, I think Guillermo basically hired him to be a monster designer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's so strong, man. He's such a good cartoonist. He's so hairy.
Yeah, it works really good for any kind of monster, sci-fi, horror kind of stuff. And this guy, like, transforming into a xenomorph.
See, that's evolution. That's adding some stuff into the tapestry.
So, pretty interesting stuff if you're a Guy Davis fan out there. I mean, I certainly am. And
does he not do the covers?
No, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's just such a weird, dark style. I almost thought it was Gibbons.
Tony Harris on the covers.
Okay.
So, probably Starman or Ex Machina. I'm trying to think of where he's at that point.
Yeah.
Somewhere around that time period. But man, the marks are so different than all the other aliens that I feel like we've shown so far. Usually they're drawn very tight.
Yeah.
And Guy Davis, much less so.
Yeah.
Again, I think it lends itself to both a horror comic, but also the idea, like, whenever you have these scenes that are overrun with the aliens, you really get that chaotic feeling with his artwork.
Right.
So kind of a pretty cool, another all-star artist added to that Aliens portfolio as far as I'm concerned.
Good color built in there too.
Yeah, it's a good one. All right, man. The last ones that I have here to offer are the James Stokoe doing Aliens Dead Orbit. Relatively recent in terms of...
I had it on my pull list.
2017. Man. It's actually newer than I thought. I was
Yeah.
thinking it was a little bit earlier than that. But you see, story, art, and lettering, that includes color.
Yes.
And
there's a James, is it Stokoe? He does have a palette. And
Yes.
the palette has a lot of purples, pinks, and blues.
And still doing cartoony being able to do cartoonish expressions despite being able to do this kind of like technical, loaded crowd scenes.
He's one of those revelatory cartoonists. When he did Orkstain came out of thin air and hit me like a ton of freaking bricks, because it's one of those rare creators that shows up a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and he came from, I guess, nowhere. Like when Jeff Darrow shows up with Bourbon Thread, at least he had a couple of years of Hanna-Barbera and stuff like that. Not saying that would inflect upon the style, but the guy was a pro for a while. Like, James just came out of nowhere. So like anytime he has some new stuff out, it's on my list, and I scoop it all up. I think there were 4 issues of this.
Yeah. That's a great spread. You get that full page splash of an alien and a chest burster across two pages there. It's a pretty fun way to end it.
He evangelized me on the Micron, like using that as an inking implement, which I've been employing to good health fairly lately. I
think the first time we've seen like the chest burster coming out and interacting. That's pretty good. It's a good wrinkle in this.
It's a love scene.
Comics universe. Yeah, so very fun stuff there, and probably one of the last Aliens Dark Horse series, I would bet, judging from 2017. I can't remember whenever that Fox goes to Disney, but we're getting close to that time period for sure.
Yeah, look at that bibliography of all these damn books.
Right, that's the other thing. It's fun to look at this stuff because if you guys at home see something that really speaks to you, you can track down Aliens comics. They exist in good enough numbers that if you want one of these series, you can definitely find it out there. And that concludes my Aliens collection in terms of great Aliens artists. I know there's a few that I forgot, so that's something I invite our audience to fill in those comments with some of your favorite Aliens artists, because I think there's a few more out there.
Drink every time you see the name Walt Simonson in the comment section.
And again, I'm going to rely on the Dark Horse Comics publication to get out of that one.
Fair enough, man. Good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We put up videos on the daily, and we've covered numerous Alien comics in the past, but more than 1,000 videos exist, and we might have talked about your favorite comics. So hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Give it a search and see if we talked about your stuff. If not, please let us know in the comments which comics you want us to push to the top of our reading piles. We have a Patreon. At the Patreon, there are 3 levels of participation, and if you become a King, a Kayfaber, you get access to an exclusive live stream recording session. You get all the videos before anybody else. That mitigates the kayfabe effect. But ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, let the people know what you have.
Almost fell out of the chair.
I saw that, man. I saw that. I wasn't going to sell it, just assuming that you knew what you were doing.
All right, my next release is Street Angel Princess of Poverty. This will be out in November from Image Comics. You can start pre-ordering this one already, and it collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. So get Princess of Poverty and Deadliest Girl Alive, and you'll have the complete Street Angel set, at least up to this point. You can also find The Plain Janes, my young adult graphic novel. I like to say it's perfect for gift giving for our audience. Hulk Grand Design, one of the best looking books I think I've ever made. Hats off to Marvel for great production values, retelling the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk in an oversized volume, also featuring some of the all-time great artists drawing their versions of the Hulk in our back matter. So pick this one up if you haven't already, because I believe this is out of print and unavailable at the distribution level, but it's still in a lot of great comic book stores out there, so pick that one up while you still can. And my latest self-published book, True Crime Funnies, available as a PDF on my website or as a free read on my Patreon. And I will be reprinting this in time for Baltimore Comic-Con, where we'll be at the beginning of September. After that, probably be available in hard copy again on my website.
Christmas is just a couple months away as of this recording, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is going to be a great gift this holiday season. It's the 10-year anniversary of my comic. It's the 50th anniversary of hip-hop culture, so we had to do it up fresh for 2023. We're collecting all of the material in the first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, but we have about 150 pages of additionals in the back that are not in that first volume, so make sure you scoop this thing up. It is the ultimate statement on Hip Hop Family Tree. and it's the best book I ever made. But it's not going to be the only holiday book that I have coming out for the 2023 season. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming out. There's a volume or two of my X-Men Grand Design comics that is out of print. So the best way to get all those comics in one clip will be the trade paperback of X-Men Grand Design that will be coming out in November. I have 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out as we speak. And right now I'm working on Crypto Killers, the final Red Room book. In Crypto Killers 3, there's a backup feature called Latchkey Kids. And these are the characters that I'm exploring in my daily comic strip that I'm going to start putting out at the beginning of 2024. But I'm serializing them exclusively on my Patreon for $3 right now. And it's going over super well. But I'll be putting the strip out to everybody at a later date. There are some other ways to support the channel, though. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Let me make one real quick, man.
All right, guys, up next, we are going to look at Army comics, war comics. Not sure what the title is going to ultimately be, but these are comics that were, if not commissioned by the Army, they were published in Army publications or Army-related publications. And some great comics here. So I've been wanting to cover this for a while, and I think you guys are going to find some revelations in this group of comics as well. This is also one of those, I think of Warren Bernard as being somebody that we could revisit some of this material sometime whenever he's here, I think, for sure.
After this one, we do Monica?
Yeah. I'll do the commercial after this and then Monica.
Oh, yeah, right. Hey, dude, toss me that part that's underneath the megaton and all that shit. That's the thing.
You read any of Malcolm? Like
No.
in the past, have you ever come across it?
Mm-mm. This is such good design.
Jacob Covey. These things are so freaking obnoxiously sized.
Yeah. It's a whole new world, man. You good on that? On that camera?
Yeah, I think that's going to be good.
You know what needs to happen, dude, is open up a page now because it's going to focus on this shitty green. Okay. All right, we should be good. Bless Fantagraphics, man.
Yeah.
If they wouldn't do this, nobody would.
Yeah. I was saying some of these are topics to cover with Warren sometime.
Yeah.
I'm
All
sure
of
he
it.
would have some real insight on this.
Yeah, any of it.
These strips, I feel like, well, I'll say it on camera.
Good.
Yeah, I think I'm good. Hello and welcome to your favorite daily comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
We're going to be looking at 5 of the best Army comics of all time. And military comics certainly have quite a history as a genre. These are a little bit special because these are actually published by and for the men and women in the armed forces. So this is going to be an exciting episode. It's one I've been wanting to do for a while. Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily video channel about comics. If you guys are new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, welcome. And if you're looking for coverage of your favorite comics or creators, we have over 1,000 videos for you to search through, and we may have already covered your favorite comics or creators. If you go to the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, you'll see a little magnifying glass for a search. Enter in that comic book name or creator name and see if we haven't already covered them. If we haven't, please leave a comment below this video so we can continue building our list of books and creators that we should be looking at on this channel, because it is the comic book video channel. I also want to remind everybody that you can see us in person September 8th, 9th, and 10th at Baltimore Comic-Con, a great comic book convention for comic book fans. If you haven't been there, check it out. And if you have, we look forward to seeing you there this year. We also have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. 3 levels of patronage will get you access to our videos early, which will give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. You'll be the first one tracking down the books that we show off on these videos, which sometimes disappear quickly and can be hard to find. And they also go up in price when people start looking for them. So join our Patreon and you can be the first one in line before those price hikes take place. And at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get all of our videos first, and you'll sit in on the recording sessions, which really gives you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. So, Ed, we're going to look at 5 different sets of collections of comics that have appeared mostly in military publications. And I figured I'm going to organize them by chronology. So
Of war.
Yes.
I see.
So we're going to start with Bill Malden's collection of Willie and Joe. This is a series that Fantagraphics published in an amazing, do you guys hear that? It's like canvas. This could be like Army issued, at least the case. I don't even know what this is. I feel like I've had Army bags that are made out of this material. Design props go to Jacob Covey, a designer that we've interviewed on past videos that worked for Fantagraphics for, 20 years maybe, and did some really great design work over that time period. This box set up there with his best work as far as I'm concerned. And something that really put me over the top of buying this, because it was just such a nice, you can see, very thoughtful in its design. Bill Malden, meanwhile, one of the most celebrated cartoonists of all time, the youngest to ever win a Pulitzer Prize. I think he was 23 when he won a Pulitzer Prize for the comics that are contained primarily in Volume 2 of this series. But he joins the military in 1940, and right away he starts doing cartoons for his division, 45th out of Oklahoma. And what I have found in doing, putting this video together, there were like virtually every single army base had its own newspaper. Sometimes they were weekly or whatever, you know, they'd be produced on the base and stuff. But this is one of the great parts of this video is all of these books have a lot of context. There's a lot of extra material about the creators, about where these things saw print. And in this case, this intro is written by Todd DiPastigno, who did the biography of Bill Mauldin. I had the pleasure of watching him speak at an event at Veterans Day and talking about this cartoonist with a room full of veterans. Let me tell you, as good of a comics event talk as I've ever seen in my life. And it's always interesting to me to see comics that really connect with non-comic readers. And the story of Mauldin is just phenomenal. For one, great cartoonist, and was able to capture the infantryman. He was an infantryman, so able to capture that point of view. Like, he was in the European theater of war and was really, you know, going through the mud with everybody else and wishing he had dry socks for his feet, and able to capture that enlisted man point of view. Towards the end of his life, as Pastino was writing or getting to know him for, you know, as a biographer, he ends up in a retirement home, and there's a public, his story gets released publicly, right? That he's in this position, he's basically dying, and people start sending him letters. Over 10,000 people sent him letters, would send him clippings, because these comics meant so much to these enlisted men who weren't able to write home and capture what they were experiencing. But he would receive letters that would have like the old yellowed clipped out cartoons, because that's what the men would cut out and send to their family back home, and the family would cherish that. You know, in some cases the men didn't make it home, right. You know, and that was their experience of the war that they were trying to communicate with their loved ones back home. And whenever Mauldin fell ill towards the end of his life, those people were reaching out to him to let him know exactly what this meant to them and to, you know, both the men and the people at home. Pretty partway through the war, some of the writers back home, journalists, tap into what he's doing, and it sets him up for things like syndication and book deals, because this stuff, again, captures a piece of history as it was unfolding in a way that really couldn't be communicated any other way. This is one of those testimonies to what comics and what cartooning can really do, where it can transcend language and words alone. And with the help of you know, a couple of big news stories, Bill Mauldin becomes one of the best known. I think when he comes out of the army, they describe him as the best known enlisted man in the army. And it's a result of these cartoons that really spoke to everybody. And of course, Fantagraphics, they're going to put out a collection like this. It means we're going to get end notes on some of the comics that run through here. There's a lot of interesting notes on how they were put these books together, because they're printed, as you can imagine, very, very cheaply in a theater of war. There's no record of some of these things. So it was hard to put together a complete collection and try to piece together this broke down newsprint. But there are some originals and things, a lot of which ended up in the Library of Congress, so they are available for people to track down. So you're seeing like original art, you know, almost an artist edition of some of this stuff. And you also see him using different tools, because these are drawn literally in the middle of a war. So you used what you could find. You can see duo shade paper and stuff too. You know, like, it's interesting what materials he was able to get hold of at that time. But great notes and ancillary material around these. And this stuff was so popular that it actually got the ire of General Patton. And this set up a meeting between Mauldin and General Patton.
I'm sure he noticed the propagandistic value of the artwork and stuff.
He wasn't happy about it.
Really?
The way they were supposed to meet was no rank, is the way they described it. That meant we were going to have a face-to-face talk about this. And, you know, let's be honest. Now, of course, it's General Patton. I don't know if that dude ever took off the rank, but did not get along. And Dwight Eisenhower had to actually step in to stop Patton from...
Patton will fuck people up.
Yeah,
he got in trouble
exactly
a lot
right.
for beating people up.
He was not happy, and it was Eisenhower who basically went to bat for Mauldin, you know, pulling rank once again as the commander of the European forces, and basically said there's a value to this. You know, it's a way for these enlisted men to kind of like vent, which was Mauldin's point of view as well. I flagged a couple of comics that were in Patton's possession at this meeting. Here's one whenever they are... being welcomed into this French town, right? They're liberating stuff, and you can see our commanding officers are getting hit with tomatoes and things that some of the enlisted men are throwing at them. General Patton did not appreciate that at all. And here's another one that Patton had pulled, where you see we have an opera house, but they're going to be entertaining the men, so girls, girls, girls. Enlisted men going in the front door, officers, they're going to the same show.
Right.
They're just not doing it from the public street. And it was this tension between, you know, the officers versus the enlisted men that made Patton uncomfortable, but also really allowed Malden to connect to these people. And I didn't pull it out of this collection, but in the intro to Mail Call, it is written by Bill Malden, and Mail Call is Milton Caniff's answer to World War II and trying to do something for the enlisted men. And one of the strips from this forward, these are both Bill Malden comics. You see here, Joe, yesterday you saved my life and I swore I'd pay you back. Here's my last pair of dry socks. One of the stories that really got to me whenever I heard about his life is there at the end, people would send socks to him.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
That gives me chills, man.
Yeah, really, you know, like, again, like you think about what comics can be at their highest level, and here you go. Here's another amazing one. Just give me a couple aspirin, I already got a Purple Heart. So, guys who are there, in the case of Bill Malden actually in combat, in the case of Milton Caniff had 4F, which meant he wasn't physically fit to serve. But if you guys know Caniff and his work with Terry and the Pirates and Steve Canyon, patriot through and through, you know, definitely a champion of the armed forces.
To his detriment, like he carried that tradition on through Vietnam, and that was the downfall of the Steve Canyon strip that he was doing at the time. Like, you know, the culture changed, and the younger people, they obviously were not into the Vietnam War, but he was still of that mindset of like, rah rah rah, America could do no wrong, we wouldn't be in a war for no reason, and the American people were just like, you know what, maybe we don't need Steve Canyon anymore.
Yeah, it is sad, you know, when you have 50, 60 years of public life, every day in the newspaper, and you're an old man at that point.
Yeah, you're not learning new tricks.
But during World War II, what he decided to do, since he couldn't serve, is did a little bit of art for the armed forces, but then he starts doing a strip that's going to be syndicated. And it starts out as Terry and the Pirates, and they're like, the syndicate's like, you can't do this. It doesn't work that way. Do a different strip, change the name of it, whatever. But, you know, syndication, like you can't do it. So what he comes up with is Mail Call, a strip that was designed specifically for syndication with the armed forces. And like I said, a lot of these bases, they would have their own newspapers. There were also big papers like Stars and Stripes that would kind of serve everybody, you know, Overseas Weekly. There were some of these giant publications that went just to military bases, but there were also local papers. Mail Call ends up being serialized for, I think it's 2 years. Well, 42 to 46. I didn't realize it was that long. 4 years that it's created on a weekly basis, in addition to everything Milt is doing in his regular strip, which part of the intro that Malden talks about is he says he worked 27-hour days, 10 days a week.
Yeah.
And that's before he started doing another strip.
It doesn't make any sense, man.
But he did this for free, and by the time it reached its peak, syndicated in 3,000 newspapers, to give you an idea how many of these bases were out there that they were putting this stuff out. And one of the super interesting parts, if you're a comics historian and a Caniff fan, these are, I hate to say gag strips, but they're all self-contained, which is very, very different than Terry and the Pirates or Steve Canyon.
Don't ask, don't tell.
And he talks about it in his intro, you know, the process of making this and starting from the last panel and working backwards, you know, and getting the setup to that point. And you can see, you know, Pretty Girl, because you want to keep the troop morale up. One of the themes in the work that we're going to be looking through, most of the intros have the idea of like, it was a different world. You know, it was a different time whenever we were doing this stuff.
Oh, because it's just like a lot of chauvinistic stuff or something?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, you know, this at this point, like we're looking at 75 years ago.
Sure.
80 years ago almost. So, Remarkable Object. This one is printed or published, I should say, by Kitchen Sink Press.
In their traditional format for their strip reprints.
And they also have that great context,
yeah.
You know. This stuff is so valuable, just seeing like what goes into creating a strip at that time period, and nobody bigger than Milt Caniff at that time, and yet he's still basically creating another day of work for himself every week to just be part of the effort.
That's amazing.
He was so good in terms of military, and we've seen this story several times, where he was basically anticipating moves that the military was going to do, to the point that military intelligence came out to him and was like, what's going on?
Chill out.
Where are you getting this info? That's exactly. So an amazing book there and an amazing cartoonist. Speaking of amazing cartoonists, think of what the Army is putting together in terms of comics. Like, they could have their own Hall of Fame for these comics. Will Eisner, who had done some work in World War II, and this is a story that we heard Stan Lee talk about in the recent Stan Lee documentary. I've talked to a few historians about this, and I asked them, had they ever heard this idea that Stan Lee was making comics for the Army in World War II? I don't know about that, but here's the detail of Will Eisner doing it. And he starts out doing it in it's Army Motors, I think is the name of it, in the beginning. And he does that for World War II. And the idea was, here's instructions, man. You guys are getting new equipment. You're all over the world. Want to keep you alive. Here's information quickly. And that was the idea, is that comics could deliver the technical info fast, that these people needed to basically stay alive. It was a good experience for everybody. And in 1951, the military contacts Eisner about doing PS Magazine. Let's do a series of these things. Army Motors was great. Let's keep that going, because, you know, at that point, military-industrial complex is
off and running.
Exactly. And he signs up for that. You know, this was something that Eisner really pioneered, the idea of education as a tool for comics and communicating information. So he gets tasked to do PS Magazine, which is approximately 5 by 7 inches. So that's why you're looking at this book. This is a fantastic book, by the way. Abrams is the publisher. Really beautiful reproduction put together by Eddie Campbell, which is interesting. You know, not an American that's putting this together, but a great cartoonist and a comics historian putting this together. Over 200 issues produced from 51 to 1971. This was a big, big project for Will Eisner.
Yeah. Now, didn't PS Magazine continue beyond his tenure, because Joe Kubert had a contract and was doing stuff?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. But what you see is a sample. What this book puts together is a sample. I thought this was neat because it's almost like the Kirby collages. You know, you're doing photo elements with cartoon characters.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting to see that.
You know where he innovated that was that famous Gerhard Schnabel spirit story with the man who could fly. You know, because there would be cityscapes and stuff that would be high contrast photos, or not even high contrast, but just run through the photostat.
And you see this stuff evolve. It's a pretty good document in terms of, like, whenever a new story comes up, it's dated, you know, on the first page, so you can kind of see the evolution. Very inventive visually, which I think is noteworthy. You know, you see so much like comics as education tool that is just boring talking heads.
Super boring.
Will Eisner was not doing boring talking heads.
And very strategically, like, the format is such that the infantryman could, like, slip that in his back pocket.
Yes, yeah, exactly right. And you can see, like, there would be, I don't want to say mandates, but kind of like mission statements. In this case, it's an idea of, hey, check out your supplies. If it's stuff you're not using, here's the way to get those to people that will use them. You know, so it's very much like this is a military publication designed to make things work better. And why not? You know, like, it's such a testament to comics. In the intro, Eddie Campbell talks about how you have the Great Eisner comics. The Great Spirit comics. And then Eisner disappears for a while, and then you have Contract with God and a whole bunch of great graphic novels by Will Eisner. This is the missing piece.
Right.
You know, this is 20 years in between those two, and you really kind of get to see him. You know, we talk about woodshedding. You know, go out, maybe learn a new hold, as JR might say. This is a great cartoonist that kind of goes out and tests it out, because this is an audience that's not a bunch of sycophants. This is an audience that is like, hey, does this idea really communicate what I want it to? So, a remarkable volume, and because it was Abrams, I think they printed a lot of these.
Right.
For a while at least. I got this one at some kind of discount, I remember, because it wasn't something I thought, oh, I need that, until I got it and spent some time with it, and then I was like, you know what, this is a great comics document. And it's kind of cool, the end pages I was a big fan of. These are Will Eisner's shelves. He had the issues bound.
That's so sick.
Pretty cool. Alex Toth, once again, man, how much All-Stars can we do here, Ed?
Yes,
This is the best of the best we're drawing comics for Army publications. And in this case, this is John Fury. 1954, Alex Toth gets drafted at age 26. 1954, you guys that are Alex Toth historians, you know that he's been drawing comics for a while at that point. So, ends up in Japan, and the base has its own newspaper, as all of these Army bases seem to do. Pretty soon he's being the art director on that newspaper, and pretty soon he's doing a weekly strip that he has created, written, and drawn which again, very rare. Alex Toth didn't do a lot of that kind of thing. So you're getting everything here, but some of it is like mimeographed and stuff. Like this is very low production, and you can kind of see that sketchiness in some of these pages. This is another one where hard to find stuff to reproduce because it's a base newspaper. You know, how many copies of this thing could have been printed? Not very many. I believe most of this is from Alex Toth's collection.
It must be.
But you get a chance to see him having fun. And he said that one of the great thrills of this is the paper would be printed and distributed on Fridays on the base. And by the time he would get to the cafeteria at dinner, he kind of knew if that strip landed or not that week. Pretty amazing. And he does this, I believe, for 1 full year. So you're going to get about 50 of these spread across that year on a weekly basis. And what a record for Alex Toth. And also just the idea of like, these guys have to create.
Right.
You know, he's in the army and yet he's finding time to make comics and to make some of the most interesting comics of his life, because again, this is him working by himself on these comics.
Yeah, it's extremely inspiring, man. It makes me think of the great, Neil Gaiman commencement speech. You know,
yes,
make great art. You know, in times of war, make great art. You get divorced, make great art.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to show this off, but what the heck, we're here, so I pulled it out. This is the colored version of John Fury, and I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, we don't have to say anything.
It does contain the last interview with Alex Toth, is back matter. It's a 2-parter in here.
Who do we blame for this?
This coloring. I don't know. Ed.
Is it a J.D. Spurlock book?
Nah, this was done. I don't know if Paul Power is the guy who actually colored this or not, but he's the guy colored Matt Webb. Matt Webb, I think, is an image colorist at this point.
Well, it looks like image coloring.
Yeah, 2010. So the coloring's disappointing, but fortunately, there all are alternatives to it where you can just kind of see
frankly, the most egregious thing is that Toth is a very thoughtful artist, and this is drawn for black and white, so it ain't even supposed to have color.
Yeah. Anyway, a remarkable document. It's one of these that it's amazing that we have access to this.
And show the cover to this book so that the people know exactly which one it is. Genius Isolated. So this is like the 3rd book, right? The last book?
I don't know. I don't remember the order that they were published in, but they have been reissuing these, I believe, in paperback.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. So if you missed the hardcover of these, you should have another crack at it. Highly recommended. I mean, this is to me the Alex Toth documents, or these 3.
Yeah.
I guess there's 4 of them actually, but really great job there in terms of Alex Toth and work that I've never seen a John Fury otherwise, you know, and those color versions, not the one to do.
So now we're going like all that stuff, instructive, heartfelt, earnest. Now we're going into Rambo mode.
This was published in Overseas Weekly, which was not an Army publication, but was distributed exclusively on military bases. So what you had was an advertised-driven publication to enlisted men, and that meant you want them to read this. So let's put the Rambos and the pulp kind of tradition in here if you want to really have those results. And there have been a couple of versions and collections of canon done over the years, but what you see is like this history in the beginning points out what these are, and they're the paperback books.
Yeah.
You know, they're the destroyers and, you know, those kinds of books that were so popular for so long. By the time this comes up, 1970 to 73 is whenever it ran. Those books were basically, you know, on their way out at that point. So this is one of those last like super square-jawed hero kind of character, tough guys. And part of that intro is saying it's a different time period because, boy, is this a sexist strip. But that's kind of what you get at that time, you know, late 60s. This is very much in a different time frame.
Yeah, he's an old-ass dude.
First appearance, Heroes, Inc. This is a book we should cover at some point.
Sure.
This was self-published by Wally Wood. I think it was self-published. It's all Wally Wood characters, and this is the first appearance of Cannon. So Cannon shows up here, and then he gets this offer to do work for Overseas Weekly. This was a weekly, kind of like a Sunday strip, and ran until 73, at which time Sally Forth becomes his Overseas Weekly contribution, which I don't know if we'll ever be able to show any of that. But I love this one. We talked about where I found this. We think it was from a used bookstore here in Pittsburgh that maybe we were shopping together and I grabbed this one ahead of you.
Yeah.
But I really loved it. It's very much, you think of those action movies that you see at the video store in the early days in the 80s of like, just get it out on video, and it's kind of a cheap budget action movie with, tropes and kind of that hero that's two-dimensional. But as a kid, that's what I liked. It's pulp heroes.
That's all.
And that's what this is.
He knows what it is.
I think he was getting paid well. Like you can see a lot of effort on these pages. So his art is fantastic at this time. Still some shortcuts. I hope we get a couple of pages that we can see that have some cars and stuff on them. But he's amazing. Like he's really bringing it. And right in the beginning, they show this. This is what his layouts are like. It says the sketches below inked swiftly over very loose blue pencil roughs. So this is an example of kind of those very, very rough sketches, and then you get to see, I think of Wally Wood as almost that precursor to the Neil Adams continuity studio ink guys, in that if wood touched it last, it looked like wood.
Sure. Yeah, go look at those Stalker comics that Steve Ditko penciled and Wally Wood inks.
Great use of like blacks and also of the gray scaling, probably screen tone, I'm guessing.
This looks like that's duotone.
You think?
This piece definitely. The unevenness of it. And he would do that, like,
double lighting, like that's such a classic.
He would, cut out a sheet and paste it down.
Just amazing. Like, man, I look at the screen and you think of like the 22 panels that always work,
right,
and stuff like that. Comics just really aren't made this way anymore in terms of your light and dark and values and stuff. And it's just a chance for Wood to really shine. And some of the action stuff, having these like World War II fighter planes coming in, jeeps, tanks, like in a lot of ways, this is that little kid Jim Rugg, dream comic. Like this was the kind of movies I was looking for, and just really exciting stuff. You see like the men fighting, he's tied to the chair, but he's still fighting back, flipping around. So it's an action comic, it's an action comic in the vein of these action movies that we spent so much time watching.
And the fun thing about a strip like this that's coming out on a weekly basis, and these short snippets, is he doesn't want any one of those to be boring. So there's cool shit happening constantly. It's kind of like when you read a Tintin album. He's constantly in peril every 2 seconds.
You got to do it, man. If you're getting one page a week, you got to do it. Got to have everything on there. And love seeing a picture of smiling Wally Wood.
Yeah, but not with a gun.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it makes you wonder, is that the gun?
Yeah. Not with the gun is right. And Fantagraphics has done, like I said, a couple of different versions of this. It might be out of print currently.
Yeah, the latest round, came out in issues.
Mm-hmm.
Came out in this version, which is much bigger, and then like you cut the pages like in half.
Right.
And then so there's a version that's more like landscape format.
Yeah, and I'm betting pretty good reproduction is my guess.
Yeah, beautifully designed.
But it's some great Wally Wood. This is, how, I don't know if you have this, Ed, but I'll have artists that are good.
Yeah.
They have their reputation, but it doesn't necessarily, I don't connect. The heart doesn't connect. This was the thing that I read, and then I went out and bought Sally Forth, and, just really kind of fell in love with Wally Wood as a storyteller with this story.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we've got more than 1,000 videos in our archives at this moment. So chances are we might have covered your favorite comics. Hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Give your favorite comics a search and take a look and see if we covered, if we did episodes on that comic. If not, put something in the comments immediately so that we can bump that up to our to-read pile. The videos are brought to you by the Patreon. The King Kayfabers on our Patreon get all the videos before anybody else. Mitigates the kayfabe effect. When we show off a book like this canon book, the King Kayfabers are going out and buying those last hardcovers off of Amazon, eBay, and their comic shops. So it behooves you to get in early. Check out these videos. The subscription on Patreon pays for itself. Videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, tell the people what you have coming out.
My next release is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This will be out in November from Image Comics. You can start to pre-order that one now. And it goes with Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. These two books do not reprint the same material, but together they do collect all of my Street Angel comics to date. So check that one out. True Crime Funnies, my latest self-published comic book. I ran out of the print copies. Thank you all very much. But I am reprinting that hopefully in time for Baltimore, and they'll be available on my website after that. You can also read it on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I post all of my new comics and work. Other books that are available right now: The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel. I know our demographic, so I say this is the one to buy for gifts for the nieces and daughters in your life. And Hulk Grand Design, my contribution to the Grand Design series. I could not be happier with how this book turned out. But it looks like this thing is out of print now. It's not available at the distribution level. There still should be copies sitting on your good comic shop shelves. So pick this one up now if you haven't already, because once it's out of stock, it may be gone. So grab that one before it's too late. And follow me on Patreon.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you in time for the holiday season. It is the 10-year anniversary of the Hip Hop Family Tree comic in print. It is the 50th anniversary of hip hop culture in general, so we had to do it up fly. It's collecting all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree's comics material and 150 pages of additionals. So this is a big phone book that I'm extremely excited about. It's the ultimate statement on Hip Hop Family Tree, and I hope you support the book when it comes out in October. Not the only holiday piece that I have coming out this year. In November comes the X-Men Grand Design trade paperback that collects all 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design. I do have a volume or 2 of that out of print as we speak, so this is your way to get your hands on all of it. Like I said, it's going to be coming out in November. Both of these guys are ready to go in time for the holidays. Red Room is the comic that I'm working on these days. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there currently. Crypto Killers represents the 3rd season of Red Room comics. In this 3rd issue, there is a backup story called Latchkey Kids here, but I changed the title to Switchblade Shorties. And it is a daily strip that I'm working on. I've yet to serialize it to the wider world, but exclusively on my Patreon, you can get access to it. $3 is the cost, man, and there's a complete episode up there probably by the time you see this video. Not the only ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, however. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
All right, time to get my little spoiler sign.
Yeah, you have time because it's going to take me a minute to clean this up.
So let the people know, man, we're doing Monica.
Yeah, Monica's coming up. And if you guys don't want spoilers, you'll have to bow out of that one.
Start the volume down.
And you may want to listen to a little bit in the beginning because we are going to talk about the book kind of as a book first for a minute or two. It has been probably the most exciting book I've read this year, and I'm eager to talk to somebody about it, so it should be fun. But I enjoyed it fresh, so if you guys don't want any spoilers, you have been warned.
Yeah, I'm going to make a little sign that says spoiler for you guys to see so that you can know when to put the audio back up. And we'll probably just kind of save this for future comics.
This John Fury comic is insane.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah. It's really hard to understand.
You know what it is? There are so many people with money and no taste. And these are like the guys that hire Ron Friends to do their little vanity press comics and shit like that. It's like they are such schmucks and they got so much money that they could, be the Medici family and fucking get artists to do whatever they're... What does that have to do with anything? Oh, she's a Toth fan.
Yeah. Showed up at the hospital to do some life model drawing.
Well, that's kind of cool.
It's insane.
Well, it looks like Toth might have a fetish. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you, this was published after his passing, so I'm not sure how much I'm taking from any of this. That's just a...
Yeah, it's real dumb.
Why would you put that in there?
I know, it makes no sense. You know what it is? It's that whoever the Joey Jerkoff is that published that is like, look, I seen a naked girl once. I really did. She smelled like butterscotch. Just want to make sure it's readable. And I figure just kind of like put it like that. You still setting up or?
No, I'm gonna shoot a video, the commercial.
Oh yes. Tell me when you're ready. Is it locked? Should I lock it in? Should I like?
Yeah, you can just lock it in at the surface there.
Good.
This video is brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. 3 different levels will give you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get access to all of our videos first to offset the kayfabe effect, and you sit in on the recording session, which really gives you a leg up. We are also working Cartoonist. The best way to support Cartoonist Kayfabe is to buy our comics, and coming out in time for Christmas, Hip Hop Family Tree from Ed Piskor. 500 plus pages collecting all of the Hip Hop Family Tree in one handsome volume, along with 140 pages of extra back material, notes, art that hasn't been reprinted before, new art created just for this volume. Red Room, Crypto Killers, is the latest series in the Red Room universe. There are 2 volumes in trade paperback, and this 3rd volume is being published right now. Issue 3, recently published, features Latchkey Kids, now known as Switchblade Shorties, which is Ed's ongoing daily comic strip. This is the first appearance, so you may want to add this one to your collection as a key back issue. X-Men Grand Design is going to be collecting all 3 volumes into one edition, also in time for the holidays this year. The X-Men Grand Design trilogy. You can pre-order that one now. My latest comics, True Crime Funnies, self-published, featuring 3 nonfiction stories, including 2 wrestling stories, available on my website or my Patreon. Young adult graphic novel, The Plain Janes. Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, featuring the homeless ninja on a skateboard, collecting 8 complete stories. This is my action superhero series. And a new volume of Street Angel will be due out later this year in November, also from Image Comics. Get Princess of Poverty and Deadliest Girl Alive to have all of the Street Angel comics. And Hulk Grand Design, my contribution to the Grand Design mythos, celebrating 60 years of the Incredible Hulk. And now back to the video.
Boom. Beautiful.
All right, guys, we really are now at the spoiler alert level.
And there's one more video to do afterward. We're going to look at the Michael Golden Artist Edition. So the stream doesn't have to be finished for you, but we'll put up this little sign. Yeah, will you pass me a Monica, by the way? Oh no, never mind. I got mine right here. You went. This is a long video. Let me go whiz. Let me go take a squirt.
Hit the head. Are you guys out there, Klaus fans? I always wonder, we do so much stuff that is Marvel, DC, superhero, Image kind of stuff, and I know that Klaus is outside of that kind of paradigm, but man, best cartoonist working for my money. Also, I think probably one of the most thoughtful cartoonists that we have that I've come across. Always exciting for me whenever there's a new Klaus book coming out. West Coast Dave, you're welcome.
Once that treadmill comes in, dude, I'm gonna be fucking walking my entire edit session.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even dope that it covers it. I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah. You guys that don't want any spoilers, you can keep watching, turn the volume down, and watch us being like gesticulating wildly as we go through this.
Looks so good on that black and white, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
Ready for game time, James?
I think so. Hello and welcome to your favorite daily comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Today we are looking at advanced copies of Monica, Dan Clowes' forthcoming graphic novel. Always exciting whenever a new Dan Clowes book is released, and we recently ranked Dan Clowes' works. Monica ended up number 1 on my list, so I'm very excited to dive into this one with you, Ed. Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily YouTube channel about comics. If you're new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, first of all, welcome. And I want to tell everybody, we have over 1,000 comics-related videos in our archive. You can go to the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel and hit the little magnifying glass icon to search those archives. Put in your favorite comics or your favorite cartoonist and see if we've done a video on them. And if we haven't, go down in the comments section and let us know the books and the creators that you would like to see us cover on Cartoonist Kayfabe. Cartoonist Kayfabe is also brought to you by our Patreon. There are 3 levels there that'll get you access to our videos early. At the King Kayfaber level, you'll get access to all of our videos first. You'll also sit in on the recording session. This will offset the Kayfabe effect. If we're covering a book that you want to add to your collection, you'll be the first one out there looking for it. You'll get it before it sells out or before those prices skyrocket. And finally, you can see us in person at Baltimore Comic Con, September 8th, 9th, and 10th this year. It's a great comic book show for comic book fans. So come on out and say hi, introduce yourself. You can tell us in person the comics and creators that you want to see us cover on the channel. So, Ed, we got advanced copies of Dan Clowes' new graphic novel, Monica. It's a beautiful book, as I would expect from Dan Clowes. And,
show even that spine.
Yeah, very thoughtful. You know, I think of him as one of the most thoughtful comic makers out there. And it's awesome and exciting to me whenever a new Dan Clowes book comes out, not just for the event of the book, but in this case, that it continues to deliver, that he continues to kind of grow as a cartoonist gives me a lot of hope as a cartoonist that this is an art form that rewards that longevity and that kind of eager exploration that the best cartoonists engage in.
Yeah, like if there's some precursor stuff, we should say it before even opening the book.
I do have a little bit to do that won't get into spoilers, but we will announce in a couple of minutes. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, like I would say that just visually to open it would be a spoiler. So let's get all that stuff out of the way beforehand. We'll announce spoilers and then we'll jump right into things.
All right. So just looking at the packaging, and I remember reading a review of Chris Ware's Building Stories that was like, day 2, I opened the plastic that it's sealed in. So we're going to do a moment of that as we look at this cover. And you know what's missing from this? Most books have some kind of information on the back.
Yeah.
A little summary, maybe some quotes, something like that to give you an idea of like, hey, why you should buy this book and what you can expect inside of it. You don't get anything but images on this book. So whatever you may think about getting into, it's all based on the visuals.
I have a theory that like he would have liked the UPC to not even be there, because rarely do you see him letter the price on the thing. You know, like I feel like he would have liked it to have been a thing where it's just this art object, because it would kind of go with some of the stuff on the interior that like, so we'll just say that for now.
It is funny to kind of like flip this book back and forth, and I don't feel like we're giving anything away yet. You know, not a lot of spoilers here, but as we get into the discussion of the book, I feel like this is such a deliberate design and completely atypical of what I expect out of books and book design, which again,
Yes.
man, love the inventiveness, and it starts on this cover.
Since the publication of Wilson, the tactility has grown so much. Like Wilson is probably like the thickest case wrap, but this kind of carries that tradition. Maybe not as thick, but pretty thick. But the interior paper,
It's very heavy.
yeah, it's almost like a picture book, kids book paper, like very, very, very high quality.
Yeah, a note on the casebook stuff. I know what you mean with that heavy duty. Whenever I did the Street Angel hardcovers at Image, I spec'd that kind of a case because I like the heft of
yeah.
like, you could, you know, that's almost wood.
It's like 2-ply. Like if you've seen it,
It
like
is.
it's 2 pieces of cardboard rather than just like one.
Yeah. You know, we were talking about how good this looks on our monitor, and it's so true. You know, this is a cover that'll work if you see it as a thumbnail on Amazon,
Yeah.
or if you're holding it in your hands and looking at it. And it's a relatively simple design, but it's also very unusual color, right? We've got our heroine in blue against this cosmic backdrop, even kind of a
Psychedelic.
title treatment, right? That I
Partridge
can't
Family.
point to something and be like, oh yeah, this is a trend in cover design, or this is a font that's
Not
popular.
now.
No.
Like, it's very 70s. I think the color of her face factors into some of my thesis on the work, but that would probably be spoiler filled also.
Hey man, if you're ready to do it, let's drop the spoiler warning to everybody at home and let's open this thing up.
Drop it, Jimmy. Maybe flash a little spoiler thing on
Spoilers, everybody. Okay. Spoilers.
So off the bat, like with the blue color, I'm whispering, like giving them a chance not to, to turn the volume down. But in terms, like, I think mortality is a big part of this comic in terms of like where Clow's thinking is, and this is the ultimate Dan Clow's greatest hits type comic. So that would include all of his previous works, and he's exploring a little bit of his previous works throughout this whole book. So that's like your Ghost World piece, and there's many a Ghost World piece in here.
Yes,
but also, as we go through this, identify each of the genres of EC Comics, because from page 1 of the comic, you're in Kurtzman war territory, and I swear to God, he touches every genre of EC. So it's like the ultimate EC comic and the ultimate Dan Clow's comic.
This is our reference sheet, right? This is your PR cheat sheet that comes with your early issue from Fantagraphics. They describe it as interconnected narratives that tell the life story of Monica, our title character here. Clowes calls upon a lifetime of inspiration to create the most complex and personal graphic novel of his distinguished career. I agree with that. You mentioned it, there's a lot of reference to previous work and previous themes that appear in his work. And this kind of solidifies some of those ideas in a way, Sometimes you see an idea in one book. Okay. When you start to see it 2-3 times, it becomes a real theme that this author has wrestled with for decades in some cases.
And he's achieved mastery, way far more than 10,000 hours, maybe 50,000 hours beyond where he was with like A Velvet Glove.
Oh my goodness.
So let's see the surreal stuff in here where he takes
so
action.
True. And talks about mashing up these genres, right? War, romance, horror, crime, supernatural, etc. Mysterious, uncategorizable, and quintessentially Clowsian way that rewards multiple readings. So I have read this twice.
Yes.
5 years in the making is on that handout as well. And I was shocked at the second reading. My reaction to this book, almost completely different than the first time through. And let's dive in, man. Right away, his end pages, which are always good looking, we're getting into narrative stuff right off the bat.
Yes.
I mentioned there's no text as a summary in the back. There's no biography of the creator in it. If you just pick this up without any context, you'd have no idea who Dan Clowes is, what his catalog of work is, his history as a graphic novelist, his background just as a human being in terms of what is on these pages, because this is the kind of thing that can be interpreted many, many different ways.
And he talked to us on the shoot interview that we did. And we do have a Dan Clowes playlist, by the way, where he fantasizes about this idea of somebody in a distant future picking up his book and like off of a used bookstore and just being baffled by it.
This is the one. There are no real clues. You see for Erica and Charles, his family. I believe there is one other dedication.
Next
okay.
page.
But let's linger on this page for a moment. But there is no real context. Like if you just picked this up, you don't know who Eric and Charles are. You don't need to for any reason. But there's no context. Like what you're getting here is really hard to understand. Like, who knows?
Totally. Like on the end papers, we start with the primordial ooze, the kind of big bang.
Yes.
And then
look, like meteorites falling to the earth.
Yeah. And
lightning storms.
No real terrestrial land. Get noxious. Like
I was going to say
an
atmosphere that produces a red sun.
And then there was a game called Spore in the 2000s where you could start off your amoeba stage and then become a land animal. So we got the history of man into pages.
That's
JFK
exactly
assassination,
right.
Sputnik.
By the way, this JFK assassination drawing style, we'll see a couple more examples in this book. That's a new Clowes drawing style to me.
And the Beverly Hillbillies.
That's amazing that's like somehow part of the where we're at.
He never loses the cheekiness, man.
No, not at all.
Hey, did you miss a page? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's on the... Okay, yeah.
All right, so there's your table of contents in the shape of a television monitor. Not an accident. You know, Dan Clowes, if you read his work, very astute observer of pop culture and fringe culture, cult culture, things of that nature. And I feel like the television shape, of course, not an accident. If you're going to tell somebody's life story that lived mostly in the 20th century, television, you're probably your big media piece. I love the lettering. We often talk about how great he is as a craftsman, and the lettering really shines. It's very strange as we unfold these chapters how they relate to each other, which was something in the second reading where I'm like, I don't understand how this piece fits in the overall idea of this is Monica's life story. But we start with Foxhole, and this is your nod to the EC War comics, and it's fantastic, dude. The dialogue, Clowes a great writer, but these two going back and forth, two very different guys. Johnny, who we'll see again a couple of times throughout the book.
His character arc is one of my favorites because every time you see him, it's like he's adopted a different persona.
Right, but this very first time we see him, it's the all-American boy.
Yes.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, fighting for his country, God-fearing Christian, has his girlfriend at home. This is your quarterback, your homecoming king kind of guy in the beginning on page 1, panel 1.
Totally wants the simple life.
And this guy, he's a darker character. So they're sitting in their foxhole and they're kind of talking about various things. And this guy's kind of poking and prodding Johnny a little bit and talking about, his daddy's Buick. And he's like, my old man buys Chevys. It's just perfect back and forth. I actually thought these two might end up teaming up later in life. But it turns out we don't see him again.
Right.
His partner in crime here.
Yeah, it's just a setup to show basically the delusion that Johnny's living under, and it might be a self-delusion, or he maybe he really does believe that,
I could have read 200 pages of the activities of these two guys at war.
Yeah, it's because it's one of those things where you don't get to choose your foxhole buddy and stuff like this, man. So they are from two completely different stratum of society, and they got to coexist and they got to get together.
Do you think it's worth talking a little bit about what this book is overall at this stage? Kind of the plot, if there is one.
Yeah, go ahead.
To me, this is a conspiracy theory kind of fun with conspiracy theories. How about put it that way, maybe? Okay. Because we have cults that'll come into this. It's sort of written like a mystery. What happens is Johnny's girlfriend, Pretty Penny, is the mother of Monica.
Yes.
And she's going to disappear at some point in the story early in Monica's life. And I feel like that propels the narrative, is like, what happened to Penny? Let's go find Penny. It's almost a mystery that we're going through this book, except that's not at all what this story is.
No. Slight MacGuffin. We see this in memoriam with these several names. Richard, I believe, would probably be Richard Sala.
That was my guess.
I don't recognize the others. Might be personal.
I thought that too, because it's definitely a sense of like mortality.
This is a COVID era project. If it's 5 years in the making, he started it, 2017 or something like
2018.
Yeah. It might have taken a life of its own a little bit as pandemic, lockdowns, all that sort of stuff.
As conspiracy culture became somewhat mainstream.
Right.
And the thing with conspiracy stuff, because I've mentioned on here, I listen to these shows, I find them entertaining as stories. I'm not sitting here saying this or that is true when it comes to any conspiracy.
Sure.
But there is definitely a culture around that, and I think he captures that. There's a sense of paranoia. You mentioned a MacGuffin. There's red herrings everywhere. In a way, this entire story is that. It's chasing one red herring after another.
Which, if we're going to keep up with the Clowesian tropes or like the EC tropes, Velvet Glove.
Absolutely.
Like the snippet of the porno film, the little tattoo, like that's one of those elements.
Completely. And you see from this lettering, this is set in, I believe, the late 60s this is the Vietnam era.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the 60s and it's flower power kind of stuff. We have hippies and ideas of that new age kind of ideas will float throughout these pages in multiple chapters.
And what killed the 60s, man? Cults. Charles Manson. He was the end of it. This part right here, it's so close to home. When I was working on these the movie sets, you know, here in Pittsburgh, we're a purple state, which is like you have Pittsburgh, you have Philadelphia, everywhere in between, Alabama, and those people would come into town to like participate as movie extras too, you know. And there was this girl, 18, 19, 20 years old, who had a husband, you know, lost her virginity to this husband, and he was off to war. Well, this girl came to the city and was with a bunch of Pittsburgh scoundrels and stuff, and was really appreciating all their time. And there's a part where he's laughing at the husband who's over at the war, like dodging bullets. Literally, I heard that being said, and this chick laughing about it. Yeah, like this shit. Like I've seen that exact thing happening.
Very dark.
Super dark. It was the most disgusting thing I might have ever seen. So these bits.
There's at least one more of these.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many others there are, but there are two that stand out to me. I don't know what this is.
Okay.
Any idea?
No.
It's very strange. And there's a thing that happens also here, because you're watching this and it's all dialogue driven, right? For the most part. This is not dialogue driven. My interpretation is this is Monica's narration.
Yeah.
Which is really a great piece of Clowes, because he's a great writer, whether it's dialogue or narration. And Ghost World, one of the awesome things is he had done a lot of work, Velvet Glove, Cast in Iron, for example, that had this narration as part of the storytelling. He gets to Ghost World and he sheds that. It's all dialogue driven, which is amazing to be able to work in both modalities.
Yes.
Here we're going to get a combo of that, like really showcasing those skill sets. Very few writers have one of them in comics, and he's got both.
Yes, and then another piece of that writing, especially when you have your ethereal god narrator, in this case Monica, is super sharp observational skills. And we'll see examples the entire way. I mean, there's examples on every page.
Yeah, and they show up in dialogue, in captions, in art,
visuals. Yeah,
even in the cutting between two panels. But this is great, where it's like they're going to an art gallery. This lover character is an artist at this time,
but such a pretentious, like the classic kind of douchebag that exists, that like talks the talk but does not have the chops to back it up.
He is kind of a beatnik in this hippie era, but almost like you could imagine him being some kind of part of a conspiracy theory, like a undercover government guy that's there to disrupt
some kind
things.
of mole.
Yeah, exactly. He's a very dark presence. His energy is communicated darkly.
Right as he kisses the chick, man, there's Johnny's parents showing up.
And it gets contentious quick.
Right, but it's also just like, come on, he's over there, he's counting on you. So it's like they understand the impulse. She's a young girl, whatever, but get your shit together. But it proves that this girl sucks. She's an awful person, man.
Yes. Yeah, I can see
here's
that.
another one of those, man. And this is very, very much like Yellow Submarine-ish.
That's what I saw in that one. Compared to this, doesn't have that Yellow Submarine characteristic, but it does have that weird, like, psychedelic kids. You know, there's that era.
HR Puffin stuff type shit.
Yeah, very peculiar. So again, we're going back and we're kind of trying to figure out where these people are. Google, useless for normal people. So you see all the Leonard Krugs that come up in the Google search.
I know. I just like to think that that's like, you know, the Facebook profile and stuff. And that guy looks too right. That looks like maybe Larry Zonka or somebody.
Yeah, I would follow. If we just took a 90-degree turn and start following this character, I'd be on board for that. Give him a chapter. The presentation of Penny's really interesting too, because presumably this is from Monica's point of view. At this point, not even born.
Right.
So now she's kind of like rear projecting, and whenever we say Penny's terrible, what she does is abandons a kid that she can't really take care of. And that's about as much fact as we know about her, I think.
Yeah.
You know, the rest of this is sort of in a strange place, but here's Penny screaming at her parents whenever she gets the phone call from them, and you see the same friends are hanging out from that art gallery show.
That is a Ghost World move right there.
Yeah.
To hold the middle finger up to the phone.
That's a Mr. Wonderful move.
Yeah.
Of having obscured text, but you can see what's saying. There's some expletives that got cut off, I think, in that panel. And here we go. 20 months later, and Monica's born, and Penny is pushing her down the street in the baby carriage. Makes me think of underground comics, and specifically of Crumb selling Zap out of a baby carriage.
Sure. Also, like, I think this is very much like the conspiracy stuff and the cult stuff. I think is very much a consequence of like California exposure to Clowes, because there is so much of that stuff out there. I know people that were very close to these cults that kind of still exist to this day. Certainly the Oakland area, you know, that's the Republican hippie area. We have some good foreshadowing stuff. That's Johnny that we will discover much later.
Yeah, and it's not very clear that it's Johnny at this point.
No,
It's
no, no.
interesting
On
that
your
it's in
first
here.
on your first read, you don't. This is just whatever. But on that first read, I also did remember reading that piece.
Klaus is so good at creating images. So at one point they're living in this house with, I mean, Penny's basically a homeless, single mother. They're living in this house with these other people, and this is one of the kids, and they're terrifying.
Yeah, dude.
That's a great image of a terrifying kid.
I was gonna say he innovated a new wrinkle in Klaus' artwork, which is the feral child. And when that kid grows up, he still has that gum to tooth ratio. We'll see him. We'll see him later.
That's funny. It says one of them actually wrote me an apology letter a few years ago as part of some 12-step rehab thing.
See, that's one of those observational things. And I hung out with Klaus and his wife one or two times, like in France. And Erica is funny as fuck. That's his wife, funny as fuck. And she has so much observation, like the stories that she tells. So there are bits here that I think her influence might have rubbed up on him a bit.
This is a really good sequence of our young Monica wanders away from this park, gets lost, and I thought this is such a great panel of her like alone on the corner. A square comes to the rescue, brings her back to the park, and pretty soon that square and her mom are screaming at each other.
He's made note of the amount of times that he's drawn people from the back, but also the stroll.
Yes.
So that's like another Klaus piece. That's what I'm saying. Like, he injects so much of his previous works in here. It makes me wonder if, in some fashion, it's not like he's a spring chicken. Like, is this his final graphic novel? Did he just build his last comic and he's ruminating on his body of work?
I do wonder, even if he's fine, like the scale of this thing. I've heard people talk about like, you create a work or whatever, and it's like climbing a mountain. And when you get to that peak, what you see is the next mountain peak.
Sure.
And he's done this enough to know it better than anybody. And I do wonder about like, I don't even know how you would attempt to make this book.
Oh, I know.
Do you write this out as a story first? Like it's so convoluted sounds like a negative word, but it's so complex. Like I just don't know how you make something like this.
Totally. Like
conceive of it.
It's he talks about stuff like Rosemary's Baby and things. So like Ira Levin, his work is built that way, where Stephen King described it as a Swiss watchmaker.
It's what it feels like
in terms of construction. And the only way that you could do it, like the fascinating thing when you read Ira Levin's work is, as a writer yourself, you just know that 10 drafts must have been made because of like the various little payoffs. This is one of those observational pieces that I think might be like a Erica Klaus kind of bit, where noticing like just staring at a dude's Adam's apple and stuff. Like I could see her saying that.
Even having a couple of hairs sticking out of the top of the collar. And this is point of view, right? This is Monica's point of view looking at this guy, and this is what she remembers of it. There's a lot of that too, where like we're kind of in this character's head as we're like searching for meaning and trying to make this make sense.
Some of my very favorite kind of color palettes is that analogous color method where it's like you got 100% yellow and then you have the cool blues.
These early stories of Monica's childhood when she's still with her mother is basically her mother going from one guy to another guy. Yeah, different places, very transient. By the time that we part ways with the mother, it kind of seems like a good thing. And I think that's voiced by Monica in this book.
Yeah, she says, I have stability now. And it's things like this. Like I've seen this in practice. I grew up in Homestead in the 80s during the crack era and shit. And like my parents are kind of this way, like where if they see like a little crackhead kid or something, like they'll hook them up with stuff and leave it to some dirtbag hippie chick to put her baggage onto it and just cause her own child so much distress. So they basically buy the kid a coat.
Yeah, in the winter.
Yeah, and the hippie mom is talking her spiel about capitalism, yada yada. I think one important thing to make note of as we continue is Klaus has several yellows, but the 100% yellow is often the focal point of these panels. So like you notice that yellow is not this yellow, and then Monica's the most important part in this panel amongst this image, But keep your eyes on that 100% yellow, because he uses it specifically.
How great is this shadowing on a face?
Totally.
I was so impressed by that. There's a lot of back 3/4 view too. That's not a common piece that people draw.
Yeah.
He does it a lot.
Totally. And what we're illustrating, and we'll see it 3-4 times, is that Penny, she'll get guys who are actually extremely reasonable. She will find a way to torpedo that. This is a self-destructive person that cannot allow herself to have any nice things. So she was dancing with some schmuck to try to get this dude fucked up. And then finally she's just like, you're such a cuck. I'm done with you. And then she's now living with the guy that she danced with to make that dude jealous.
Yeah, until this hippie couple comes over, and now this hippie dude moves in.
Yeah. Yeah, she got a body count. And then it's such a Clausian moment.
Even with her wearing a mask, like
Totally.
it's all just all over the place.
Totally. Like that's when you're watching that Art School Confidential movie, and then there's just some guy like getting his balls shocked for an art project or something.
Penny did have a successful well, I don't know how successful, but did have a candle business. It burns down. This is kind of this I don't know, leftist newspaper office.
Yeah.
They blame a hippie for leaving a joint burn or whatever, but bottom line is Penny's business has just gone up in flames.
And I've seen this in life where a child feels the responsibility of making the parent feel better as opposed to the opposite. Heartbreaking. But I know these people, man.
This is another example of the neighbors trying to help Penny out and bringing a doll Monica for Christmas brings a doll to her. Penny goes berserk this Christmas morning, taking the doll away from the kid.
Monica has it and half peels it off.
Yes.
And then, why are you in your values, blah, blah, blah. And you know what, that could be a suggestion of the cult stuff. Because, there are certain religions where you don't give Christmas presents, or you don't do anything like that for the holidays. So that could be an implication of cult already.
I think a lot of people, that is a trend that you go through if you're pushing back against, say, Western Christian culture. Christmas is the symbol of that.
Yeah.
And we're going to see Penny pushing back against all of that stuff. And so I think that's probably another example of it. But meanwhile, they're getting kicked out on New Year's, and little Monica brings out her sock of pennies and just breaks her mom's heart.
Right.
It's so gut-wrenching, all of this stuff.
Yeah, you really feel for this girl's life. Because, once again, you just know people who were born behind the 8 ball, and everybody in their life kind of sucks. Sometimes they make it through, but when they don't, you actually can understand why.
Oh, yeah. I think about that all the time whenever I hear different people's situation. Like, I don't know what I'd be if this was my upbringing, I guess is the way to say it.
I don't want to hang out with you, mind you, like if that's your deal, but I get it.
That said, I have people in my life who are fantastic.
Exactly.
Who went through awful conditions. So it is that weird thing of nature and nurture, and who knows the answer, but Monica's life is not going well at this point. One quick one is, this is a babysitter for her.
Yeah.
As soon as mom leaves, let's do prayers.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have that conflict between whatever Penny is thinking versus, these Christian values that she was raised with.
Get reintroduced to Johnny.
Here comes Johnny.
And he's got a dashiki or something.
Yeah.
Which by the way, I know these guys that came back from Nam, my best bud's stepdad, Chuck, when he came back, he got, because you ain't allowed to wear denim in over there, he got suits made of denim, custom tailored, because he's like, fuck you guys, I'm wearing denim forever from now on.
And things are good. They move in together, and it's a happy time for Monica, as she recalls in the captioning. But how long can that last?
And she's needling.
Penny catches Monica. Yes, exactly. Penny catches Monica saying prayers at night. Can't have that.
We see him this a second time, so now it's reinforced that, okay, we can make that association. This is Johnny.
Yeah, and there's some tongue twisting here in terms of who's saying what, because Penny's throwing stuff at him, needling, as you say, and Johnny's kind of bringing back the opposite side, but it's like you could be saying this bone cutting kind of stuff to either one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the use of these kind of silhouettes. I remember this, I think it was in Patience opens up with these kinds of silhouettes. Right. And I remember it being so striking to me. And so we get some of that visual call back to Patience. This is amazing. Just as like, I would, if the book went in this direction, I would follow that as well.
Yeah, man. There's a wedding that's going to be commencing. Finally, it's a reunification of Johnny and Penny.
Yes, but before that can happen, what happens? Some hippie shows up with a pamphlet that hands it to Monica, which seems like a bold move if you're a wacko new cult guy on a sidewalk and you pick the kid to hand them the pamphlet. But nevertheless, Monica clings to that pamphlet.
Right.
And she seems to really be looking forward to this wedding. This is another one of these panels that's a little bit strange. There's some context possibly later in the book for this.
Ken Peril, man. What's the word?
Yeah, I'd like to talk to him about
Harry Neighbors.
About that.
We need Harry Neighbors, man. We're not quite at the Harry Neighbors level.
So she finally falls asleep as she's excited for the big wedding. She still remembers her dream, and Mom wakes her up in the middle of the night, and off they go.
Yep, she still has the book.
Yes, the opening.
Drops the kid off to grandparents, and that's it, man. Exit Penny.
Yeah, so that's the last time we're going to see her for the book, let's say. But Monica's going to continue searching for her. And like I say, that's kind of the way I read this book the first time through. Is this mystery of like, where'd she go? What happened to her?
Right.
But we do see, from that moment on, I lived a normal life, happy and safe from harm, but I never saw my mother again.
Yes, you see that there's seniors, man. So my folks they had my kid sister when I was 18, and they were senior in age, and that's called a change of life baby, and those kids grow up with a different sense of mortality than you or I did, because you still had lots and lots of years of your folks to look forward to and stuff, and your parents have years and years to look forward to, but like my parents' mortality, they're still around as of this recording for sure. But they cherish every day, and I think that creates a dynamic that we're not aware of, that you and I don't know so well, man.
Look, a characteristic that I learned for change of life babies is nervousness.
Exactly.
Is that something that is true to your sibling?
Totally. And it's for those reasons, man,
Yeah.
because it's just a more cautious way of life.
It's funny because you have several siblings.
Yeah.
And usually the pattern is first child watched closely, second child they fall down the stairs once or twice, they get to play at a younger age outside, all these things, it's a little more casual. We get to number 3 and it's just like free for all, Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
But you get to those circumstances. My one of my best friends in high school, when we were seniors, his parents had a baby.
Yeah.
And
I was a senior.
Yeah, it was that kind of setup. It was very, very strange to all of us.
Now this is the piece that I'm most excited to talk to you about, probably.
I have nothing to offer. I am perplexed by this. Let's run through it quickly to establish what it is. But this is a character this is first person narration. So this is not Monica that's telling this story. This is somebody else that's telling the story. And I mean, it's him.
And I think it's Kayfabe. And I think, like, even with the title, I think it's important because you would see like process read pamphlet, like type, like that Modern Cartoonist book, right? Maybe this is the Modern Cartoonist piece of this book, where this is like print pamphlet. I feel like this is like the John Smith story of the Church of Latter-day Saints or something like that. Like this is the kayfabe for this like neo-religion.
Yeah, and this panel is dear old father. He's going home to see his father. Dear old father, how I'd missed him. After mother passed on, it was just the two of us. Which, Penny leaves Monica, so in a way, her mother passes on there. She doesn't know her father,
Right.
so. Maybe that's part of the allegory, but this is strange, and there'll be another strange chapter or two down the road. He's going through a cemetery where tombstones have been desecrated. The family home is still standing while a lot of the town has been, kind of rebuilt as a more modern town, and the people are strange, right? The faces are all going home after work. None of them have time to even say hi to him. And he recognizes his old schoolmaster is now washing the floor in this little diner in the town. It seems odd. Everybody seems odd in this story.
Yeah, this is the part really where I can't wait to read, more like extremely thoughtful criticism. Literally, Ken Peril, tell me the deal. Tell me what I'm reading.
It's really bizarre. It's like a fable. This is kind of that religious cult kind of element where it feels like this is some kind of allegorical story almost as if this would be a guy who's starting a cult.
Exactly.
And this is one of the stories that informs the beliefs.
Right, exactly. You know what's real fun about this is that this is like a translucent or transparent material.
Mm-hmm.
And you see how Klaus is tackling it here. And it's pretty good. Like, you see what he's doing, but it creates different mark making than we're used to by seeing all that black and stuff. And you kind of like can figure out, okay, it's like see-through. But you do the cover after usually, and the way he handles it later, you almost get the sense of like, while he's doing it, maybe he's not hitting it exactly what he hoped for. Because like that, now obviously granted the characters are pushed back way further, but like that's a real sharp approach compared to that.
Yeah, a lot of rule of threes too run through this book.
It's a Bushmiller comic.
Every comic should be. Look, this dude's head gets chopped off.
Right.
That's a funny panel for a chopped off head. Even the sound effect is cropped.
Yeah, when you do that, it turns into a piece of pop art.
So it sends him flying back into the city. The blue skin stuff is a mystery. One of his classmates sees him, and whenever he gets back to that little diner, his dad's there. Although his dad is kind of off as well. Everybody's just off, right? Very, very peculiar, this story. And as he's running from it, and I love this running pose. There's something about that that's so cartoony. Like, there was an earlier picture of Johnny that reminded me of Fred from Scooby-Doo.
Sure.
And now I feel like this running is the same kind of deal. Like,
some Archie.
Breaking the panels. Yeah, Harry Lucy or, something. But he runs into his old classmate in the middle of the bushes, which, you know, super creepy. And now she kind of runs away with him and explains this whole story about these people, right? This mysterious group of people who are manipulating the town.
Yeah, probably no mistake to have a kind of Christian symbol there.
Yeah, a corruption, a reign of terror that these people inflict on the townspeople.
And now we're going to turn to like one of my favorite images in the entire book.
We should say, too, they spend the night together and there's a plan. She's going to distract this guard so that he can go in and execute the plan.
Look at that, man.
What is going on, Ed? What is going on? I'm reminded of Black Nylon and the psychological test that was in Black Nylon for stuff like entering this tunnel.
Yeah.
But stop the presses. Obviously, this is a huge part of this story because of the size of the panel, if no other reason.
Yeah, dude. Total Lovecraftian horror. I mentioned all the tropes of EC Comics, and, we could call this horror stuff. But this actually feels like, certainly with the color also, it feels like Charlton horror.
Yeah.
It feels like a Charlton comic.
I think Charlton is something that Klaus looked at whenever Patience. I think there's a lot of Ditko and Charlton comics in that. And this feels very similar to, it would make sense in a Charlton Dr. Coffin or something.
Right.
I don't even know what
Dr. Graves.
Yeah, something strange. Because it's not like this is a great design, even though it kind of is. It's certainly compelling. But look at, I think this is the guy whose head was recently chopped off.
Right.
So it's like these heads are being chopped off and just added to this mass and still alive somehow.
Right.
So he does what he was supposed to, which is burn this thing. And then he essentially passes out. And whenever he wakes up, the townspeople are grateful because he has freed them. And this is his fate.
Yeah, tell me this ain't like Velvet Glove type surrealism. And I'm sure it's not part of his thing, but like that Midsummer flick, like, some of the kind of folk horror elements from that like come to mind. This is Wicker Man or something.
It's really bizarre, and I think there's a little bit in here. I came soon to understand that I was the focal center of all human existence, the one true religion. So again, we are going to deal with a guy who starts a religion.
Yeah. So it's the tract.
This is some of the reference to that, I think.
Yeah, it's the chick tract for this cult. And the tree, in my mind, it's not like I'm some kind of theologian or something. But in Wiccan religion, it's about the earth. So, maybe that's a bit of a suggestion of the cult, of course. So that's my thought on that segment, is that it's just a tract. It's the Bible.
That's the best I can do.
Origin story for this cult that we'll be dealing with.
And honestly, I look forward to reading this a third time with a real focus on the cult storyline, because it it does trace the history of this cult over many decades, and that's the only way that, well, at this point in reading it, that's what makes the most sense to me. So I'm curious to kind of go back with the focus on that and kind of see how it all measures up and fits together. But we are cutting back now. I do love these chapters. They're almost like short stories, but obviously interconnected. And Demonic is a great name. Great name.
By the way, black background front portrait. It's another Velvet Glove piece.
Dude, it's page 1 of 8 Ball 1.
Yeah, man.
Not just a piece.
But green hair, teenage girl. It's Ghost World also.
Enid. Enid going through her punk phase.
She's very Enid in this thing. She kind of is an Enid-like character.
This stuff breaks my heart. Like the first time I read through this, so her grandmother dies. Her grandfather had died before that. She's a junior in college, and this happens just a week into her junior year, which means she's not going back to school, at least not that year. This has wrecked her.
Yeah. And
what happens? Her uncle shows up almost instantly to start tearing down the house, going through stuff, getting rid of it.
She never bumped into that uncle 1-2 times prior to that, but he's there to pick the bones.
Yeah, and his whore wife, which makes it very clear Monica's now alone in the world. So here we go. I want to talk about Clow's background. I believe he was raised by his grandparents. I believe that's true. I don't think his parents were completely out of the picture, but I think primarily a big part of his childhood was spent with his grandparents.
Yeah, mom got to work and stuff.
That's also Rebecca's story in Ghost World, and I always identified with it because if you're raised by your... We know whenever you go to school, some of the kids, it's like their grandparents raised them.
Yeah.
Those kids are tremendously disadvantaged.
Yeah.
They just are.
Yeah, and they're being raised for a world that ain't what it is.
And I feel so bad. I remember identifying with Rebecca in that way, and now I feel it with Monica. And I do wonder about Klaus. That feels like something personal in here.
Totally. This middle line, like it. I think it speaks to that personal nature because it feels so deep, man. Where
yes.
It goes, but I just couldn't handle it. Nobody really gives a shit when your grandmother dies, you know? Like that seems like it comes from experience. But then you think about it, your own life. My grandma's not here, and the friends that you tell, like, they're like, oh, that sucks. Yeah. Because it's inevitable. It's you know, it's not a shock really.
And her boyfriend, kind of the only person she count on, and he says, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, which is like 20-year-old, like you could get that, man. Like that's some baggage.
It is for sure. So Monica heads up to their summer home on the lake to ostensibly to pack it up.
Yeah.
You know, for her uncle, but really it's to get alone and kind of sort this out. And I mean, these panels are right out of Velvet Glove, Cast in Iron.
You know, what I was thinking of with the shore house and stuff. I was thinking of David Boring.
Yeah, that's true too. A lake, a very important part of that story.
Totally.
I love all of this stuff, like all of it. The little town, the convenience store, the neighbors.
There's our gum to tooth ratio neighbor that we saw in his feral stage early on.
That's amazing. But it's such a piece of the world, and you know the color palette completely gives us a new setting.
It does. Yeah, it's more pastel-y, more airy.
And as she's going through stuff, she finds things like a Walkman that they had gotten her grandfather. She's lousy at taking care of herself. You know, cooking dinner is a hot dog over the open flame. She sleeps in front of the fireplace because it's cold. No other way to get the heat on in the place.
It's a super Enid thing to say, I'm a vegetarian, except for hot dogs.
It is so Enid. And in the middle of the night, the radio starts talking to her. What is going on here? Like the lettering, though. Monica.
Dude, it's almost like Lawrence Hubbard lettering.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Great face, too. The response to that's so good.
It's that uplighting stuff, that universal horror kind of lighting.
And she kind of is freaking out, right? Because pretty soon, this radio is talking to her, even calling her by name. It's a meltdown. What else can it be?
Totally. And here's a very cool storytelling piece. Because she has the green hair here. Up until the moment that Grandpop he calling her Buttercup, like only Grandpap calls me that, like, so she knows exactly who that is. And imagine that, right? Like, imagine that happens, like, we're not there. Next spread.
Yeah, we're gonna have these 2 pages of her trying to figure out what is going on, and having this communication with her dead grandfather through the radio.
This is the time travel in Patience, and it's the death ray also, where it's the thing of like trying to figure out how to make it work, or like what are the rules and parameters. What Klaus calls the difference between like sci-fi and science fiction, is like the sort of rule set and figuring out the parameters. Like that's, so this is the Patience, like death ray kind of MacGuffin.
And speaking of mortality, as we hear the words from her deceased grandfather, if there is a God, I sure as hell haven't seen him.
Right, and it's, once again, it's Lovecraftian, because he'll say stuff, there are no words to describe it, which is a total Lovecraft trope, and that's all I'm going to say about the subject. So like we're not even going to discuss it. Like Lovecraft, that's something I never thought of with Klaus, and maybe it's just so tangential, but I feel like it's there. But what is Lovecraft but pulp? And Charlton is pulp, and the lettering from those paperbacks is pulp. So it is kind of an exploration of some of those bits.
You know what? You just mentioned lettering. This lettering is very strange to me.
Yes.
I wonder if it's digital. There's a lettering software now where like you could put in 50 letter E's and it'll randomly generate those E's. And the reason I say it is there's a weird thick thin in this lettering that reminds me of vector art. If you convert like a raster image into vector, it's very different for Klaus lettering is one thing I'll say for sure. And I'm not going to say it's digital because that would surprise me.
I'm glad you brought it up, and it's crazy that it took us 43 pages to start talking about it. Take a look at any issue of Nom. Those are the ones that are definitely lettered, of Michael Golden Nom, like the first 12 for sure. My lettering teacher, Phil Felix, letters those. He used Hunt 102. And the 102 nib has the thick and thin like that. If you look at that lettering, it has that italic quality and then the little sharpness at the tip. And I think that might be it, man. Like, I would be surprised if he uses
That's amazing
digital.
If he went to Crow Quill to letter this stuff at this stage in his career.
It's baffling because
it's really shocking.
Because before that, it would probably be like rapidographs, right? It's very dead line.
Think. Right. Very even weight. And, you'll still see the strokes. Like the O is the stroke. But man, I just don't know how you get the thick thin on that kind of a round stroke. Maybe it's microns or something.
But
I really don't know.
There's two strokes to it. There's the this and then there's the that. So there's two strokes. Like, it's almost the same as a D, except it's like that. So it's not one movement.
His lettering is so distinct that to have something really different at this stage is, like I say, I'm just curious.
Me too. It's a question to ask and get an answer to. I would be super shocked if it's digital because he's just such a letterer and that's such a part of his composing and all of that. But my thinking is Crow Quill.
Yeah, the argument that I would put forth on the digital stuff is look at the amount of lettering that's on here. And again, I go back to, is he writing a script?
Right.
Like how would you have the confidence to letter in ink that volume? Like these words are razor sharp.
Yeah, he's done that. Stuff like Black Nylon, caricature, there's mountains of text. And also it speaks to the EC thing in a way, like with the Feldstein captioning and shit. The difference is that this is integrated into the story in a holistic fashion rather than telling you what you're seeing.
Yeah. This is that page turn that you're talking about. The green is now out of her hair. Time has passed.
Lots of time.
She's been at this cabin for a while.
Like, you don't even see green roots at the edge, man. So, like, you could imagine that if you come up with such a fucking absolute miracle, but it's finicky, like, Klaus remembers those old TVs with the rabbit ear antennas, and the ones were like, if you even, like, maybe put your hand kind of close to the TV, reception will get better, and then you just have to hold your hand in front of the TV to finish watching, 700 Club or whatever you're watching.
Yeah, it used to be the thing is like the low man on the totem pole's back there playing with the antenna. When it gets in the right position, you're stuck there.
Yeah, but there would be times like there's magnetism in your own body because like you get close to the TV and then you just hold position and then the shit is clear.
So the boyfriend shows up, apologizing, and he's going to be there for her. This panel is strange.
These marks, this is what makes me think of Charlton comics because like you would see that kind of noodly shit in Charlton stuff.
Yeah, it's different.
And it's like she's kissing a phantom, like she's dead. Like this guy showing up to be helpful, he's anything but.
Yeah, definitely.
And she needs to lose them, you know, like she's got this miracle. She kind of, you know, she wants to kind of keep it to herself. She's got a lot to deal with and figure out.
That's a bizarre face too. I kind of love new wrinkles in Klau's art.
Yeah, you know, it's really got me thinking that rather than just a brush, that he's playing with pen also. Like that's what those marks are.
Yeah, could be. So she figures out how to get rid of the boyfriend.
And what does he do with the radio? He puts it on the show and is like playing Fly Like an Eagle.
Right. The radio, by the way, is getting weaker.
Yes.
You know, and she tries different stuff like the antenna, kind of like what you're talking about, touch it, move it, you know, set it, all this stuff up. And decides she's got to move on, and you can really see the time passage. This is after the boyfriend goes, still short hair. By the time she leaves, pretty long hair.
Yeah. So she's spent, you know, the summer with them. The property, you know, the whole point of her being there is that the property's gone. You know, it's going to be toast. So she buries the radio.
So I'm going to note this, and I don't know how it fits, but this is
Right.
a hummingbird flying by the window.
Yes.
We see that in this very beginning.
Yeah, with the after the foxhole.
And it's a peculiar inclusion on a page like this. Again, not an accident, right? Like that means something, I think.
The hummingbird is a Watu the Watcher of the Monica universe.
All right, so here she's leaving after she's buried the radio near an old cypress tree in the woods, locks up the house, and now drives off of this road. Looks intentional. Doesn't say that, but you know.
By the time I
looks
woke
intentional.
up, by the time I woke up from my coma, everything was gone. Not only does this represent sort of the end of that one issue of David Boring to me,
Yeah.
but I think the whole book is like the issue of David Boring with the gunshot. I think this whole book is like that with that one issue, because of the last panel of the comic.
Yeah, I agree with that. The setting and everything feels like it's in that kind of stage.
Yeah.
It's weird to think about how much this recalls his past work. Like it feels deliberate. One of the most thoughtful cartoonists I can think of. This isn't accidental.
That's why we have to go through it molecularly, the way that we are.
You see a panel like this,
yes,
and it is so mundane and normal. You know, that is a person just sitting cross-legged on their bed listening to the radio.
Yes.
To then mix in these kinds of elements that the rest of this book has, it's a real mind bender.
I want to ask, I mean, I could sit and ask him about every single piece of it. For instance, we're seeing a car and we're just hearing about the burying of the radio when anybody else's cartooning instinct would tell them to show that's more interesting than drawing the front of a car.
We spend a lot of time with that radio for it to be the fate of the radio's off panel.
In words, but then it proves that visually, really the car is more important at this moment of the story. So like he makes these choices that are very, very thoughtful and very complicated choices to kind of arrive at and be okay with.
The relationship between text and image in his work is second to nobody.
Of course.
And this is a good example of it. Because it's the fate of the radio, but it's also her fate.
Yes.
You know, she's leaving. She's kind of done. And now here we go with our next story that I don't know how this fits, Ed. This is an odd one.
It's a Johnny story, so we get to see his latest persona as kind of like Dog the Bounty Hunter or something.
All right, so what we have here is somewhere up north, 1,200 feet above the snow line, in an abandoned donkey shed. He's wearing a fake beard because he is there to bring this kid back home.
Right.
And it involves some violence. That's a shootout, man. Some of these people did not leave that donkey shed alive.
Yeah, right. When you talk donkey shed, I think of like Ruby Ridge. Like I don't know that that's a donkey, but like, you know, it's like kind of out in the cut. It's on a mountain. There's obvious violence that occurred. And
no phone calls, radio signals, visitors, or newspapers. This is a bunch of dudes
like
living
survivalists
outside off the grid.
Yeah, which is very Ruby Ridge like, which in our lifetime, like that's the start of like a lot of shit happened as a result of that. You know, Waco comes and then the vast mistrust of the government. So then you got Waco after that, and Timothy McVeigh watching both of those shits happening, and then he does, you know, the bombing at the FBI building happens. This is they talk about this shit on Coast to Coast and those kinds of programs.
Do you know who this character is? The kid that he's up there bringing back?
No.
I don't either. That I was hoping for some kind of like that's a clue, but I didn't really make that connection. So they go back. Johnny is successful in retrieving this kid, and he's heading back to that kid's town. He's taking the kid back to his mother, and before he gets there, the road's blocked off, and the police are like, no cops, no cars are going into the city. He knows one of those cops, and he talks to him about it, like, come on, I'm just trying to get this kid home to his mother, and he's like, I said turn around.
Yeah.
So something bad is happening that is you're not allowed to go into that town.
Right.
Fortunately, Johnny's savvy, finds the back way in, and after driving around for a while, ends up at the kid's house. And the mom's not there. She's in the hospital. And it's just weird, right? Like, this is weird piled on weird piled on weird. We've gotten 2.5 pages into this story, and at least 3 weird incidents have taken place already.
And the doctor's like, get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah. As they go into the hospital, it reminds me of, like, Planet Terror, of, like, there's some kind of outbreak. But in a B-movie world.
I was thinking like Body Snatchers, because like everybody seems like Stepford Wife type people, man, just kind of going off in their own direction. Which was Stepford Wives? Was that an Ira Levin thing?
I don't know if it was or not. It feels like it would fit in that world, but I'm not sure. He puts a call into Finley. Finley was the commanding officer in that opening war segment, at least the same name, and he does look like an older dude, right?
Yeah.
So Finley comes out to meet him, and he is flustered, like I can't even. And he tells him to easy buddy, take your time. And he can't really tell him, he can't follow the story that Finley tells him.
Right.
He says it got so complicated I couldn't really follow along. Such great narration.
Mm-hmm.
Like it really paints a picture of words can't describe it.
Right.
But he's good at using words to describe a bad situation.
Yeah.
And he goes to find that kid in the hospital who was visiting his mom. And the kid shows up who had been giving him the silent treatment and is like, with his eyes, lets him know we got to get out of here. And off they go. And that's the story.
Yeah. So these little bits are like the Ice Haven piece, where it might be like, the Blue Bunny story or something, where it feels tangential, but it does fit in. This part of this gig could be Johnny like trying to find answers to certain things, trying to find his girl, and just he's got a gig that puts him in a place where he could be inquisitive and things.
All right, back to Monica's story. Success. A lot has happened in the past 22 years. Gives us a short version. After waking up from the coma about 15 years ago, she starts this little company that becomes super successful, Monica's Candles.
Yes.
So building on Penny's candles, one of her childhood memories.
Yeah, it was called Monica's Candles back in the day, and I was really fearing that this was going to happen, dude. Because, we shot an hour already. Like, we're going to be kind of fucked.
So question, how much of this book do we want to give away?
Yeah, I say up to the end, up to the last, up to Doomsday. Is that fair?
There's so much in Doomsday.
That's true.
All right, well, let's keep it rolling here. So success.
You're the boss, man.
I like that. All right, so success is basically now we're in a second or third act of Monica's life. And in this act, she has become a very successful businesswoman, coming basically out of this coma where we saw her in her chapter. And as she comes back from this, working her way up almost from like Penny would have been in this kind of situation with her bad roommates and things of that nature. And that's where Monica finds herself. But she's going to work her way up because she gets an assistantship with this woman.
Right. Which, by the way, David Boring gets shot in the head. Right?
Yeah, those bandages even kind of resemble that.
Real close.
At this point, because this is a flashback from this moment, Monica has sold her business essentially.
Yeah.
So you see this is a very present moment. That's an iPhone that he's recording this for. Basically, she's a super success story. Let's get the background on Monica's camera for, brand storytelling essentially.
Totally. We have these lights at the Kayfabe Studios. Also, that last Johnny piece, that could be our crime suspense stories kind of piece if we still keep up with the EC
it's a very
genres.
good EC story in a lot of ways. The doctor says that she skidded on black ice, which is interesting because if you look at the actual wreck, it looks like it's springtime. Everything's green, and it looks like she just drove off the road.
Right.
All right, so she's going to go to work, doing menial jobs at first and having a bunch of roommates. But whenever she finds there's this opening with this woman who needs an assistant, and this is a very successful, kind of a celebrity on the back half of her life at this point, but very wealthy and looking for an assistant. So Monica answers the call and does all right. Although one of her moves is to climb over this boyfriend, this boy toy boyfriend, half her age. Monica sees her boyfriend, her employer's boyfriend, out with another woman. Whenever she tells the employer, it kind of breaks the employer down.
Yeah.
Like she really felt for this guy. Kind of interesting to see that, like in your mind, you think it's just dating somebody younger, arm candy kind of thing.
His name is Coyote. Like how serious
not.
can it be?
And he says, "I'm just a sleazebag gold digger." Ha ha ha. Nevertheless, it removes the person that's in between them. And now Monica's number 2, and she starts hanging out with her a little bit more on a personal level, and gives her some, I don't know, you know how it works. Like you get around somebody who's successful, you learn from them. They might give you a tip here or there, maybe connect you with somebody, and that's kind of what we see.
But there's also, with a lot of successful people who think of Scientology and stuff, they kind of like want to hold on to that forever, or looking for some guidance or some reason why they deserve it all. It's almost like survivor guilt or imposter syndrome, and it's these guys that come through. I remember, like, my mom used to get a Cosmopolitan magazine, and in the back there was this dude named Spivey. You might remember him. He had like a big powdered wig that was like a big afro kinda, and like they just look like that and have weird trinkets that they wear from their necks, and just total new age people. It's bullshit baffles brains, and susceptible rich people are easy victims of that.
Yeah, as somebody that doesn't have children, I worry this is my fate, that I'll be leaning on these people whenever I'm in my senior years because I don't have anyone else.
We are those guys. Welcome to the the cult of Cartoonist Kayfabe.
But how about this? It's her only support came from Dr. Aquarius, which I can only imagine is a reference to Frank Miller's Ronin.
Yeah, right. But it's there's in history, like Dr. Landy, the Brian Wilson doctor who kept him sedated for 30 years and got writing credits on Beach Boy songs.
I think this is your piece of advice too from her employer. So Monica, tell me, why do you have such awful friends? She's not wrong.
Right.
And this leads to her successful business. Like there's another one of those turn the page juxtapositions to 15 years in the future. At this point, she has sold the candle business for a great profit, and now she's sitting alone. What are you going to do now?
Right.
You got everything you think you want. Financially, you're secure. Where do you go from here? And it's shallow friends and not getting along with her old awful friends. A lot of tension there and resentment.
And this is one of those things that like you can easily recall, man, of just like gaining some success and you're in the chosen profession that you've always enjoyed and you have fun doing the work that you do. Man, maybe you don't really like want your friends to ask you, well, how you doing, after you hear about all the bad shit that went on in their life. Like, this is easily identifiable.
All right, Ed, in the man, I got to read this caption because this is classic Dan Clowes. I really do wish I could be more like the person I'm pretending to be in this interview. The real me would be so loathed, as would the real you, I'm guessing. That's pure Clowes. I love that stuff. It reminds me of like Piper walking around with a notebook full of like promo lines. Like I get paid to chew bubblegum and kick ass and
right.
Not a bubblegum. I feel like there are so many of these kind of captions that are just fantastic Clowesian moments. It's almost like he is prepping this as some sort of statement graphic novel in a way. Like, got to get those quotes I've been walking, those notes I've been walking around with. I want them in there. But I do want to kind of skim fast because there's some stuff I want to cover before we wrap this up, and we are an hour plus in. So we're going to see her kind of going through her life and trying to make sense of it. Like she's a super success. What do you do? When she's lost, she goes and visits Dr. Aquarius for some insights. And he kind of, I don't know, puts her on a bit of a quest. And that quest is, what happened to Mom? Let's go track down Penny.
Right.
She starts with a visit to Old Man Johnny.
You know what? This is very telling. When we were interviewing Klaus, and we were like, "Hey man, are those artist editions?" When the art was sitting on top of the thing, he said, "What I do when I want to capture certain things is I open up one of the artist editions and I ink right next to it." What are those lines, dude?
That's a Jack Davis texture.
Absolutely. So he was inking that, looking at that Jack Davis artist edition.
That's a great detail, Ed. And even that whole panel has that quality.
That's
the
Marie
wind's
Severin.
blowing in the air. You're looking up at this kind of weird mystical guru. Good stuff.
Yeah, that 100% yellow. That's a Marie Severin. Like, she colors almost all the backgrounds in mad yellow like that.
And another great moment of one last thing I want to ask. The name Monica's Candles. That was your mother's store, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's go find Mom.
Yeah, dude. And there's Johnny again.
Yeah.
In that outfit that we've probably seen earlier when he's like, "Who was the real Penny?" We caught up.
And Johnny just doesn't seem right. That's what our captions are going to kind of direct us towards. And then the idea of the opening comes up, and it really sets Johnny off. And he's like, "I'm afraid she might have done some bad things." It really unsettles him. And that's enough for her to duck out. We cross-cut back to the interview, and then this is it. She gives up basically her identity because she's about to go deep in the bowels of a dangerous cult. And a drawing style that I have not really seen Dan Clowes use before.
Not at all.
I thought it was so amazing because it's almost like we've now stripped down her identity, and here we go. This is the real person, and we're about to go in. I was so excited whenever I read this the first time of like, that's a moment.
Yeah, totally, man. And the art style for that piece makes me think of like the like volume 1 of the R. Crumb sketchbooks when he's figuring out hatching, and it's all this vertical, top down hatching, not going with the forms or anything, just straight up and down, and then getting value by just ganging up the values.
Yeah, it's a great moment. It's very unsettling. David Lynch, a guy he's often compared to early in his career, feels very David Lynchian to me visually, because that's unsettling. It's just an unsettling image.
Right.
And that's what you want for somebody who's going into the dangerous cult. It doesn't work if that's a cartoon drawing.
Right.
So the opening and the way, this is the cult that started back when she was a kid with that pamphlet handout. And the way is basically that cult splits. So we're going to get a backstory of this cult and kind of the history of the cult and some of the big people involved in it, the two main leaders that separate. And who provides that? Some internet reporter. Because there's not a lot of information out there online, but this one guy wrote a bunch of info. So she tracks him down, and eventually that leads to her pepper spraying him, because what else could it lead to?
Right, yeah, he's going to try to grab a titty or something.
An internet cult reporter? That's probably not going to end well.
Yeah.
So she goes to the cult meeting of the more mainstream version of that cult. Doesn't exactly lead to anything except this Horn of Plenty where the cult used to hang out. And there are some cult members that still go there, although, again, nobody gives her too much great information here. But she is trying to find ways into this cult. And when I reread this, Ed, in my mind, it was like, oh, her mom had gone and joined this or whatever. And I guess she has, but I don't know when that's clear that that's what she did. She drops Monica off and disappears.
Right.
So I don't know if she ever really connects.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a suggestion that like if you do participate, like that you could be disappeared.
This is a guy who allegedly gave her the pamphlet all the way back in the beginning. She recognizes him whenever she sees him. Penny's kid.
Right.
And so maybe he's the reason that she... I don't know. Like, that's a missing piece for me. And this is almost like we've had conversations in the past where I'm like, I don't know how she makes the connection between the two.
Right.
But apparently that connection is real. It must just be a detail I overlooked.
Yeah.
In trying to piece this puzzle together. And that's what this feels like, right? We're trying to unravel a mystery, and we've really set it up now. And off we go to infiltrate the cult. What a compound for a cult.
Totally. It's like the Stacy Keach compound in American History X.
Yeah, maybe a couple decades after it's abandoned.
Right.
Like it's pretty run down at this point. Clowes does a great job of getting us to this point and getting the cult here, because it really goes off the grid, the group that is devout to that original cult idea.
Right.
And she gets thrown into this closet for a while. She's kind of prepped. She's read their religious material to try to be ready to do this.
Yeah.
But you see this Victor Flowers guy who starts it. I don't remember seeing him cross paths. Do you remember that as being one of the men that went through Penny's life?
No, but it could be the Kayfabe guy from the religious tract. You know, it's got the dark hair and stuff, and he could be the guy who wrote the first document or something.
It's very funny because it does seem like Penny went through this cult at some point.
Yeah,
Was there.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know that there's, other than the fact that she was in it, I don't know how Monica would have come to know that. I don't remember seeing that.
Right.
But also I don't remember how she's connected to the leader. Like the idea that the leader is her father is basically Monica's idea at this point.
Right.
So she has infiltrated it. You know, they're kind of welcoming her into it. They all have kind of the same haircuts.
Right.
As much as you can. And she assimilates with them. Even to the point of getting one of the club haircuts. Very basic existence. They go into the dumpsters to find food. You see them just like chopping up wood for heat and sustenance. A very simple kind of existence. And whenever Penny makes a joke, that's considered aggressive.
Right. Bullet holes.
Yeah.
Some things went down there. Some Jim Jones shit went down.
There's the sad notion too, like one of the themes that comes up with this guy who gave her the brochure in the beginning hasn't seen her daughter since she was 5 or 6 because her mother took the daughter and went and joined this cult, and he tries to get in touch and he's like, if you see her, tell her I love her. Really a sad moment, you know?
Sure. Which is important for cults. You got to separate the people like that. You know, that happened with Jonestown.
Yeah, it's kind of cult 101 brainwashing type stuff. And this is the religious idea. And this comes up as if you're into, I guess if you're into certain conspiracy cults, the idea that there's some long, like millennia old forces, possibly demons, aliens, whatever it may be that's influencing humanity, that's kind of encompassed in the teachings and the history of this cult. It's a little bit generic in order to make it fit, but it's great as a reading exercise because it allows you to kind of like sub in current stories or conspiracies. And again, the drawing never goes downhill.
No. Keeps up the bullshit, baffles brains. I know that the nose is pulled up, but is this the same character, that feral boy character?
I don't think so. I think it's probably just a similar vision. If that's the same boy from that house she lived in as her first memory, that's amazing. But it also makes you wonder, like, what exactly Monica's state is, right?
Right.
Because that first boy may be based on this experience. You know, like she's remembering it to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's chilling. I didn't even think of that.
Because, like, there he is, right? And then there's, like, it's very similar composition. Like, I feel like this color might be that color.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of repetition. And there's enough of it that it's similar if it's not intentional. It's just, like, part of that baffling, like, which, again, is kind of conspiracy lore, where it's just, like, coincidence after coincidence until you can't unravel anything.
Right.
You know, how did we get here? I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we connect Penny to this.
Yeah.
And I've read it twice already.
Right.
But it has that feeling, you know, it just is, the pieces kind of add up.
Black nylon going into the corridor.
Yeah, just great visuals all the way around. There's mixing of dreams plus like the religious interpretation of this cult, blood sacrifice. And now we finally meet our leader. And it starts out she is there to, you know, learn the way, but eventually she kind of comes clean and says, you know, I think you're my dad.
Right.
I'm looking for you. Looking for my father. And he says, I've had hundreds of children, thousands, you're nothing to me. And he's done with her. By the way, he has a computer in his quarters. So for all of this cult living way off the grid, not the same rules to the leader.
Sure, which is typical.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely typical.
And she takes off, flees for her life with the help of one cult member. And pretty great stuff. You know, that whole scene, I think, is very exciting. And she gets to leave with a little scrap of an envelope, a fragment from her mother that, again, the cult member gave her. And this guy, she stays with this family. It's Ike, and I forget his wife's name. They start in the beginning. Whenever she goes to this little town that's the closest thing to the cult, she talks to him about it, and he has some info. Whenever she flees them, she ends up living with them basically as a new family for a little bit. Even to the point of whenever she has an encounter in the town with the cult member who's looking for food, he defends her, but she realizes she can't stay there. Gotta go. This Krug part, weird again. I can't help seeing Rug there.
Yeah, of course.
Thinking of Klaus cutting a promo on me as some kind of failed artist. And that's what this guy is. Klaus takes a lot of shot at fine art throughout his career. A lot of different stuff, from Art School Confidential to just tons of 8-ball stuff. And it's a little bit of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, so you could call it the Art School Confidential piece, man. This is what can happen. And dude, coming up, like, you meet enough of these fucking schmucks that you've got promos to cut.
Yeah, it's quite. That's the reason this stuff is so good, is that it does feel like it rings true in a lot of ways.
Of course, yeah. So, like, I guess this is the guy from early on.
He is the first guy.
So, it was thought and suggested that would be the father, because he's fucking Penny when all that stuff is going on, but and I think maybe he still may or may not be on your second reading. Like,
he's not.
He's definitely not.
Yeah, he's definitely not. I don't know if it's super clear here that he isn't, but it will be clear by the end. But he pretends that he is because he thinks she's going to buy art.
Right. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. And that's some drawing that we haven't seen Dan Clowes do.
It's true, and also makes me think of the Charlton stuff. Noodly Filipino era Charlton comics.
It's like the sick, dark yellow. You mentioned yellow in the beginning.
Right.
This is the sick, twisted, almost like irradiated cancer yellow.
It is, and I think it has the slightest bit of blue in it.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's moving towards green, but still in the yellow.
Like 5% cyan or something.
Okay, here we are at Doomsday, and this is where you're going to get whatever answers you get from this book.
Right.
Do you think this is the stop point?
I think we should go through a little, because it's really the last page is the thing, and I swear to God, Klaus draws himself.
Me too. That's how I read it too, which changes my reading of this whole thing.
Yeah.
So we're going to cut ahead quite into the future now of Monica in old age. She's gone through therapy. She's living in this small Northern California quiet town. It's kind of like an arts touristy town. Mostly gets along with everybody. There's her therapist online. The pandemic has taken place.
Right, so it's your Zoom therapy.
So pretty interesting to see how she's adjusted. And as part of that adjustment, she actually does find her mother.
Right.
And this is her mother. We're going to see a little bit of interaction that's somewhat unsatisfying and super mundane, which is kind of the big takeaway of this book on my second read, is as extraordinary and fantastic as this story is, ultimately, Monica's life, very, very nothing.
Right.
And I think that is the story of all of us. And that's the scary mortality story, because even if your life's extraordinary, as you get to the end of it, we all die alone, right?
That's it, man. You just got yourself noteworthy in that there's no spotting of blacks. This is the only story that doesn't have blacks. These tones are achieved with just hatching and things. It's a way more pastel hue than all the other stories. So it's like we're fading into existence here. Also, like, I'm just gonna fast forward real quick. This trope here of the top-down camera with foliage with the red car. I've seen this in about 5 movies.
Yeah, it's a classic shot.
That I watched with the red car. I think it might be in Eden Lake. It's that Vivarium movie with Jesse Eisenberg, I think. Like, I think that's in there. Like, that's a classic trope. And here comes the Dan Clowes character.
Yes. And if this doesn't look like Dan Clowes, come on.
Yeah.
How do we not interpret that as Dan Clowes? He's done a million self-portraits, and that looks like him.
Totally.
And they hit it off.
Right.
And they have a lot in common about being raised. Like, again, this feels like Dan Clowes' personal story.
Yes.
And they connect that way. And I don't know. It's really strange to think if this is really Dan Clowes, wow, now what do we make of this story?
Right.
It's a peculiar thing. Boy, it looks like him.
And it's maybe the nicest person to her.
Mm-hmm.
And he makes good on all his obligations. And in fact, he's like the hopeful character. He's like, oh, it turns out I could be here for longer. So she gets to spend even more time with him. It might be like, a suitable partner for this lady who's lived a life of chaos.
Is Monica Dan Clowes? Because here's Monica, and here's our Clowes character,
Same
and it
shirts.
almost feels like they're the same.
Yeah.
You know, like, is this some sort of, I don't know, I hate to say meta, but some kind of like twist, revelation, insight? And if you don't know Clow's work, does this character mean any of the stuff we're saying now?
Right.
And there's no room in this book. There's no, bio in the back or any context that if you don't know Clow's, I don't think you would ever interpret this that way.
Okay, so it's not recording anymore.
So here's what I want to do. I want the episode to cut. I will splice in from previous episode, like our end game. And basically this video will cut off in the middle at some point. I don't know exactly what point we do it, but somewhere around where it stops is about right whenever we're talking like, is this Clow's character? And then...
Right, that's hard. That's hard.
I think it'll work because I also kind of don't want to give away everything.
No, yeah, of course.
Boy, and in some ways I do want to give away everything.
Right.
Because, like, is this Clow's going, hey, dudes, we are fucked.
Right.
This is the end of the world, people.
Totally.
I've been watching the world closely, and I'm telling you what's going on is above and beyond.
But this is also, that's the gunshot coming towards the reader of just like, it's done. It's the cheap ending. It's like the super intricate story, and then you get like the cheap, silly ending.
I have never read anything like this in my life. You know what we should say?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we can take this down or not.
Well,
because I feel like we still might have a thing or two to say about it.
We could be mindful.
But it is why I want to read this book again. So everybody, the spoiler warning's done. That ending, like every single page of this book feels like it has merit.
Yeah.
And that it's integral to the understanding of the book. And I just really don't know what to make of it. I can't wait to read other people's thoughts on it.
Totally. So it might be stuck on your, like, you know how Filmic Pro saves it? It might be that kind of deal.
Oh, I'm gonna have to plug in. And...
Yeah. Your phone is fully drained. Oh, good stuff, man. It'll probably take a little while for it to come up, but I do want to see that part. Like I think.
Are people still following along?
I don't know if they're coming in or whatever.
That was an inside baseball. Like, I feel like that is just a weird book. It's a hard book to talk about.
Right.
You know, like, I think you could have a talk about that book without doing the page by page and just kind of the overview of, like, what do you think this means?
Yeah.
And how about this for an ending, or having Clow's show up as a character?
Right. I'm glad you noticed that, too.
But if you don't know his work well, that's just a dude.
Yeah.
I got to see like what I got here at the end.
Yeah, I need you to see as well.
All right, guys. If you followed along through all of that, I hope you enjoyed it. It's an amazing book. I hope you take that away from it. And it's one of those books, I hope you all buy it and read it and just keep this discussion going. Because as I was saying to Ed after we stopped recording, I'm eager to read other people's interpretation of this. I don't know that I've ever read a comic book quite like this. I think it's full of Easter eggs that I missed. And, I mean, honestly, I'm looking forward to reading number 3.
Yeah.
It's really something.
In that there's no spotting of blacks. This is the only story that doesn't have blacks. These tones are achieved with just hatching it with the red car. I've seen this in about 5 movies. Yeah, it's a classic show that I watched.
That thing where you say I've seen this in about 5 movies might be where I cut.
But maybe we didn't mention the character yet.
I think that's in there. Like that's a classic.
You know what? I think we missed a bunch of that.
And here comes the Dan Clowes character.
Boom, that's where you cut it.
Like Dan Clowes.
Yes. Yeah, dude, that's a great cut. That's a great moment to cut because that's a hard video to get out of, even if we had unlimited, time with it. Awesome. Damn. Well, good. I look forward to the next conversation I have about it too.
Yeah, we need to get Klaus on the hook and get him to come. But he's very cagey and
Yeah, I understand that.
and he's gonna let you think whatever you want to think and not tell you you're right or wrong or anything.
And I applaud him for it. I think that's a book that is, like I say, everybody's going to have a different take on it, and that's I like that. I think that's really awesome. But I would like to talk to him in depth about his lettering. I think he'd come clean with that, whatever that stuff is. If he switched tools or something, if he lettered on overlays, whatever it is, I need to know. Because that would explain it too. If it were lettered, if he ended up doing bulk lettering, like hand lettering after the fact, that might change it a little bit. You know how you get fatigue and
right.
That could change a little bit. I want to run to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, I got it set up. All right, man. We're gonna do the.
I'm gonna have to go home and take a nap after that one.
That's gonna be a good one. I'm so curious if people are gonna click on it, or if it's just gonna be lost in the dust. We got to do it. A Michael Golden Artist Edition. I think that's right. I ordered a bunch of pads of Bristol.
Yep.
So I got boxes that can be used either for lugging out your haul or for trash.
Okay. Did you switch water?
I switch water.
Okay, this is my water.
Yeah, that's your water.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to channel stuff on here.
That's okay. I mean, we got to focus on this anyhow. There's something up with your thing. Like, I don't know if you got apps open or
I do have some apps open.
or what, but like it should not. Like, my iPad is years older than yours, and holds a charge way more.
All right, I'm gonna throw this one in the box, and I don't know. Maybe we tap back into yours after the video for 5 minutes.
Yep. So we'll try to be kind of breezy here.
Yeah, it's not a Sunday vid.
Right.
It's a nice cover.
Fantagraphics commission piece right there.
Is it?
Oh yeah, the X-Men companion. Remember Dunbeer was like, "Hey guys, where is this art from?" Like he was like testing us. And it was like, that comes from the X-Men companion published by Fantagraphics. So what do you think about that, Scott Dunbeer? Let's clean up a little bit here. Oh shit. Can you plug in? Or are you? Oh, okay, never mind. You know what I am going to do? I'm sorry. I'm going to just plug my battery in because I edit on this thing and I just don't want the battery to die while I edit.
I feel like you could go through Monica for 6 hours. like as a Klaus person,
Yeah.
just pointing out detail after detail.
Yeah, I think so too. What are the other big books like? Because like, he really does touch on so much of his bibliography.
Yeah, I wonder about something like Death Ray.
Right.
You know, there's some fantastic elements, but I don't know.
Like that's the
pretty
radio.
generic.
That's the radio. I don't understand what this motion is. Okay. Cool beans?
I think we're ready.
Yeah.
Don't let me leave without sending that commercial your way.
Yes, sir. Let me get some sips in real fast. Let's do it. Just tap it. Welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're a daily comic book channel here on the tubes, and we've got more than 1,000 videos live to date. So we might have talked about your favorite comics. Hit the little magnifying glass on the Cartoonist Kayfabe front page here on YouTube. Give it a search for your favorite comics. Maybe we talked about your favorite stuff. Maybe we didn't. If we didn't, put something in the comments and let us know what we need to put at the top of our reading list for future episodes. We have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. The King Kayfabers on the Patreon mitigate the kayfabe effect. When we show off the books that we talk about, thousands of people see these videos very rapidly, and lots of them go hunting on eBay and Amazon for the cheapest copies. So if you get the videos before anybody else, that gives you a little bit of an advantage. Jimmy and I are going to be at the Baltimore Comic-Con coming up in a couple of weeks as of this recording. It's going to be September 8th, 9th, 10th. It's the birthplace of Cartoonist Kayfabe, and we look forward to seeing you there. Without further ado, it came just as you left. Last record session, Jimmy. You left, and then the UPS guy came or whatever. Michael Golden's Marvel Stories Artist Edition. They use the nomenclature Artist Edition for everything now, but in days of yore, it would have been called an Artisan Edition, or Artifact Edition, I believe. Which is to say that it's a smattering of pages, no complete stories or anything like this. It might have the Spider-Man Hulk story incomplete. Off the bat, this cover would be this is from the X-Men Companion, published by Fantagraphics. Whenever they did 2 volumes to kind of like they didn't want to publish superhero comics, but they would do a super adjacent companion book and make lots of money.
It strikes me how much Art Adams resembles this cover.
And he admits it. Yeah, Art Adams completely admits to pulling from Michael Golden in a big giant way. Always look forward to the end papers on artist editions, and both choices of end papers are pretty good here. Very iconic shot from the introduction of Rogue issue of
it's an amazing piece.
Let's jump into things, man.
Boy, we're spoiled with these things.
I did. We got the Avengers Annual, Doctor Strange artwork, Marvel Fanfare stuff, which would include the Spider-Man joint, pages from the Nom.
Excellent. And here's your end pages. Interesting, kind of a big panel. There, like usually you see something really small like this size blown up. In this case, a much larger piece, which is wild, and it speaks to the level of detail that is kind of a characteristic of Michael Golden.
Yeah, man. This guy, he's a noodler, and these kind of marks you just did not see in comics at this time period. We're not getting, it's the DC stuff that got him on people's radars to start, and of course this is just all Marvel things, but showed up in Marvel in a big way. He did some things, man. There is a Micronauts artist edition that I think we looked at with Tom, and good companion piece for that. Look at the thick and thins going with the form of the leg to sell you on the volume of the shape.
Yeah, I really like that. It's kind of a double lighting.
Yeah.
Great feathering both directions. I always wonder whenever you see somebody putting this amount of detail at a time whenever the comics just did not reproduce it. What incentivizes them to work this detailed?
Yeah, I think you don't do it unless you can't not do it. But Michael Golden has always admitted, one, that he is not a comics guy, and two, that comics cannot afford him.
I don't know what he means by not a comics guy. He's done a ton of comics work. That I wonder if that's a bit of a self-effacing thing.
Yeah, like he's the direct opposite of self-effacing. What I think it actually is that air of like, oh, it's just comics. Like he's playing, like he's into it, but he's pretending like he's not. You know, that kind of art shit.
That's funny. It is the opposite of self-effacing.
Like, trust
comics
me.
Are beneath his talent.
Exactly. Go watch any of his interviews. He believes in himself for sure. And this is, you know, the famous introduction of Rogue. One of the things that I always make note of, and we do have a Michael Golden playlist here on the channel, is that when he's drawn chaos, it's still all penmanship. So he's not a flickety flick of the white media all over the thing. Mm-hmm. He's not going in with a brush and doing weird technique. Every line is drawn by hand and is a considered choice.
I look at some of this stuff, especially on the monitor, and it's kind of like, is it too much?
A colorist nightmare, perhaps?
Definitely that, but I mean, like, even as a viewer, do you get lost in lots of these moments? Yeah. Like lost meaning I can't discern foreground, background, figure.
For sure. Yeah, like, did you know that there's a figure there? Or how about a figure right there?
You know, like, that's a really chaotic page.
Yeah.
It takes me a long time to figure out what's happening there.
And it does require the colorist to do lots of heavy lifting.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that.
Jumping into the Doctor Strange stuff, that would come some years later, I believe. Does the color hold thing pretty well.
This Doctor Strange story, like, I have this comic, and it's a beauty.
Yeah.
It's really sharp stuff. I mean, like, this is just magic. You know, no pun intended.
Still incorporating the Ditkoisms in the Michael Golden style. That's pretty cool, huh?
Look how awesome that hand is.
Oh, yeah. With radiating lights at the edges.
Yeah, the Ditkoisms are really neat because some of these marks do feel almost Ditko-esque and almost like when Ditko leaves Marvel and he's doing his own black and white stuff.
Right.
Kind of reminds me of that.
Dude, this is fun because it's from Marvel Fanfare, but it was an inventory strip, and that's what Marvel Fanfare began as. Because how can you sit on a Michael Golden story for too long? You gotta put that out, man.
Man, he's so good with machines and stuff. Like, that helicopter's just gorgeous. You know, the other artist edition we've looked at, if you're new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, is the G.I. Joe special that he did.
Yes.
Which shows off his ability to draw tack and machines and everything very well.
We're going to see some good examples once we get to the nom pages.
He is such a stellar drawer.
Yeah.
It feels like every page has... It's that image thing of, like, having hooks on your pages. It feels like he's just loaded with those.
We'll see the... We'll see the Jim Lee, Scott Williams team kind of handle a lot of female faces in this exact way with these kind of lines and stuff.
Boy, tons of these bulging eyeballs. That's fun. Using screen tone here to great effect to create foreground, background, light, dark.
Absolutely. There's some more your kludginess.
Yeah, it's wild to me how much that kind of, I don't know, noises together.
Yeah. Yeah, it really relies on the color, and I don't know if it was meant to be black and white if he would have drawn it that way.
I wonder if there's any pushback against him at this time period, like from old timers or something.
Sure.
I know that he's this huge influence on the McFarlanes. You mentioned Jim Lee and Scott Williams. So, like, going forward, this guy's huge influence.
Right.
But I wonder if from the traditional house style, if it was the opposite where guys are like, all that noodling.
Yeah, I think he was very sought after. Like, he made his name at DC, and then he was a part of the implosion. And Marvel sucked him up right away, put him to work on Micronauts. We're into the nom, dude. Which is some, you know, it's his masterpiece in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I love this comic.
Look at that, dude. Standing on the floor, the horizon line is the bottom of the panel, so you get to see the range of depth.
Exquisite. John Beatty pulling inks here That's the inker on that Kelly Jones artist edition
Yeah.
we looked at, right? Really, really good inker.
Phil Felix doing the color. So look at this, man. Holding lines for surprints and stuff.
Phil Felix must not have colored too much, right?
No, I don't think so.
Wow.
By the way, this is his lettering with that 102. So give it a close look.
These are really stunners. This is that. I feel like there are these moments in comics where it's like everybody on the team fits.
Yeah.
And boy, is this stuff just for the stuff that I pointed out said it's very noisy. It's hard for me to discern figures and foreground, background. I don't have that problem here. And there's still a ton of detail, but it's kind of worked out with the lights and darks and textures.
And it's 5 years later. Mm-hmm. The guy has figured some stuff out, and it's interesting because this is nom number 5, this is nom number 9. When you read those and you check them out, Golden is inking some of them. Mm-hmm. He's coloring some of them. You just never know.
Always love it whenever he colors.
Yeah. Dropping into his cover works.
Interesting arrangement for the book that the covers are this far up front.
Right.
I kind of like it.
It's a centerpiece because the Spider-Man Hulk story is going to be in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I like breaking it up. I've become more interested in how people lay out a book. And this feels a little bit atypical for the artist editions I've seen so far.
But not atypical in them putting like a 1980s cover after a 1993 cover, after a 1996 cover. Like, Jesus Christ, come on, guys. Give us some curation here.
Yeah, Golden just seems like such a almost ahead of his time in some ways. Like if
absolutely.
he shows up at 10 years later, he's probably one of the Image founders.
Right.
And selling, gargantuan stuff. What a great piece. Yeah.
There's your joint.
I love this issue. Here's a tip for everybody at home. If you have Marvel Fanfare 47 and 3D glasses, the red and blue ones, give it a look under those glasses.
It works.
Not as 3D exactly, but there's something going on with the color.
That's cool.
It's really interesting that way. The coloring in that book is so spectacular. That's the thing. Like, Golden's really smart with color, too. He's a very graphic artist.
There's those nom covers, dude.
Fantastic.
And look at the approach, right? Like, because he's probably coloring it. So these red lines are indicating, like, leave those white. Let the background be whatever it is, but like leave those white, and then you don't put the black line, and it implies motion a little bit.
Look at how fantastic this is like dog fighting scene, but updated to 1980s and also Vietnam War. I love the detail on the helicopters with like the painted jaw lines. Spectacular.
And I'm such a fan of his cartooning, drawing these different kinds of faces.
Totally different. Every character on there.
So important for the aesthetics of the nom. Think of any of the Joe Kubert books that just look grisly. Like at least this has a little life to it.
Man, both of these covers. Wow.
And you remember the color here, there's like 100% magenta on either the sky or the grass, I think. What's funny is I don't know, I've never seen this cover before.
Yeah, I wonder if that's on, number 42, so much later in the run, I guess. Because it's such a cool composition. I was like, is that on run?
He did a lot of this around this like early mid-90s period, man, where so much background color work with like a strong foreground image. He was an art director. He basically, John Romita like left as art director. He became art director, then John Romita came back. If I got my story straight. I was picking these shits up off of the rack.
Great color on these things too, man.
Yeah, this is your magentas. Again, he was like the guy who was not afraid to use pink.
He was fantastic in coloring this stuff. Boy, these were. I was also buying these off the rack and like burnt into my mind some of these covers. Look at how good he is with the dark and the light, right? This is all lit up with the muzzle bursts. Phenomenal.
Very thoughtful.
He's great at doing the values, which is something not all these cartoonists have.
The unfortunate thing about this being just Marvel stuff is that like he's doing these covers while he's doing those Batman covers.
Yeah, and some of those are my favorite Batman images.
Remember scooping this off the rack at Kmart? Just that striking image right there, dude, is just unbelievable.
Iconic covers. But
still allowing for that cartooning.
Yeah, it's funny, like I group guys by eras together and stuff. I think of Mike Zeck and Michael Golden as being of a similar era.
Right.
And it's fun to think of them as both doing this is amazing.
Pretty late period, and he's not dipping nothing, man, to draw those bullets. Those are sepia toned micron lines if I've ever seen.
I'll tell you what though, they're real shell casings.
Right.
You think of all the great shell casings of like the Stephen Platt era image. These are look like real rifle shells.
Yeah, totally, and it actually does not have the lead at the tips.
Craziness. But Mike Zeck's such a different artist, and yet great with. You compare Punisher covers between the two,
Right.
but a totally different approaches. Love this Wolverine that he would do, that bulky Wolverine.
Yeah.
Did a Christmas story that might even be from it. I'm not sure, but it was that like beefed up Wolverine. So awesome. This is great. I think texture the insides of these. Looks a little different to me, like he's inking with a different tool. Those legs and stuff, the way he's doing shadows on there looks quite a bit different than the left page.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole composition is weird.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if this was some kind of deadline something or a replacement of maybe a different cover that they cut.
Could be.
Because it's a very different approach than what you're seeing there. Like, holy cow. Wow. I'd like to see the perspective grid underneath that.
Right.
Wow.
Classic kind of composition there, dude. Out of bullets.
Yeah, man.
Heck of an attention to detail, huh?
A lot of story going on in that one cover image.
I'm going to maybe put my head in the camera a little bit because I'm trying to see if that's drawn or not. And I really can't tell. I don't see paste up on top of it. Like, I don't see this as being pasted up.
It's very instructive to me, the idea that this is drawn, because you rule out some of your straight lines, but then you almost just like beat up or ink quickly, to give that weird effect of lit up windows.
Right. What the hell is this jobber title?
Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was going to say Nova.
Yeah.
How about the op art there,
Yeah, I
dude?
like that. I like
Hand
that.
drawn.
That speaks to me.
And it's totally fucking with your eyes. That's a famous cover.
Yeah.
He's a weird one because there's wonk to it. Would you agree?
She is. She's very squatty. Like there's no torso. There's no abs.
Yeah, like she's bent over, like this.
Yeah.
Which is what he's trying to do, but there's a weirdness to it.
You often encounter that, right? Especially on a cover. Like
Yeah.
the space that you have to work with is so. It can be strange.
So we're gonna pad it out, dude, with like pinups and like some other ad art and stuff.
It's another big Steve Ditko homage there. I think.
Absolutely.
Love all these pullouts because his art at that size, that doesn't even make sense to me. The amount of detail, like in the face and everything there.
Right.
It's another one of those where I look at it and think like, why would you do this? Like, what is this? Is this printed as? It must be a poster, right?
See, I think it's an ad. I think here is like Roger Stern, Michael Golden, blah blah blah. I think it might even get cropped. I don't even know.
I mean, what a drawing! Wow.
Both of these spreads kind of communicates like his evolution, because
They do.
that stuff was certainly early '80s. This is probably not far from like that Jackie Chan comic era.
Some great stuff in there too. The different scale of those figures, like that is such a big. It's neat to see him do an hierarchy where you've got like 12 figures on a busy composition,
Right.
and how do you make a couple of them pop?
Famous
Look at that
pinup.
chain link.
Famous pinup.
What are we looking at there? Is that white media? Is that some kind of inverted photocopy? Looks like it's drawn. Like look at the ink on the sides where you
Right.
can kind of see.
Yeah.
That doesn't even look like white media. It looks like
It looks like he drew it. It looks like he drew it.
wow. That's something. Like look at how much noise is happening there.
Right. Yeah, dude.
This would take me a week to do something like that.
And it'll take another week to color the damn shit.
Yeah, and
What is it? You know, like when you get into this, like
drawing
what is
gears
it?
and stuff.
In perspective, accurately.
Yeah, lighting effect on top of all of it.
He doesn't really fake shit. You know?
That's a great Lady Deathstrike. I'm loving that.
I'd like to see what that looks like in print.
Yeah, I'd be curious to check that out. That might be one I track down to see.
Is this some magazine era shit? Howard the Duck?
Airbrush.
Yeah,
Airbrush,
wash.
but also playing with wash and different textures. That's kind of a cool inclusion. It's a weird choice.
I've been meaning to pull this issue. I mean, I have it pulled, but I
Is
think
this
it's the
in-
Impossible Man issue.
Inked by different artists.
It might be a whole gang of artists.
Yeah, there's one of those X-Men annuals I've been looking at for that reason, and I feel like it is Michael Golden on pencils and then like a cast of good
Little
inkers.
Generation X joint.
It's wild to me that he can go from like a Punisher one figure spectacular to then like here's 50 elements.
Right. Here's that art for that Fantagraphics book.
See, it makes sense to me that it's this size
Right. Yeah, beyond 11 by 17.
because it's just I don't know how you could do that level of like look at the gears and wires and things like inside the neck.
Yeah, with reasonably accurate lighting and stuff. Ooh, that's the old Michael Golden signature.
Yeah, there's some really neat stuff in this book. So X-Men 273, I was reading at the time.
Yeah, we did that one episode where there was like 5 artists. And,
Okay, this is from his right. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is an iconic image because it's on the back of
These
like a trading
pages
card
look
or something.
spectacular. I'm so glad they're here. That is amazing. That's a really cool panel.
Yeah, man. I feel like Marvel shouldn't even get to own that. Like, what the fuck is it? Dude. Shell casings
Yeah,
that
it's clever.
form the skull. A little hint at pencil.
Yeah, I like seeing the pencils. Very tight pencils. Wonder if he always pencils that tightly. This is young.
Yeah, 82. But he still was in the game for about 5. You know, he's been doing stuff since about 77.
Did he do fanzine stuff? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't know, but his art feels like fanzine artwork at that early stage, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it feels very different than the house styles, you know, in the 70s. So I feel like that's what you come out of.
All right, man. Here's the story, dude. We
This
did a
is
whole
great.
video on this, and this right here might be worth the price of admission. Like, look at that gear, dude. Post from Wally Wood.
Almost an homage here to 2001.
Right.
Flicking your cigarette up through the air and it turns into the spaceship
Yeah, man.
orbiting. Boy, his lighting. Wow. And he does the great stuff, a lot of saturated colors for these things where like
Right.
the whole room might be magenta.
Right.
Like I said, do those red and blue 3D glasses and look at this stuff and you'll be surprised by what it looks like. Very, very sharp. Love this, man. Look at how like the edges, like it's all pen, right?
Right. Yeah, like a marker, like a whatever the felt tip shits were at the time.
What's the
microns at the time.
value of like why this isn't black?
Right.
You know, it's so dark in terms of the hatching. It has to look black in print. This is kind of neat too. Like, what is that?
He does that on all of this stuff, and I wonder if you're coloring it yourself. I wonder if, I don't know, because he'll do it super often on this story.
Like these pages, love this stuff.
Totally great
Oh
tech.
man, look at this is a complete cartoon.
Absolutely. The way he builds those characters too, man. Really putting use to those microns, man. Right? That's one line. That's a dead line. And he's doing it, and he's making it sing. Doesn't that feel like a boy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a Spider-Man.
McGruff the crime dog, you remember him?
I do. There it is. That's the money shot. I hated that whenever he wore these, I don't know, Speedos. I don't even know what you call them. However, I would swipe that entire thing and drop it into a wrestling comic.
Sure.
You have your muscle, your powerhouse
Your-
guy
your King
rolling
Kong
into
Bundy.
the territory.
Just so much effort.
There is also a great contrast between the amount of detail or lack of detail in your foreground Spider-Man versus the background. It's just almost gray with detail.
It makes Spider-Man pop, for sure.
I find these kinds of marks, like the not a speed line, but whatever they are, trajectory. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
I find those really
chemtrails.
interesting. Right. It reminds me of some of the stuff Quesada would do.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's where it comes from. That's a nice spread. Look at the schmutz of this building falling down.
Yeah.
But you look close and you can see like
Chunks of wall.
hundreds of individual bricks drawn there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a chunks of wall, and you could see how they're falling by how the bricks are adorned on there.
This is really cool. Like stuff like this makes me want to dig out the comic and see
Yeah.
like what's it look like.
I remember making note when we went through the video, like looking at that stuff, like, holy shit, he draws all that by hand. Whenever they could get some emotion in Spider-Man's face, you gotta appreciate that.
I've heard McFarlane talk about Golden.
Mm-hmm.
It does not look like he took any Spider-Man from Golden.
Yeah, no. No, but he took this kind of shit.
Yeah.
This shit. And maybe that's the key. Maybe you gotta make the superhero your own.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
You know what he did take from Golden is the spaghetti webbing.
Okay, I was thinking that came from Golden.
Yeah.
These kind of 2-page spreads, man, they're nuts looking. It's so much drawing.
Talk about so much drawing. How about that, Jimmy?
That's another one I'd be curious about. Let's see the layout of the perspective grid. That's awesome, dude. Like having like the path of destruction.
Yeah, man.
Wow. That's a great.
He'll put used to some tones here and there. It makes sense. It's a black and white photo, so you add that stuff in. Do we do this video also?
I don't know if we've done this, but this is
It's toys, right? Spoiler.
It is. Yeah, it is. I was digging in Florida with Aaron Conley, and he insisted I buy this comic, and he's not wrong. I love that version of Wolverine, but it was for the story. You know, it's like an anthology book with 4 or 5 stories, but this was the reason you need this comic.
It's like that great Twilight Zone episode with Cesar Romero.
This is just all of this is awesome. I love these marks.
Yeah.
That heavy lightning bolt kind of thing. And there's your toy revelation.
I think this is the magazine era Nom comics, if I'm not mistaken.
What are those? Because I always thought the Nom magazine just reprinted the comics in black and white.
Savage Tales would
Okay.
have the original Nom comics.
Love the cloud lines.
How about that lighting?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to draw that.
With like
How about
the
that
inversion.
lighting?
Yeah. Yeah, is that like being seen through the blade or just that depth?
I don't know if it's that helicopter taken off or if it's another one, like in the dust up.
Yeah, I think it's multiple copters.
He was so good with hardware. It makes me wonder what his files look like for reference for all that.
Larry Hama was the editor, so I think Larry Hama is a stickler for that kind of stuff. How do you draw that? If this is the size of the original, how do you get in there and draw that? I don't understand it. Because it's two together. It's not. There's no wonk to it.
Yeah, it's really good. And also, how great is this effect where like we're drawing people like a second layer of depth?
Yeah. It even helped out by the non-archival properties of the ink pen, right? That like, they faded first.
It's so fantastic that he's able to do this kind of chaos and movement, but also be as tight as he is with the details.
And just like that Art Adams Alan Moore comic, I think Michael Golden might letter this because this is a very different kind of lettering. This ain't Marvel lettering.
Yeah,
it's pretty raw. What a fucking labor, right?
These comics I think are remarkable, but imagine putting this effort into stuff if you had scripts where you're like,
right,
the story's pretty weak. It has to be frustrating for somebody working in that assembly line style, or you just have to divorce yourself from it.
Right.
These are great shots, man. He must have had some cool helicopters for reference to be able to draw them from all those angles and have them all look really cool.
Totally.
And there's something about whenever you nail something like a helicopter, when you draw it correctly proportionally, it just feels real.
Yeah.
This is kind of a strange tangent, I think.
Right.
But man, wow. You know, like, how do you get this shot?
Right.
I don't know how you come up with that. It looks like you're the company that makes those helicopters and you're staging beautiful photos of them.
Yeah, totally. I think Chaikin, when we got dinner when he was here in Pittsburgh, said that Michael Golden has a kind of like a photographic memory kind of thing.
Man, and that's amazing with the helicopter crashed on its side.
How about these textures of depth where it's like, you see what you know what that is? That's like that like halo of the sun coming through on a film camera that creates that kind of fuzziness. You've never seen that drawn before. He drew it. It works.
I would be so curious to hear an Alex Toth critique of like this page.
Yeah, he wouldn't be down.
Yeah, I'd be curious what he'd criticize. Because, I mean, it's totally different than you know, Toth, famous for some of his war comics in foliage like this, in playing with shadows and figures and everything. And it's such a different approach. But, like, I look at that and I can't fault that at all.
No, of course, you would be happy to draw that way.
I would.
But Toth would certainly talk about the lack of clarity, the lack of readability, that kind of thing.
I can see the point in the lack of clarity, but I also think, like, given the subject matter, it's dudes in, you know, shitting their pants in the jungle in a war. Like, how clear should it be?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Just like they're wearing camouflage, so.
Oh, wow.
Very suitable final end paper, and really speak into that, like, he's got expression and stuff on these characters' faces that are drawn so microscopically. Let's see if we can find that.
Yeah. It is interesting that the end pages are not like one little panel blown up, but like a half-page splash.
It's because of this shit. Like, dude, drawn. Look at that. You see that? And you don't pay attention, right? When it's blown up, you see all the gear, and it's immaculate.
Whenever you were pointing out that village scene and saying, like, I don't know how you draw that at size, I look at this and have that reaction.
Right.
There's just so much information here. Like, I can't really even take it in whenever you see it at, presumably this is your actual original art size.
Exactly. But it's so clear at bigger. Like, look at that, dude. The lighting on a button snap.
It's not
Several
even
of
just
them.
clear, but like this line is flawless. You don't have that thing where like, oh, the edge of the line is there's some ink bleed.
Right.
Or, oh, he went over that line twice. It's just this flawlessness.
Yeah. Yeah, he's extremely tight. He's extremely tight, and I think that he is extremely hard to impress. He's not.
How
not
can
too,
you be?
That's
If this is what you're doing. If you want to impress me, you got to do better than this.
Right.
I don't know what that would look like.
Fantastic, man.
It's a pretty nice artist edition. I like this one a lot.
Yeah.
I love seeing his work in black and white like this.
Me too, man. Super stoked, and there it is, guys. You've been appraised of this artist edition. Super happy to have it. Going to sit with it much longer. But I'm good to go if you are, Jimmy.
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We put out vids every single day, and we have a voluminous amount of artist editions that we've gone through in a playlist.
And quite a few Michael Golden videos.
Another playlist. We were deciding, should it be called Golden's Hour? Or I forget what the other thought was. But we've got more than 1,000 videos up on the channel as we speak, and new videos every day. Hit the little magnifying glass, type in your favorite comics. We might have talked about some of your favorites, and if we didn't, make sure you put some stuff in the comments to let us know what to put at the top of our reading lists for future episodes. There's a Patreon for Cartoonist Kayfabe. This is where you mitigate the kayfabe effect. Books like these, they might print 1,000 of them. They're going to go quick, and you want to get in on the ground floor, become a King Kayfaber, you get all the vids before anybody else. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
My next release is going to be Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This will be out in November from Image Comics. You can start pre-ordering this one now. Let your comic shop know that you need this on your pull list. This will collect all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. If you get Princess of Poverty and Deadliest Girl Alive, you'll have a complete collection of all the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. My other books that are available and still in print: The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, perfect for that young adult reader in your life. The Hulk, Grand Design, my contribution to the Grand Design, celebrating 60 years of the Incredible Hulk. I love how this book turned out, but I believe it's out of print. It's out of the distribution level, which means if your comic shop has a copy and you don't, you want to pick that thing up because it may disappear and be gone for a while. And my latest is True Crime Funnies. This is self-published, 3 nonfiction stories, including 2 wrestling stories. You can pick up the PDF on my website. You can read it in its entirety on patreon.com/JimRugg. And I will have reprints for Baltimore. So if you missed it the first time, these will be available again this fall.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in time for the holidays. I'm trying to see if it catch the light. Do we catch the light with that gold?
Speaking of Michael Golden.
10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. 50th anniversary of hip hop culture. So we had to do something up special. This collects all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree in one handy dandy collection with over 140 pages of additional material that is not in those first 4 volumes. This is the ultimate statement on Hip Hop Family Tree. The other holiday effort to come out this year, 2023, is the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback. This is the Treasury edition. There are 3 Treasury editions. Some of those are out of print as we speak. So the way that you'll be able to get your hands on all of my X-Men Grand Design is through the trade paperback coming out in November. Red Room Crypto Killers is the final series of my Red Room comics. There are 2 trade paperbacks out now of Red Room. One is called The Antisocial Network. The other is called Trigger Warnings. But this round of Red Room comics called Crypto Killers is the latest, greatest. And in issue 3, there is a backup called Latchkey Kids that's going to be important because these are the characters from my daily strip that I'm putting together. I'm going to start serializing it to everybody online probably January 1st of 2024, but it's called Switchblade Shorties, and I'm serializing the stuff exclusive to my Patreon right now for $3 to give the early adopters something to check out. These are not the only ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom. So there it is, Kayfabe crew. Another good week of videos, dude, and we got lots of mail here.
No doubt some wizards.
Yeah, maybe some wizards, man. So we're gonna have to get going, fellas. Throughout the day, we will start putting up videos.
Yeah, I'm going to send you, I'm rendering that commercial now. I'll send it over to you shortly.
Cool beans. All right, guys, take care. We'll see you here again, maybe at the same time next week.
Yeah, have a good weekend, everybody. And, man, enjoy the week's videos. There were a couple on there that I really have been jonesing to get to.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Fun week.